just like a rose. And when we kiss, I close my eyes. Were you in love with me? I'll never know. 'Cause everything became alive. You used me like I was a weapon. You pinned me up against myself. I put you out and then you faded like a ghost. And now you're only echoes, only echoes. And now you're only echoes. And now you're only echoes, only echoes. You'd be a fire that I didn't need. 'Cause in the end you made me weak. You took her love and then you pulled me down. You broke the paper part of me. You used me like I was a weapon. You pinned me up against myself. I put you out and then you faded like a ghost. And now you're only echoes, only echoes. And now you're only echoes. And now you're only echoes, only echoes. In the night you were all that I needed. At the edge of my soul, you were mine, but you lied and I'm leaving. And now you're only echoes, only echoes, only echoes, only echoes, only echoes, only echoes. And now you're only echoes. And now you're only echoes, only echoes. In the night you were all that I needed. At the edge of my soul,
Hello and welcome to Confronting Diversity, Grabbing Your Bias by the Roots. We're thrilled you could join us today. I have the distinct pleasure of introducing Yewande Ige from ThoughtWorks. Please join me in welcoming Yewande to the stage.
All right, thank you so much. I told them I didn't need a stage this high. I'm good with the elevation, but I can do anything about it. Thank you so much for joining me. This is definitely a feel-good moment here, talking about diversity in a room full of talented recruitment specialists. Although it does make me feel bad because I'm going to begin by offending all of you, so yeah, you know. You are wired. You are wired to discriminate. It's just who you are. Now, for some, that might not be news. I see a few smiles. But for others, that might seem awfully rude of me. But please, bear with me. I promise I'll explain. We get to blame much of this on our primitive ancestors, like most things in life. It's either primitive Dave or parents. But part of man's wiring early on required a really clear sense of them and us. And for most part, this was about evaluating strange things coming towards them and determining who made it into the cave and who didn't. And so while we're no longer in caves, that wiring, that trait, is still a part of who we are. Them and us is a recognized in-group, out-group cognitive bias that we all have. It essentially means we favor people that are part of groups to which we belong. Groups based on our gender, our ethnicity, our race, religion, networks, associations, alma maters. We extend greater trust, greater cooperation, and regard to people we consider in-group members compared to those on the outside. Now, this is not too much of a big deal when we're talking about, say, who we instinctively will sit next to on a flight that offers open seating, say. Shout out to Southwest. I flew Southwest to Nashville, and I swear, watching people with that C boarding pass is a social experiment in itself. Don't make eye contact. But the bias gets a little bit more concerning when we think about the implications of it on hiring decisions, opportunities for promotion that do rely heavily on networking within an organization, opportunities for mentorship, promotions, referral pipelines. Who do you know? You refer people like yourselves. And this selection is going on spontaneously. For most people, most of the time, it's beneath the surface on autopilot, but it gets hardwired. It's primed by a lifetime of social learning and cultural cues, and without proper attention, guides a lot of our behavior. We see this in the technology industry. Well-intentioned companies are investing millions into diversity initiatives, boot camps, training programs, sponsorship. Yet there's still a clear homogeneity across the board. There's a clear in-group bias. And so is this wiring stronger than all of those good intentions? And if so, what is strong enough to combat this biology of bias I'm suggesting is at play here? Action. Action. I'm not talking about huge save the world, I don't know what that means, save the world, huge save the world type action, which is definitely important and absolutely necessary. But here I'm talking about the small individualized action of understanding. Gaining understanding of the diversity that is around all of us is what enables ThoughtWorks to be a more diverse and inclusive organization. The Anita Borg Institute recognized ThoughtWorks as the top company in America for women technologists in 2016, and fingers crossed for 2017. With almost 60% female representation in our entry-level engineering roles alone, and 30% female representation in our technology leadership, we almost double the industry average. And while we still have a long way to go, I wanted to come and share how we've got here, how we've achieved this. And so as I got to thinking, ThoughtWorks and kind of where we've come from, there were really 4 stages in my mind of what set the stage, and I called them 4 stages of understanding. Being courageous, being open, being uncomfortable, and being committed to learning. Can you imagine a consulting company willing to walk away from a brand new client, a long-term revenue opportunity, solely because that client refused to address the sexual harassment that was experiencing from that client side by female consultants. Or what about this? A technology company that decides to open an office in South Africa, but rather than choose the more affluent capital, decides to open an office in a less developed, more rural area, so as to provide economic advancement opportunities for more marginalized groups. Well, I can, because we did. 10 years ago, the founder and leaders of ThoughtWorks determined that we would be a company that stood up and spoke out. Our mission, our vision, our people, our investments would speak to their courage to stand up for what they believed would help create a more fair and inclusive world. But courage is not just about the one who will stand up and speak up. It's also about the person who's willing to sit down and listen. Now, just by show of hands, can anybody tell me what coercion to the biosocial mean means? Coercion to the biosocial mean. Yeah, I had no idea what it meant either. No judgment. Nope, had no idea. But I'm paraphrasing here, but essentially means the pressure people feel to not deviate from societal expectations of roles. In technology, women aren't really supposed to be engineers. They're supposed to be BAs because we like to talk. Diversity can be complex. Many of us are not always willing to admit that we don't always understand the complexity. And so people kind of charge ahead, forging solutions, sponsoring ladies who code over lunch while brunching and coding. We equate alliance and understanding. And so, if anybody knew I had no idea what this meant, they would think I was a racist misogynist. But once we accept that imperfect understanding is a condition of a humanity, there's no shame in not knowing everything or not understanding it all. The only shame is not having the courage to do something about it. Author Peter Drucker has a quote that I really enjoy. He says, "Whenever you see success, someone once made a courageous decision." So courage to stand up and speak out, as well as being willing to sit down and listen, will create a diverse and inclusive organization. Courage is also needed to be open. If you were to interview at ThoughtWorks, and after this amazing performance, resumes here, please. If you were to interview with us, whether you are a sourcer, a recruiter, an engineer, a receptionist, or the VP of sales, you would be asked this question: how willing are you to be wrong about your opinion on the world? How willing are you to be wrong on your opinion on the world? Okay, equal amount of confusion, perfect. You can't create a diverse and inclusive organization if people have already made up their minds about the world and people in it. When you as a recruiter are interviewing a candidate, you want to know about their experiences, their history, their skills. You want to know as much about what they've done as what they're willing to learn and continue to keep growing. And the information they share will tell you a lot about how likely they are to be successful in your organization. To create a culture of understanding, you have to have people who are willing to have their assumptions and perceptions about the world, society, and their place in it challenged and possibly changed. This is a conversation we have with every single candidate. It unnerves any intolerance someone might have that would go against the type of culture we want to create. It also unnerves any passions and experiences around social and economic justice that would enrich our organization and help us find role models. And it's not about ensuring everybody thinks the same way or has the same viewpoint. It's about setting the expectation of everyone that's within your organization. Respect and empathy. No tolerance for intolerance. Add to that creative, innovative, strategic. These are the qualities we want in everyone we hire. Open people will create a diverse and inclusive organization. Open people will also be willing to be uncomfortable. At a company retreat in Chicago, we had author Jeremiah Wright give a really insightful talk about the history of Ebonics and race in America. This talk sparked a conversation among us, and one of our tech leads, Salim, stands up. And he shares, in a group setting like this, he shares with us his experiences and the pressure that he's felt to assimilate. As he's talking, he switches his accent. Thought he had a Midwest accent, but he reveals his deep Indian, South Indian heritage, and he shares with us how he wishes he could come and be authentic and be an example to his children what it means to be authentic. Creating a diverse and inclusive organization requires everybody be okay being a little bit uncomfortable. Privilege, racial profiling, transgender identity, gender pay gaps, glass ceilings, working parents, intersectionality. You can't be a diverse organization without really talking about diversity. That conversation from our retreat has always stayed with me. Not only was it an incredibly raw and emotional conversation, but it really showed me what happens when we remove the perception of what divides us and really see life through someone else's lens. I mean, what does an Indian man have in common with me? Turns out quite a bit. And so what starts off as an uncomfortable conversation soon becomes an opportunity for people to really learn from each other. Judgment is replaced with curiosity, and curiosity gives rise to empathy. And so this is an everyday part of what we do. We have amazing diversity speakers and leaders and just great people. Kimberly Bryant start taking grassroots action and initiatives, inviting interest groups to share our workspace. We do pro bono work for nonprofits like Code Pink, Democracy Now!, UNICEF. Alliances and partnerships are formed with groups that really care and are passionate about the things that our people are passionate about. Our leadership team has their face-to-face meetings in locations like Ferguson, Missouri, so as to gain a perspective and an understanding of things that are happening around all of us. The culture and attitude that is cultivated is one of solidarity over charity. Unfortunately today, I think too many diversity initiatives feel like charity. There's a saying by Benjamin Franklin, which I really appreciate, and he says, the lack of diversity and inclusivity will not change until those unaffected by it are as equally outraged, concerned, or just plain aware as those who are. When I'm in an interview debrief and a man tells me that he has serious concerns about a candidate, not because of a technical deficiency, but because that candidate directed all their questions and responses to him and ignored the woman he was pairing with, he completely embodies what Benjamin Franklin was saying. Uncomfortable conversations will create a diverse and inclusive organization. And so there's really no way that we would have gotten to where we are today without learning to grasp things at the root. Angela Davis actually describes radical in this way. She says, radical is just simply grasping things at the root. And so that's what we did. We ensure our interview panels are diverse. People interview with people that look like them, even if it means flying people in. Although today we kind of have those iPads on wheels, perfect amount of creepy and geeky. We have our senior leaders, they're paired, a lot of their roles are paired to ensure a diversity of perspective in leadership. We've changed or enhanced our benefits more, a few times over to include transgender healthcare services, adoption, surrogacy. We've hired developers that are self-taught, that have no formal education, let alone Ivy League, but demonstrated exceptional aptitude and integrity. We found transferable skills in nurses, designers, a zoologist major. Turns out it's not just about petting pandas. We removed privilege as a hiring criteria. A lot of hiring managers in the tech space will, want people that have spoken at conferences and meetups and have these extensive GitHub repos. But when women and minorities are marginalized from these communities, it becomes a criteria based on privilege and not necessarily talent. And so we kept pushing and challenging ourselves to be courageous, live our values, and address historical discrimination. And we hired some amazing people as a result. Did it all go well? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. No. In 2012, ThoughtWorks was considered the most difficult interview to take, according to the Business Insider. They gave an example of the type of question that you'd be asked if you interviewed with us. How do you get more women into IT? Yes, super proud of that. But if any of you have children or just know small people and they're described as difficult, it's never a good thing. It's not, no. And so our learning here was like, man, we got to address this. We had to gain more understanding and create more transparency in our process. Show people what we were trying to achieve with our process, so it demystified it a little bit. One of our really brilliant male leaders, I would go as far as calling him a male feminist. He introduces a new hire to the team. Hey, everyone, this is Tracy, one of our Black developers. Faceplant emoji, faceplant emoji, faceplant emoji. No, God, no. No. We absolutely wanted to be proud of our diversity, but we didn't want to make people feel like that's why they were being hired. And so our learning there was that we had to gain some more understanding. We sat down with Black thought workers and others and kind of learned what we should say and what we shouldn't. And we had to make adjustments. In 2011, we opened one of our first offices in South America. We ramped up really quickly and hired some amazing people. But about a year or so in, we started to hear reports of not nice behavior and chauvinistic attitudes. And so we had to do a deep dive into cultural alignment, and we found that we'd hired people that were not respectful and not empathetic. And so we had to let people go who were going to be detrimental to the culture and not open to change. We also had to look at our interview process and see where we had kind of missed it a little bit. And so our learning there was that you have to keep your hands on the steering wheel, otherwise you will veer off course. But if you do, course correct immediately. And so we've not got it all right. We've not got it all right all the time, but it takes courage to keep going, even when you don't. One of my favorite quotes on change is the one where it says, change is hard at the start, messy in the middle, but gorgeous at the end. We're definitely not at the end. We're probably somewhere between messy-ish and less messy. But what we do have, what ThoughtWorks does have today, is a truly authentic culture, one that is self-sustaining in its pursuit of diversity and inclusivity. A commitment to learning will create a diverse and inclusive organization. And so that's kind of how we did it. It's a short story. That's what we did. We still have a long way to go, and we want to keep on learning. Knowing is not the same as understanding. We know stuff. We understand less. Knowing is just information. There's a lot of information out there. Understanding means that you think and behave differently because of what you now know. We are wired to have strong inclination for people like ourselves. There is a them and there is an us. history and society plays a huge part in reinforcing those selections, and meritocracy promotes privilege, not necessarily fairness. And so if the people within your organization are indifferent or ignorant to this, pipelining for diversity will only have so much effect. Diversity hiring isn't a singular, exclusive effort of a diversity recruiter on your team. Sure, you can go after that woman of color at a HBU school. That would be your diverse hire. But it is everybody else that you bring into the organization that will determine if your organization is inclusive. Diversity hiring is everybody hiring. And so there are no shortcuts in this, but it can start today. I think one of the biggest deterrents beyond the whole biology is this sense that it's just too hard and difficult to do. But it doesn't have to be. You deciding today to kind of put your hand up and gain your own understanding, saying, look, I don't understand it all, but I'm willing to get beneath the surface. Because the roots of inequality in diversity are deep and they are complex, and therefore our solutions do have to address that, not reduce it to a change program. Because you can't change what's going on around you until you change what's going on within you. And so if you're open, I'd love to start now. Thank you. And so one of the things that I absolutely love about coming to LinkedIn, it's not just about sitting here and having a one-way conversation, but to actually see if we could get together in groups and really have a conversation. I know how hard it is just to kind of grab people and network, but if you would be up for it, I would love for us to just get together in just small groups and just kind of find out what we're all doing around diversity within our organizations. I think this is a great way. You know, you're not going to stop and meet 50 people in the corridor necessarily, but if you would be open to just circling with some people that you don't work with, maybe spend about 5 minutes and just talk about either something that we've done that could be inspiring or something that you've already done that is really working. And then we can kind of come back and just share. Like this is meant to be a conversation. Would you be up for that? All right. So like I said, no judgment on who you pick, in-group, out-group. No, not gonna look. No judgment. Pick whoever you feel good about, and we'll spend about 5 minutes having a conversation. The conversations are good. Okay, good. But I want you to share. Please don't stop doing it, but I just wanted you to share because I'd love to ensure that everybody just gets a little bit of everybody. So if anybody felt that they had some really great dialogue and wants to just share or ask a question, please come out. Like, you know, keep it going, but please come out and just share and just carry the conversation on. If everybody could go away on Monday just with a little something new, that would be amazing. So please, thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. Hello. We had a great group. We didn't want to stop talking. We had a very diverse group in terms of roles, companies, large companies, small companies. We had some really interesting conversations about unconscious bias and also having uncomfortable conversations and how you work through it, and just how to bring hiring managers along and really thinking differently. Yeah. You know, we had an example of a hiring manager, a diverse hiring manager, who's still unconsciously, you know, raising their hand, very receptive to considering diverse candidates, but really not going down that path. So how do you break that cycle? Yeah. You know, and there are so many different things that, you know, we talked about in terms of that, but thank you.
Did you get something new?
Yes.
Awesome. All right.
Always.
Thank you so much.
Thank
you. Anybody else? Anything else somebody wants to just share and speak to cross-group, or just ask a question that somebody else might have a good idea about how to solve? Oh, hey, go for it.
So we had a great group. We actually talked about, is diversity just skin color, gender, or is there multiple layers to it? Do we peel the onion back? Is it skill sets? Do they come from a different agency or a different background, a different industry? And then how do you measure that?
Yeah.
How do you present on that and saying, hey, we are diverse because of X, Y, Z?
Yeah.
you can make people aware of it. Everybody's aware of it, right?
Yep.
But how do you actually track it? How do you present on it when there's so many layers to the onion
Yeah.
of peeling that back? How do you? So we had a pretty good group, good discussion on kind of ideas and what we all do.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think how you define diversity within your organization is always going to be different. And at ThoughtWorks, we have spent time focusing on different elements just because you could just kind of take it to so many different directions. And if you want to go deep, you kind of have to focus in for a little bit. So we kind of acknowledged that we were going to work on a few core focuses. And so women has been a big one for us for a long time because it's a really big issue in technology. And even within women, there are more layers. So I think it's about deciding what you think is important, what your company wants to focus on, and recognizing that it's not just linear. Agreed. Thank you. Thank you for that. Awesome. Anybody else have anything they want to share? Any other insights? Okay. Well, that's great. So I just wanted to appreciate you guys. That's really it. Like I said, this is my first time having a conversation with more than just my mirror and my kids. So thank you for being really gracious. I swear it went much faster than I had anticipated. I'm sure I spoke way too fast, and hopefully you could understand. I tried to
Welcome to Talent Connect 2018, the largest event for talent acquisition professionals in the entire world. This one's going to be the best.
This is a talent event, and they just raised the bar super high.
Are you guys ready? Should we kick it off? All right.
Who's feeling inspired by our past two speakers?
Be loud, be vocal, be as noisy as possible, and get the attention of these folks to create change.
Thank you for those inspiring words.
Thank you so much.
Welcome to Talent Connect 2018. We are coming to you live from beautiful Anaheim, California. Sun is shining. It's an amazing day here in California. Thank you so much for joining us on the live stream for day 2 of Talent Connect. I'm Romaine Buck. I lead a team of customer success managers for LinkedIn's Sales Solutions line of business. And joining me on this magical journey for day 2 is my friend and colleague, Marty Finn.
Hi, everyone. My name's Marty Finn. I'm a leader on our customer success team for our Talent Solutions line of business. Hail from the Chicago office like Romaine, but so happy to be back for day 2 in Anaheim. And thank you for tuning back into the live stream.
Thanks so much, Marty. We're so excited about what's to come today.
It's going to be fantastic.
It is going to be fantastic. And let's also not forget there is a third member of this team joining us live here from Anaheim, Janish Rollin, who is our roving reporter who will be coming to us from all over the area with lots of amazing interviews, insights, backstage interviews, we hope, and a little bit of what's good at Talent Connect.
Absolutely.
A lot of what's good at Talent Connect. So first of all, before we get started, we definitely want to take a moment to thank all of you once again for joining us here on the live stream. We know everyone can't be here in Anaheim with us, so we want to say thank you with a little bit of a contest. So while you're at home or in the office watching us on the live stream, we hope you're having a viewing party. Take a picture and send that picture to our live stream. Hashtag TC18 Live Contest. We want to see your pictures. We saw some great shots from folks in Africa and Sydney, all over the globe. So keep sending those pictures into us. The winning picture will receive 2 tickets to next year's Talent Connect. So we're really excited to see what you've got. We would love to have you join us here next year live for Talent Connect.
Absolutely. And we also want to remind folks, we do still have the chance for you to upload your LinkedIn profile profile and be reviewed live on the air by our industry expert, Tim Sackett. So if you want to get some tips on your LinkedIn profile, how to be more recognized by recruiters or those companies that you want to work for, just submit your profile using the hashtag #RockMyProfile. Be sure to include a link to your profile in there, and you just might have your shot today.
I am super excited for that, Marty.
Yes, absolutely.
Everybody needs a little love on their LinkedIn
Everyone needs a
profile.
tune-up once in a while.
Right? I agree. Just because you've got an amazing picture, and you do have an amazing picture,
you know,
right?
It only took 3 hours, but we got there.
No one has to know.
They do now.
So let's talk about what else we've got coming up
absolutely.
today, shall we? So we've got an amazing lineup of speakers here for day 2 for you. We're kicking off the day with some really awesome LinkedIn updates.
Big news.
Some super big news. We don't even know what it is yet. We just know it's huge. You're not going to want to miss it. That's being kicked off by LinkedIn CEO Jeff Weiner, as well as our VP of Talent Solutions, Careers and Learning, Dan Shapiro, who will be live here in studio with Marty a little bit later as well. We'll also be hearing from Carla Harris of Morgan Stanley and renowned psychotherapist and relationship philosopher Esther Perel. She's got a lot of great insights to share with us a little bit later on. And then we've got a tune-up to industry expert Josh Burson's presentation, and also hear from meditation and mindfulness trainer Geelong Thubton. So some big names joining us, a little mindfulness.
Yeah, gonna zen out a little bit today. I like it.
I think so.
I like it. All right, very good. And a reminder to everyone too, not only are we gonna be live streaming the keynote speeches that are happening on the main stage, we're also gonna be bringing a lot of those folks into the studio for some exclusive interviews. So if you have questions for those folks, be sure to submit them. We want to make sure we try and get those answered for you.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep submitting those questions to the live stream. We're looking forward to hearing from all of you. We've had some great participation so far. Let's keep it going.
Absolutely.
So before we kick it off for the main stage, just a couple of reminders to really make sure you're enjoying Talent Connect 2018. First of all, check out the agenda and pick your top sessions, and of course, mark your calendars. You don't want to miss any of the sessions we have coming up later. Join the conversation on social. We want to hear from you. We're streaming live on Twitter, on YouTube, Facebook, using the hashtag TC18Live. And also grab that warm beverage, coffee, tea, or depending on where you are in the world, could be time for a cold beverage. That's okay too. We've got an impressive lineup of speakers for you. And of course, in case you miss anything at all of these presentations will be available on our All Access website at the end of every day.
All right. It's time.
It's time.
It's time to toss it over to the main stage, folks. We are going to officially kick off day 2 of Talent Connect. Stay tuned. We will see you later this afternoon.
Good morning. Please welcome Head of Patriot Brass, Stephen Benke. And now, welcome to the stage, CEO LinkedIn, Jeff Weiner.
Hey guys. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Someone clearly tipped the band off on my favorite karaoke song. That's the first time I've heard it in that style. Well played, literally and figuratively, well played. Welcome to Talent Connect. It is so wonderful to be here with so many familiar faces and some new faces as well. For the first time ever, we welcome learning and development professionals to Talent Connect, learning professionals. Really indicative of the fact that our talent solutions business continues to grow and expand in terms of the value we can deliver from sourcing to learning and development and increasingly planning and analytics. This year marks the 9th Talent Connect. We're also coming up on the 10th anniversary of our flagship Recruiter product. And in just a couple of months, it's going to mark the 2nd anniversary of our acquisition by Microsoft. And I know a number of folks in the audience very curious to hear how the integration has gone thus far to date. And it's gone very well. Thank you for asking. In all seriousness, the business is performing at a very high level. Record levels of member engagement and revenue profitability materially exceeded our expectations for the fiscal year that just closed, and we couldn't be doing this without you. So thank you so much for your ongoing partnership. Also want to thank Satya Nadella, the CEO of Microsoft, along with the Microsoft leadership team that has been incredibly supportive throughout in terms of enabling LinkedIn to realize our mission and our vision. So last year, when we got together, we talked about the future of work, and specifically we talked about 3 trends. And a year later, all 3 of these trends remain intact, and if anything, they seem to be accelerating in terms of their importance and potential impact. We talked about AI and automation, and the fact that according to McKinsey, roughly half of all work activity currently is susceptible and can be impacted by artificial intelligence and automation. Fast forward a year later, and they've done some additional research that would suggest that somewhere on the order of 400 million to 800 million jobs by 2030 could be displaced by this very technology. Now, this is not a net job number. Jobs will be created as well, but it speaks to the scale and the scope of what is actually happening to the global workforce. And it's incumbent upon all of us to understand the impact that this technology is going to have on our current workforce, on the future workforce, where we'll need to reskill people, where jobs will be eliminated, where they'll be created, and develop the right workforce strategies accordingly. We also talked about the rise of independent work and independent workers, and the fact that last year at this time, roughly 60 million people in the American workforce could be classified as independent workers, with interest up to 90 million. And since that time, we've seen some economic research produced by the staffing industry, and you're reading that number correctly, north of $3.2 trillion, with a T, trillion dollars is being paid to contingent workers, to give you a sense of how big this has become as part of the global economy. And the trend shows no signs of reversing, in large part because of some demographic dynamics. Millennials, who within the next decade will clearly be the majority of the global workforce, who are increasingly interested in independent work, flexible work, and their side hustle. Some of these folks have 2 careers at once. And then baby boomers, who are retiring later and later in their careers and looking for more flexible and independent work opportunities. Lastly, we talked about the skills gap, or more specifically, the fact that there were multiple skills gaps, as defined by supply-demand imbalances between available jobs and the skills and workers required to take on those jobs in any given locality, in a given point and time. And I want to just dive a little deeper on this idea of skills gaps, because since we last got together, we've had an opportunity to revisit our methodology for evaluating this specific trend and dynamic, and we wanted to share some pretty interesting insights with you. For starters, just wanted to walk through the change in the methodology. We now call it Skills Gap Analytics, very creatively titled. Put a lot of effort into that one. And specifically, we've gone from a relative measure to an absolute measure. So we have more granular insight and data available to us. We've also increased the comprehensiveness of the samples. So you can see here over 50,000 skills are being measured across north of 100 cities here in North America. So what did we find? Well, I know that software engineering and technology is a very urgent need right now, and people are really feeling that skills gap, and I'm going to get to that in just a moment. But it turns out software engineering is not the #1 skills gap in the United States. The #1 skills gap in the United States is soft skills. Soft skills like communication, written communication, oral communication, people leadership. And you can see the size of the gap there. The jobs that are aligned with these skills, salespeople, project management, customer service. This is the biggest skills gap we have in this country. And through broader definitions, that number of 1.6 million actually climbs to nearly 2 million. There's good news on at least 2 fronts with regard to the skills gap. The first is that in light of the rise of AI and the threat of this new technology in terms of displacing jobs, these more human skills, these more personal interactions are going to be more difficult for computers and AI to replicate. And so it creates a strong incentive for people to take on these skills and these jobs and the job stability that will ensue over the next several years. The second piece of good news is that we are capable of closing this gap now, because we have the expertise, the thought leadership, the influencers within our organizations today. And if they're willing and able, they can take the time to educate and reskill your existing teams and your potential prospects outside of your company. And through LinkedIn Learning and what is increasingly a true platform approach to this, you can take existing coursework created by your talent and put it onto our platform, get it in front of your employees and engage them where they're spending time on LinkedIn. I'll give you a perfect example of this, and it's our very own Mike Gamson, who heads up our global sales organization, 5,000 people strong, across 30 cities around the world. And Mike created a course on how to sell to executives. I'll give you a little sample here.
My name is Mike Gamson, and for the last 10 years, I've been heading up sales at LinkedIn. I want to share with you a tool set, my game plan, that can make you confident enough to win when you're selling to executives. Let's get started.
I don't know about you, but I'm buying whatever that guy's selling. Am I right? Am I right? Not surprisingly, this has become by far the most popular course amongst LinkedIn employees. It also attracts prospects outside of the company and does a really nice job of building our sales talent brand. Mike is not alone in leveraging our platform for these capabilities, and you can see other examples, Netflix, Altimeter, leveraging their thought leadership to do the same. And increasingly, we see a number of customers that are taking advantage of this capability. Okay, turning now to the skills gap that I think is occupying the most share of mind with regard to this audience. We'll talk a little bit about software engineering. And when we talk about the skills gap with regard to software engineering, specifically, we're talking about skills like software development, we're talking about cloud computing, data storage, mobile development, web development, and you can see here AI, which is a real pressing need. And as I mentioned earlier, we now have an absolute methodology so you can get a sense of the size of these gaps. There's a bit of a light at the end of the tunnel here with regard to this gap, and that is the fact that necessity is the mother of invention. And what we're starting to see increasingly is that companies are starting to cultivate and hire this kind of talent from non-traditional backgrounds. Case in point, at LinkedIn, we've taken a page out of the very successful German playbook for vocational training and apprenticeships and created our own apprenticeship program called REACH. And REACH doesn't require a 4-year degree in computer science for candidates to get started with the program. It just requires that they completed coding boot camp, which virtually anyone can do. And we're very excited about the initial results and the first cohort that went through this program, and we can't wait to share those results more broadly and maybe inspire others to take on similar programs. But we are certainly not alone in this regard. Microsoft has their AI school, which is a pretty cool mechanism to try to close the gap there. And we see companies like Apple and Dropbox and Pinterest and many others in Silicon Valley and beyond in the tech ecosystem starting to draw talent from non-traditional backgrounds. The coding boot camps I mentioned a moment ago, and an organization like Year Up, which prepares apprentices for organizations like those here. Last year, we had the opportunity for Gerald, the CEO and founder, to talk a little bit about the approach that Year Up takes, and we were thrilled to see so many strong connections being made there. For as much as we're able to move the needle along these lines, the fact remains that the gap is going to continue to exist for at least the foreseeable future. And the reason, in part, is because of growing demand for this kind of talent. The examples I've used thus far are comprised of the tech ecosystem. But in a sense, every company is now a technology company when it comes to demand for software engineers, because of the number of organizations on a global basis now going through their own digital transformations. We don't think that this trend is going to reverse anytime soon. And no matter where in the world I go and the customers I talk to, I feel a sense of urgency around this skills gap that I haven't seen in the previous decade. So the question remains, how do you compete for the talent you need to meet demand, to innovate, and to continue to grow within your organizations? And I know the demands and the pressures being placed on all of you in talent acquisition to close these gaps. So what can you do about it? We took a look at the top companies on LinkedIn as measured by demand from our members. These are the companies that our members are most interested in working for. And one of the things that we started to see was that these are organizations that have very clearly defined what they're about. They have a clear sense of who they are. They also are leveraging data in increasingly sophisticated ways, products like LinkedIn Talent Insights, to develop workforce strategies more proactively, more dynamically, and to target the right prospects and the right talent pools to fulfill those workforce strategies. And these organizations are increasingly developing competencies around building their talent brand, telling their story, getting that story in front of the right person at the right time in a really authentic way. Each of these companies has very clearly defined their what. And when we talk about what at LinkedIn, we're talking about mission, we're talking about vision. With regard to mission, a single overarching objective for the organization that's measurable, realizable, and hopefully inspirational. And with regard to the vision, that's the dream, it's true north, it's the sense of purpose that unites people behind a singular objective. And that sense of purpose is growing increasingly important for a millennial generation that increasingly makes decisions based on what these companies are trying to accomplish. But it's not just about the what. It's not just about the shareholder value that your organizations are creating. It's not just about the revenue that you're generating. It's not just about the number of customers and consumers that you're reaching. Increasingly, it's not just the what, it's also about the how. Particularly in this day and age today, people care about how business is being done. Your employees care about the how, your prospects care about the how, your customers care about the how. And when we talk about the how at LinkedIn, we're really talking about both culture and values. And with regard to culture, we're talking about the collective personality of your organization, who you are and who you aspire to be. With regard to values, we're talking about the first principles upon which you make day-to-day decisions within your organization. One of the most frequently asked questions I've been getting over the last decade as we continue to grow LinkedIn is how do we make sure our culture and our values, which has become one of our most important competitive advantages, how do we ensure that they continue to flourish and continue to scale? We've grown from 338 people roughly a decade ago to north of 13,000 today. And while I know that pales in comparison to some of the huge multinational companies here at Talent Connect today, we have observed some very key learnings and what we believe to be best practices. The first and most important begins with all of you in talent acquisition. You're on the front lines. You're the ones recruiting and bringing new talent into the organization. And it's absolutely imperative that that organization is aligned with the prospects and the talent that you're bringing into the company. And you can't lower that bar. You can't compromise, no matter how much pressure you're under, to fill those seats and meet demand. It really begins there. And that's just the beginning. It's certainly not the end. Once those people have been hired, it starts again on day one with regard to your onboarding practices. And it's so important that those future managers and leaders within your organization understand that what they heard during the recruiting process wasn't just a sales pitch. It wasn't you saying what they wanted to hear. It's not cheerleading. It's real. It's the way you run and build your organizations. It's the way you create value for your customers. And beyond onboarding, beyond that first day, a continuing process through learning and development of training people to understand how they can most effectively manage, lead, and navigate your companies. And then another best practice that we developed started many, many years ago. And that was when evaluating the performance of our employees, not just looking at the results that they were generating, but looking at how they were generating those results with equal weighting, the extent to which our employees were walking the walk on our culture and values, not just talking the talk. We were very excited a few days ago to announce our intention to acquire Glint. Glint is a leading, sounds like we have some Glint customers in the audience. We are also a Glint customer. We are huge fans. We've been Glint customers for the last couple of years. We love the flexibility of the product. We love that deep analytical firepower. But for us, this was so important because it enabled us to go beyond anecdotal measurement in terms of the extent to which we were walking the walk and actually measure it. Measure how we were engaging our employees. Measure whether or not they understood our purpose and our what. Measure the extent to which people understood and appreciated and manifested our culture and our values. So we're very excited about bringing Glint into the family. And as we think about bringing Glint into the family, it's important that everyone understands, like other data-driven products at LinkedIn, this will all be about members first, our most important value, maintaining the trust of our members and how we are good stewards for member data. And historically at LinkedIn, we've always taken what we call the 3C approach: consistency, clarity, and control. With regard to consistency, we want to minimize changes to terms of service and how we're leveraging data. Trust is consistency over time, and there's no substitute for either one of those things. And when we do make changes, inevitably changes will be made, we want to be as clear as possible about how those changes will unfold. We're not going to bury it in the fine print or in legalese. And lastly, we always want to maximize the control that we're offering to our members in terms of how their data will be leveraged. So we're very excited to welcome Glint to the family, and along with Recruiter and talent branding and learning and development and talent insights and this analytical capability, we feel like we're in a better position than ever before to help you up and down this stack with regard to reinforcing your what and your how. While we're on the subject of what, I did want to take a moment and go a little deeper on LinkedIn's vision. I want to do that for two reasons. The first is it provides an opportunity to say thank you, because our vision to create economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce can't happen without you, without the people day in and day out creating these opportunities and connecting our membership and your talent with opportunity, not only in terms of recruiting, but providing them the skills they need to take on the jobs that are and will be, and not just the jobs that once were. So on behalf of LinkedIn, thank you so much for everything you do to help to make this vision a reality. I also wanted to share a little bit more of the how we're going to go about this, in the hopes that it could better align our customers, our partners, and LinkedIn in terms of making this vision a reality. So by far the most important word in this vision is every. And the reason for that is that historically, our mission has been focused on connecting the world's professionals to make them more productive and successful. Roughly 780 million knowledge workers or professionals in the world, and that will always be our core. We will always prioritize that. But we want to look beyond our core audience. We want to look to every member of the global workforce in terms of the value that we can generate. Middle skill workers, frontline workers, blue collar workers. And the way we're going to continue to create value for every member of the global workforce is by developing the world's first economic graph. This is our effort to digitally map the global economy across these 6 pillars. So first, we're going to create a profile for every member of the global workforce, all 3 billion of them, not just the 780 million knowledge workers in the world. We'd like for there to be a profile for every company in the world. When you include small businesses, there's north of 60 to 70 million companies in the world. We're going to have a digital representation for every job that's digitally accessible and available at any given time. A digital representation for every skill and the courses required to get those jobs offered by those companies. A profile for every university, vocational training facility, junior college that enables people to acquire the skills to get the jobs offered by those companies. And a publishing platform that enables every individual, every company, and every university to share their professionally relevant knowledge if they're interested in doing so. And then we're going to allow intellectual capital, working capital, and human capital to flow to where it can best be leveraged in the hopes of lifting and transforming the global economy. That's our vision. We've been making good progress with your help. And you can see some pretty big numbers here, coming up on 600 million members of LinkedIn who've signed up. You can see fast approaching 30 million companies. But the number I want to go a little deeper on today is this jobs number. There are now 20 million jobs, active jobs, searchable on LinkedIn. This is up from roughly 350,000 just 4.5 years ago. This is a demonstration of the power of operationalizing our vision and developing the right roadmap and the right strategies. So when it comes to creating value for every member of the global workforce, we wanted to better understand the composition of these jobs. And it turned out some pretty interesting data behind it. So when you double click on the 20 million, 46% of those jobs are relevant for frontline workers, blue collar workers, middle skill workers. Nearly half, 46%. And it turns out we have roughly 80 million members that already occupy those segments, blue collar, frontline, middle skill, on a global basis. And so what we're going to do is we're going to start to prioritize this in a completely different way. And we've identified 5 segments of the global workforce, segments such as retail and food service, where there's a heavy frontline component. And we're going to drill very deeply on the jobs that are most relevant for these 5 segments. We're going to standardize the data. We're going to dig in and prioritize the matching recommendations and the relevancy algorithms. And we're going to try to create opportunity for these folks. And along the way, we're going to better understand product market fit for an audience that goes beyond LinkedIn's traditional core. So we're very excited about this initiative and the prospects going forward, and can't wait to keep you up to speed as we make progress. When we talk about creating opportunity for every member of the global workforce, it's not just about extending beyond our core. It's also about making sure that our core and aspirant professionals feel like they too have access to opportunity. And so that means also focusing on underserved segments of our member population, underrepresented minorities, veterans, opportunity youth, and people that have all the aptitude, all the requisite skills, but may not necessarily have graduated from a prestigious university. They may not have worked at the right kind of companies, and they haven't had a chance to build out their networks so that they can take full advantage of a platform like LinkedIn. To some extent, folks like this are victims of unconscious bias, where people aren't intentionally shutting them out, but they are seeking people like themselves, which is very much human nature. So how can we begin to create opportunity for our entire core audience? One of the means through which we can do that is through a recently launched product called the Career Advice Hub. And this enables members of LinkedIn to raise their hand and ask for help. Ask for someone to open a door, get some advice in terms of the next step of their career, and for people on LinkedIn to volunteer to mentor them and leverage their own networks and provide a helping hand to people they wouldn't necessarily normally reach out to. And thus far, the results are very encouraging. We've got over 2 million members that have raised their hands and asked for help, and over 1 million mentors have volunteered on LinkedIn. So off to a promising start here, and we look forward to continuing to scale this effort. Broadening the aperture through which all of our organizations can increasingly diversify our talent base, make it more inclusionary, a greater sense of belonging is not just about products like this, it's also about our business practices. And one of the things that we're very excited about, that's particularly relevant for this audience, is the brainchild of our head of recruiting, Brendan Brown, who many of you may know, and it's called RAMP. And it's an apprentice and mentorship program for those very same underserved segments of the population, underrepresented minorities, veterans, opportunity youth, people later on in their careers who are making material changes to their path. It's a 6-month apprenticeship program, and this too is off to a really strong start in terms of the effectiveness of these apprentices and where we believe they're going to be headed in terms of their ability to help us diversify the talent flowing into LinkedIn. Brendan and team had a few different objectives here. First, he wanted to ensure that our recruiting team was the single most diverse team functionally at LinkedIn, and they've already accomplished that goal. Going forward, over the next 10 years, Brendan would like to see 1,000 graduates from this RAMP program. And in success, we'd like to open source this. This is not going to be proprietary. We want to share this with all of you, and we want to learn from you and your best practices and your equivalent of RAMP, and see if you too can leverage our learnings here. And we're certainly not alone in trying to innovate in terms of how we create economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce. You can see behind me a number of examples from customers that are here today, and this is just a small sample of some of the amazing work taking place across different kinds of companies, different industries, and all over the world. And I hope for those of you that are interested in learning more about these efforts, you have the opportunity today and tomorrow to reach out to some of these companies and to share notes and to take notes and learn about how we can continue to make progress along these lines. I believe our vision is more important than at any time in LinkedIn's history. Yes, the global economy seems to be booming. There's no doubt about that. But it's also important to recognize that socioeconomic stratification is hovering near historic highs in certain regions around the world, the United States included. Here in the US, we have entire towns and cities that are being bypassed in terms of the creation of opportunity. And even for those people that do have jobs and the means to take care of their families, increasingly there's a fear that their kids won't have access to opportunity down the road. This conflation of dynamics is leading to a lot of anxiety, the sense of disenfranchisement, that people don't have a voice, that they can't have access to economic opportunity, that the playing field is not level. That leads to anger, which subsequently leads to a rise in tribalism that we're all feeling. And it seems like people are tearing each other down and apart at a time when we need to be building each other up so that we can take on some pretty significant challenges that the world faces. And one of the fastest ways we can reverse this trend is by creating economic opportunity for everyone, by leveling the playing field. And we won't just profoundly change the lives of the individuals for whom we do this. We can enable them through our platforms to create economic opportunity for others and to become role models for the next generation. This is what we do at LinkedIn. This is our purpose. This is what motivates our team. This is what inspires me. We're very much looking forward to making this vision a reality with you together. Thank you.
Steve Jobs had a vision, but Macintosh took a team. Oprah Winfrey dreamed of a television network, but a team scripted its success. 5, 3, 2, 1. Julie Rice believed in a fitness revolution, so her team grew SoulCycle into a nationwide phenomenon. George Lucas imagined a different universe. A team of artists, animators, and motion makers brought Star Wars to life. And when Vera Wang founded a fashion empire, she didn't do it alone. She had a team she trusted. Because behind every great pursuit is a team. And when teams come together, there's no limit to the impact they can have.
Please welcome Dan Shapiro.
Hello. It's wonderful to be here at Talent Connect with all of you. Many of you have come from far and wide, representing companies across all industries and many of the brands that I love. And I also see a lot of friendly faces in the audience from prior Talent Connect. It's great to have you here. And I'd like to welcome those of you tuning in the live stream. We have a wonderful product portfolio to share with you today, which we'll get to momentarily. I wanted to also say hello, though, to the Glint team. As Jeff mentioned earlier this week, LinkedIn announced our, round of applause, fans of Glint. I just want to say hello to the Glint team. So excited to go work with you going forward. As Jeff mentioned, LinkedIn was interested in Glint first as a customer. It's had such a profound impact on our company. And they are a leader in the employee engagement space. And so later in the keynote, Jim Barnett, their CEO, is going to come and join me on stage, and we'll talk a little bit about the vision that we've been talking about together. This is a special Talent Connect in particular, because for the first time we've invited customers of LinkedIn Learning, members of the L&D community, leaders in talent analytics, leaders in diversity and inclusion, and the broadening of the audience in Talent Connect for us is really about thinking in a much more holistic way for LinkedIn about the role that we can play in the talent space. We believe that these functions, recruiting, development, diversity, analytics, are fundamental to the modern HR organization. So it's wonderful to be here with all of you. It's also great to be here in Anaheim. You know, I've got 3 kids at home. My boys are 9 and 7, and my daughter Avery is 4. And oftentimes when I take a trip, we'll pull out a map or go online and look up the place I'm going, Chicago, New York, London, and I like to see where it is. And this year, I kind of played it up a little like, I'm going to Disneyland. Now, I said I'm going to Disneyland, but it became very clear very quickly that they heard we. And so I had to unwind the expectation, and eventually got to the question, you're going to Disneyland alone? Well, I said, no, actually I'm going with 4,000 of my friends. Well, who are these people that you're going to Disneyland at? And I said, well, think about all the cool things in your life. Think about the shoes you wear, the bike you ride, the movie you love. Each one of these things was built by a team of people somewhere in the world. And I'm meeting with the people behind those people. They're people. And as it turns out, the people in this room had a fantastic year. Together as a community, we helped over 4 million people get new jobs and helped over 18 million people learn new skills. These numbers are huge. Give yourself a round of applause. No, to be honest, I'm actually a little fearful of these big numbers. They're so large that I think we sometimes perhaps glaze over on the impact that getting a new job or learning a new skill can have on someone's life. And it's important for us to never lose sight of that. There's a program at LinkedIn called LinkedIn Coaches, which I'm really proud to be the sponsor of. And every quarter, hundreds of LinkedIn employees in our offices all over the world sit down with members of the local community from disadvantaged areas, and they help them on a career problem, whether it's practicing interviewing for a new job or learning a digital skill that isn't something that they grew up with. What you learn from this experience is the profound impact you can have by helping someone take that next step towards opportunity, whether it is about a new job or it's about preparing for the job that they always wanted. And so my ask of all of you is to use Talent Connect as a time to hold in your hearts the idea that our success has the potential to change people's lives in very profound ways. It's also a really exciting time to be in the talent industry because more than ever, it's become very clear to CEOs and leaders all over the world that great companies are built on winning teams. Behind every transformational initiative, behind every new product launch, behind every new strategy that we pursue, behind our businesses showing up for our customers with value is a team. And our job as a community is to help our organizations build those winning teams, especially in a time when skills are in short supply, and especially at a time when one of the key questions we're always getting from our leadership is how do we make sure that our organizations have the capabilities that they need to drive the business forward? Now, over the years, the problems that have been in front of us as we've thought about advancing towards building winning teams for our organizations have changed. I can remember prior Talent Connects, where one of the things that we would talk about is how do we find people to contact for the professional roles that we're having so hard to fill? And so we spent a lot of time as a group learning about how to unlock the power of passive sourcing. We spent time thinking about how do we build a talent brand? And so we learned how to market our jobs, much like we do our products and services. And as the skills that our organizations need to advance have changed at a more rapid pace, we learned how to digitize learning and distribute it to employees all over the world. Each of us is on our own journey toward helping our organizations build great teams, but the challenges that we're facing are evolving. And so there are a new set of challenges that really require our collective attention. The first challenge is managing the candidate funnel. We're now in a world where we have thousands of applicants and candidates to look through. And so the problem has become, how do we get to the right shortlist as quickly as possible without wasting hundreds of hours scheduling and sorting through and screening people who really aren't a great fit? How do we spend most of our time focusing on that shortlist and making a great selection? The second's in the area of insights. More than ever, our business partners and our leadership are asking us to make sure that our talent strategies are lined up with the business strategy. How do we get the information we need to become part of that conversation in a profound way? The third's in the area of learning. We've done wonderful work together, digitizing learning and sharing it with our employees all over the world. But sometimes it goes unused or it's hard to apply, and so the learning doesn't stick. How do we make learning into a culture phenomenon, to make it a daily habit, and to make sure that when people learn that they can apply it and so that the business can move forward? And then finally, number 4, how do we make sure that in all these endeavors, We're going towards the goal of building teams that are diverse, employee experiences that are amazing, and create that sense of belonging that every employee is looking out for. Because we all know that people do their best work when they come to work at a place where they feel cared for and connected with the people around them. So the rest of this keynote is going to be about how we're going to solve these challenges together through the lens of talent intelligence. Last year, we started a conversation with you. Our belief that the insights and the data that were flowing through LinkedIn had reached a tipping point, really allowing us to build product experiences and insights for you that are going to allow us to rethink different parts of the talent landscape. But whereas last year, the conversation was about looking to the horizon and thinking about what could be, this year, the focus is going to be about how we turn insights into impact today. Now, I have to admit, it's been a really fun year on the R&D team at LinkedIn. There's so much going on the LinkedIn consumer platform that's enabling us to build new things that we never thought possible before. And so whereas in prior Talent Connects, there was probably 1 or 2 main announcements that we had to share with you, this year we have 5. So let's walk through how we're going to get through this material together. So first, we're going to start with managing the candidate funnel. And John and Sarah Beth are going to come out and talk about how we're going to get focused on the right people so you can make hires as quickly and as efficiently as possible. How we're going to use AI and machine learning to focus on the right people. And then how we're going to enable sourcing and managing of applicants and candidates to become a much more seamless and integrated experience. Then Eric's going to come up and share with you the latest thinking on talent insights and the roadmap ahead, which is incredibly exciting. Hari is going to come up and share with you our roadmap for learning, talk about how learning through technology, but also not losing how people help people learn, how we each learn through each other, is a core part of getting this right. And finally, Monica and Rosanna are going to come up and share with you our roadmap in diversity, which is a new area for us. We have a lot to cover, so let's get started. Let's welcome up John Jerson, Vice President of Product at LinkedIn.
Thank you, Dan. It's great to be here with all of you. When we were here with you last year, we talked about a number of important topics, as Dan mentioned. I'm sure you remember all of the details, right? For those of you who missed it, and just in case, here's the overview. Our industry is being reshaped by a cascade of trends. Data is powering better insights and artificial intelligence. Insights and AI, in turn, are powering better hiring. We call this overall trend talent intelligence. And we've been delivering against this vision over the course of the last year. But this trend can be hard to see, just like other big trends. You know, a while back, we were walking into Blockbuster Video to rent a movie. Today, we watch Netflix. Think about the last time you walked into a Blockbuster Video. It might be a while ago. I think I've probably been in a Bouts house more recently than a Blockbuster Video. But I remember walking in, you know what you want, but the only way to find something good is to look at every movie on every shelf one by one. Recruiting can feel like that sometimes. Like you're just looking at every application of every person who even looked at your job. On Netflix, you're still looking at a list of movies, but it's a smart list with recommendations personalized just for you. LinkedIn's products have become like Netflix for recruiting. Across our products, instead of simple lists of candidates, you're now seeing smarter recommendations and high-quality matches. In the old world, you post a job and everyone sees it. But we launched a feature this year called job targeting. So when you post a job on LinkedIn, you can add skills and experience that tell our talent intelligence how to find the right people on LinkedIn, recommend your job just to them. We can then take those requirements and show them to job seekers in a new experience that we launched that shows job seekers how they match those requirements. We can do this instantly because when they're on LinkedIn, we have their profile. And then we can take the connections from their profile and show them who they know at your company so they can ask for a referral. And we can take that referral signal and give you better insight into who you should be prioritizing. But let's say in this example, say this time they don't apply. They're just browsing. In the old world, you lost them. But we launched a new feature in Talent Media this year that picks up on that signal of interest and allows you to target campaigns to people who've interacted with your jobs or company page exactly like this. And if they interact with your campaign, that signal in turn gets sent to Recruiter. So you can target your searches for people who already have affinity for your talent brand. And finally, Recruiter is starting to do something new. It's now prompting you as you go about your search, asking what role you're searching for, prompting you to create a project. This enables Recruiter to personalize your search results just for you, just for that project. Features like these can make your job easier, but they can also make a candidate's experience better. And that matters because searching for a job can be frustrating too. You go to every job board in the world, you type in a search, and you just look at every job that comes up one by one. Imagine our example from the job seeker's perspective. Imagine you call Blockbuster, you ask for a movie recommendation. They have no idea who you are. So the best they can do is recommend a movie like Fast and the Furious 7. You might not know this, but it's one of the top grossing movies of all time. And that's how recommendations work in the Blockbuster world. On Netflix, they do know who you are, and their recommendations change. If, for example, you're a 7-year-old who just watched Toy Story, then Finding Nemo would be a much more sensible recommendation. To be clear, this is not a difference in intelligence. It's a difference in data. Data about who you are. Job boards in the old world, they don't know their job seekers. So the best they can do, no matter how much AI they have, is to say something like, when a new job seeker comes to their site, I don't know who you are, but I bet you love Fast and the Furious 7. LinkedIn does know its job seekers. They're LinkedIn members. So in the first second that someone sees jobs on our platform, we know where they've worked. We know what skills they have, what their career interests are, where they want to work. There are over 500 million members on LinkedIn, and just during the course of this presentation, over 7,000 new people will join LinkedIn. Over 50,000 new skills will be added to profiles. Over 1 million new connections will be made. All of this data and much, much more just doesn't exist anywhere else. That means that LinkedIn has the unique opportunity to leverage this understanding of people to produce the highest quality matches, those people who will drive your company forward. The team got so excited as we were building out these features that they wanted to take a step back and ask, how much more could we weave talent intelligence into our products? How do we take it to the max? And we came up with a simple answer that I'm excited to share with you right now. The simple answer is you take all of these products and you make them one product. When you see in the next few months, you see this new experience, you'll see that we rebuilt our entire suite of recruiting products onto a new common platform. You'll see the same tools, the same features, and a new seamless, streamlined experience. When you post a job, we'll start learning from the content of that job. We'll learn from who applies and which applicants you reach out to. We'll take all of that learning, and in turn, we'll make your searches on Recruiter better. And when you're searching on Recruiter, we'll be learning from what role you're searching for, who you reach out to, and how that conversation unfolds. We'll take all of that learning and in turn make your campaign targeting smarter. And we'll learn from your campaigns and who you're targeting, who's interacting, and who you're following up with, and we'll come full circle and we'll make your job targeting smarter. Everything learning from everything. And when you have a lead from Talent Media, a prospect from Recruiter, an applicant from Jobs, all of those will now flow into the same project. So you can manage your pipeline in a single experience, seamless experience. A simpler experience and a smarter experience. But we know that it's not just about our products. We know there are other important pieces of your work, like your ATS. And that's why we've been rolling out our most sophisticated integration with applicant tracking systems ever, Recruiter System Connect. When you integrate with your ATS, RSC simplifies your workflow. No more copying and pasting every profile field just to get them into your ATS. That's now one click. And we've seen talent intelligence playing a role here too. We've seen customers who are using the Past Applicant Spotlight, which is powered by RSC. They're improving their in-mail response rates by 50%. That's a tremendous improvement with the click of a button. We have over 1,500 customers on RSC today, and we're hearing from companies like Abercrombie & Fitch, Dropbox, and Lyft that they're all saving a ton of time and getting more work done. We also have an announcement on RSC that I'm happy to share with you today. As of just days ago, Oracle has agreed to work with us to bring Recruiter System Connect to many of their Taleo customers, along with new RSC features. We're excited to be welcoming them and other partners like Workday. We have over 20 partners now on Recruiter System Connect. So if you don't see your ATS on this list and you're experiencing symptoms like inefficient workflows, please talk to your LinkedIn rep about how RSC can help you. We think the future of talent intelligence will deliver the highest quality matches with the least amount of effort. Highest quality, least effort. We take an expansive view of these attributes. Least effort doesn't mean getting applications a few hours faster. It means you're not spending hours and hours interviewing candidates who are not the right fit. So you have more time to create a human connection with those people who are going to be joining your team as teammates. And highest quality doesn't mean you just find someone who gets the job. It means you find someone who can truly make an impact on your business. We believe these attributes define the future of hiring in our products and with our partners. But we know to truly live up to them, we need to do even more than we've done in the past. So that's why over a year ago, we set out to create a single experience that encapsulates the vision of talent intelligence better than anything else. You guys want to see it? Let's roll the video.
Please welcome to the stage, Sarah Beth Anders.
You haven't been shy about telling us what you want, and we love it. I've been developing products for HR leaders over the last 10 years, and this is the most excited I've ever been to announce a new product. Every year, you come to Talent Connect and you ask, is this the year LinkedIn's going to announce they're building an ATS? This is the year. But it wasn't enough for us just to build an ATS. We asked ourselves if we could reinvent what it means to be an ATS in the era of talent intelligence. We challenged ourselves to imagine what an ATS could do when built on LinkedIn's data. And so, over the last year, we've partnered with 20 customers who are helping us to design the product that brings source, manage, and hire together in one place. And it's called Talent Hub. A hub is defined as a center of something, and Talent Hub is at the center of all of our LinkedIn products that we love, combined with a completely reimagined candidate management experience. It's powered by LinkedIn's 500 million members, enabling you with smarter decisions with tailored insights at every touch point. Let's dive in, because I can't wait to show you what we've been working on. As of this moment, we all work together at the same company, Peter is our company's recruiter, and Katie is our hiring manager. And together, we're hiring a marketing manager. The rec has been approved, and right away, Peter and Katie can open the role together. But the collaboration doesn't stop there. We heard it from you over and over again. There needs to be a better way to work with hiring managers. They slow down the process, they change their minds constantly, and they want the rec filled yesterday. Sound familiar? But we also heard from you that building strong relationships with hiring managers is critical to your success. And it all starts with the intake meeting. It's the foundation of where all expectations are set. So it's time for Katie and Peter to do the intake meeting. This will look familiar to you if you've posted a job on LinkedIn. This is the power of all of our LinkedIn products together in one place. And by answering 3 simple questions, intelligent information is delivered back to Katie and Peter so that they can start on the same page with clear expectations. All right, Talent Hub delivers a job description powered by the 20 million jobs on LinkedIn, or they can write their own. But what's really cool here is that for the first time ever, Katie and Peter have insights into the talent pool, enabling them to have a better, more productive conversation. Okay, now it's time to define the skills and competencies we're looking for. A marketing manager means different things to different companies, to different hiring managers. In this case, these are the skills that Katie needs for this person to hit the ground running. But these skills make the talent pool too narrow. Who has this conversation every day with their hiring managers? Yep, I get it. Okay, so Katie agreed that content marketing is a nice to have. So let's move that skill down, widen the pool of talent, and post the job. This is what we're used to seeing when we post a job in our ATS. A blank screen where we either need to wait for inbound candidates to apply or we go to Recruiter to start sourcing. But because of all of the work that Katie and Peter just did in the hiring intake meeting, LinkedIn has created the search string for them, and they're ready to start sourcing candidates together immediately. Imagine that. Your ATS coming preloaded with candidates open to new opportunities. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. One of the biggest pains we hear from hiring managers is that they want to be part of the process and they don't feel like they're part of it. Finally, Katie gets her own dashboard where she's able to see all of the progress of her open recs. All right, looks like we're bringing Blake, Cameron, and Veronica into the on-sites, and Blake looks amazing. He's a company referral, an employee referral. He's a company follower. He's super interested in our company, and he works in a similar industry. Fast forwarding to after the on-sites, Katie can see all feedback from the panel in her dashboard in one place. Okay, it looks like Blake, his homework missed the mark, but Cameron, wow, look at her. She's amazing. She's a great culture ad. Her presentation was amazing. Turns out she's the team's candidate crush. Let's hire her. Marketing is playing such a huge role in fueling the company's growth. This hire will have the biggest impact on customer acquisition. This hire is a big deal. Talent Hub infuses insights into every moment of the recruiting process, but let me show you my favorite one. This is for those hiring managers that need that little bit of confidence to ensure that they're hiring the right person. I get it. As a hiring manager myself, I always wonder, have I spoken to enough people? Is this person the right person? These insights eliminate all FOMO. So here we can see that Cameron had a unanimously high score, but what we can see here is that this talent pool is really hard to fill, and that we found her in half the time that it usually takes to fill roles like this. Cameron looks amazing. Let's send her an offer and a background check, which we can also do from Talent Hub. You know the feeling when you have a really hard to fill role in a market that's impossible and you finally find someone. It's the reason we're all in this field, to find that one person that will make such a big impact on the company. Which is why I'm so excited to announce that Cameron accepted and she starts in 2 weeks. All right. Woo! But the insights don't stop there. We provide you with hundreds of insights in the moments you need them, getting you closer to finding more Camerons. And that's Talent Hub. Source, manage, and hire in one place. We currently have 20 customers on Talent Hub, and we begin our wider beta in February, and the product will be available later next year to mid-market customers. I know it's a long ways from now, but for those of you that are as excited as I am, and we all are, I can tell you now that this is all starting at less than the cost of a recruiter seat. And we're so excited about what Talent Hub brings to our existing set of customers that we've put together an extraordinary set of incentives. So go to this link, get on the wait list, because the first 100 that sign up are gonna get a free first year. Everything you saw today was built for you because you asked for it, you need it, and we're your partner to deliver it. Thank you so much for inspiring us to create great things.
What do you see? If you work in talent, you see possibility. A fresh canvas to fill, and space for opportunity. Because great talent is everywhere. And great talent decisions come from asking better questions. Questions that go deeper. Questions that make a difference. LinkedIn has over 500 million members, taking millions of actions every day. Every connection, every update is a real-time look at the global workforce. And now that same data is available to you on demand with a new business intelligence tool that can transform your entire talent strategy. This is LinkedIn Talent Insights. It shows you exactly where talent is and where it's going. It delivers key insights on peer companies and elevates your strategic role. It presents billions of data points in an intuitive way, so you can ask the big questions. So, what kind of company will you be? You will help answer this question. You will help paint the bigger picture. Because every business is only as good as its people. And with LinkedIn Talent Insights, it starts with you.
Please welcome Eric Auski.
Hi, everyone. I asked for pyrotechnics in my presentation. I got a hard no. So congrats to Sarah Beth for pulling it off. Last year on this stage, I announced that we were building LinkedIn Talent Insights, a real-time product that brings all of LinkedIn's data on the global labor market to your fingertips for the first time. We built Talent Insights because of the absolute deluge of data requests we were getting from you and your teams, more than 10,000 per year, to help you answer questions like, which universities are producing the R&D talent we need? Where's the best location to scale our sales team? Are we losing critical skills to competitors? And do we have the skills we need to win the game we're playing? Why are you even asking these questions in the first place? Well, in part because your CEOs and executive teams are asking them of you with greater frequency. I know Satya and Jeff ask questions like these of our teams all the time. But also because you intuitively know that building winning teams requires a 360-degree view of the playing field. So today, I'm excited and very proud to announce that Talent Insights is here and it's available globally everywhere right now. And I think you'll agree as we take a closer look at the product, it's very cool. But more importantly, over the last 11 months, as we've watched early users use the product, I believe it's going to transform talent. If you're a sourcer or recruiter, it's going to help you work smarter and build stronger hiring manager relationships. And if you're a senior talent leader, it is going to help you drive strategic conversations. No one in this room wants to be left picking up the pieces of big decisions that were made without your input or without good data inputs. If I had to distill the sentiment we've heard from talent leaders who have been involved in our early access programs over the last 11 months into one statement, it's this: how did we do our jobs without this? So before I dive into the product, I just want to take a quick refresher from last year. Talent Insights contains two different types of reports. The Talent Pool Report, which allows you to analyze any talent population in the world by skill or by title, and the Company Report, which allows you to analyze workforce trends at your company and also competitors. So I want to start by sharing a few of my favorite things about the product. First is the Company Report. If there's been one element of the product that gets people out of their seats during a live demo, squinting to get a closer look at the screen, it's this, because nothing like it has ever existed before. Here are a few things that we've seen our early customers do with the Company Report. Let's say I'm a global auto company, and I want to analyze my engineering attrition. I can click on the attrition tab in the Company Report, and I can see that my engineering attrition rate is 3%, which is great. That's actually better than my peers. But right now, we are hustling to build a self-driving vehicle. And so I can filter this report just on the skills we need to win that game: artificial intelligence, computer vision, and autonomous vehicles. And now the data tells a different story. Our attrition rate for that population is 8%. So now we know there's a problem and we can do something about it. Or let's say you want to know where an emerging competitor is gaining its talent. This is Stripe, a fast-growing startup in the payment space. And if we click the Talent Flow tab, we can see that Stripe is gaining talent from all of the big tech companies, and they aren't losing to anyone. And by the way, if you want to go recruit at Stripe, it looks like a sweet gig, because you're just getting yeses all day from all of these companies. Or perhaps you want to know when a competitor is entering a new market. This is a global insurance firm. And if you click the location tab, we can see that Egypt is the fastest growing location at the company. But with Talent Insights, we can zoom in on Egypt, and we can see what they're doing there, which roles they're hiring, and how fast each one is growing. What all of these examples make clear is that the Company Report sits at the intersection of business strategy and talent intelligence. The next thing I love about the product is that search is fast, flexible, and intuitive. When you do a talent pool search in Talent Insights, you're scanning over 500 million member profiles, over 20 million jobs, and we are calculating hundreds of things on the fly, but you wouldn't know it. Behind me, you see searches running for salespeople in Australia and oncology researchers globally. And these are real searches. We return the average search in Talent Insights in less than a second and a half. And the product's going to continue to get faster. We're committed to giving you the answers you need immediately. Search is also flexible. Behind me right now, you'll see a search running for material scientists in Europe. Now, this search is pulling the right population into the report, but when we look at the titles tab, we notice that it's pulling in some academic titles, and we don't typically have success recruiting from an academic talent pool. So we just click to exclude those titles, and we rerun the report. Third, Talent Insights is built on the principle of transparency. There are no black boxes in the product. Every metric is defined, and every calculation is exposed. so that when you take a report to your head of research and development, and she asks, how did LinkedIn come up with this number? The answer will be right there in the product. Over the last 11 months, we've been collaborating with a group of early access customers to improve the product. And that gave us a front row seat for many of the early user wins that they had. For example, Intel used Talent Insights to find the best market for software engineers in Poland. The talent pool report gave them a clear picture of the competitive landscape in Krakow, and they decided to take out a billboard campaign outside the offices of a few competitors in Krakow. Now, I love this story because they used a product with real-time global labor market data, infused with tons of sophisticated machine learning, and then they bought billboards. But they did it because they had intimate knowledge of the local market. That is instincts and insights working together to create impact. Microsoft moved dozens of open requisitions for cybersecurity talent from one market to another. The talent pool report gave them a clear picture that Washington, D.C. was the best market for two reasons. One, there was plentiful supply of talent there, and two, they knew going in that they could win head-to-head with the competitors in that market. Their success was both strategic, they knew where to allocate the heads, and tactical. They were able to give their recruiters a clear roadmap on how to go get the talent that they needed. In observing hundreds of early users have success with the product, I had a small epiphany. We have mythologized data. Every HR conference for the last decade has probably made you feel bad about how you're getting left behind in the age of big data. But what our early access programs made clear is that it is not a lack of will or skill or intuition about how to apply data to everyday problems. It's that the tools suck, or the ones you have dreamed of do not exist. Within a few weeks of giving the product to some of our early users, we saw recruiters building stronger hiring manager relationships using data from Talent Insights. We saw talent teams shifting budget from one talent area to another, where they knew talent was demonstrably more scarce, building intelligent employer brand campaigns, selecting new site locations, moving millions of dollars in open headcount from one location to another. We had early customers in mining, construction, financial services, semiconductor, telecom, all having success with the product. And they used the product to make decisions in places like Malaysia, China, Algeria, and Estonia, and that is just to name a few. So no matter what industry you're in, no matter what role you play in your talent organization, no matter where you are in the world, it's clear from the last several months that Talent Insights is for you, that it will help you make you better at what you do. And we are just getting started. Over the next year, we plan to release dozens of new features and metrics, and I want to highlight just a few. The first is salary, which has been one of the most requested features from our early users. Because anytime you're assessing a new market or getting ready to make an offer to a great candidate, it's a critical data point. We plan to launch salary in Talent Insights later this year. Next, we plan to embed the intelligence from Talent Insights into our other products. So for example, if you're a recruiter user, you will see insights embedded throughout the entire experience, helping you recruit more strategically and efficiently. And if you do need to go deeper, you'll be able to take your search from recruiter to Talent Insights in one click. And finally, we're investing in making these insights come to you. Real-time alerts will let you know whenever there's a change in a talent pool or when a new competitor emerges for a critical skill. Our goal is to help you operate more proactively and to make you the most informed people in the room. So to get started today, you can check out Talent Insights at the Plan Showcase area. This is really the beginning of a long journey, and together we're going to transform the way talent decisions are made. Just one note before I close. Last year at Talent Connect, I talked about our vision to expand talent analytics far beyond the universe of LinkedIn data. We want to help you make intelligent decisions about the entire employee lifecycle. And now to share more about how that vision is going to come to life, I want to welcome Dan Shapiro back to the stage. Awesome. Product's so cool. We've had a ton of fun playing around with it and leveraging it within LinkedIn internally. And I have to say that the feedback that we've gotten from all of you on the product since we first shared this idea at last Talent Connect has really exceeded our expectations. And it's gotten us to ask the question, what would thinking bigger actually look like? How do we go beyond what's possible with the product that we already have that's doing so well? And the thing that we realized was that many of the questions that you're asking around building new competencies within your organization or charting new territory, the data on LinkedIn is really half the picture. Because there's also an internal view that could add so much color and richness to the conversation. And so that's what led us to the question of how do we go into helping companies really understand what's going on within their organizations and whether their organizations are functioning in a healthy way. As we talked about earlier, we announced our intent to acquire Glint, which is a leader in employee engagement. And part of what draws to Glint is that we've been a customer for years, and we found that the products that they offer have really helped us transform LinkedIn and make it a place where our culture is rich and profound. And so to talk a little bit about that vision, I'd love to welcome up CEO of Glint, Jim Barnett, to the stage.
Thank you, Dan. Thank you so much, Dan. One of the reasons we're excited to be here today is that both LinkedIn and Glint share a view that people drive company success, and that great companies are built on the foundation of great people and great teams. Glint's a people success platform. What that means is we help companies measure and improve employee engagement. We help them develop and grow their people. And we help them connect that to business outcomes. We do that by giving them the visibility into what's going on with their teams. But we do more than that. We give them insights to tell them what they can do to improve various areas. And lastly, we provide them with guidance on how to take action and where to take action. 5 years ago, my co-founder, Gautam Kura, and I decided to start a company, and we wanted to do something that would be of service to humanity, something that would be a gift to humanity. And I thought a lot about my career, and when I started my career, I worked at some companies where people weren't very happy. And at that point in my life, I began a journey to understand better what makes people happy in life. And one of the really important lessons that I learned was that people who live a life in service of others, on average, tend to be happier than other people. So one of the foundations of our company was to create a company that was of service to others. And our mission is to help people be happier and more successful at work. And our vision is a world where your people love their job. So we're helping companies around the globe, companies like United Airlines, United Technologies, Roche, Ericsson. We help them in a variety of ways. Their leaders and their people teams can see what's the roadmap for their success. All of their team managers, all their managers can see their data. They can understand the health of their organization and see what they should do about it. And then we connect all of that to business outcomes, right? So things like customer satisfaction, patient satisfaction, safety, transportation on-time rates, attrition, critical things like that. And not only do we show them what engagement things are driving those, but we can actually predict which of their teams might have problems in those areas. So we're thrilled to be a part of LinkedIn, and we're really excited to see what kind of products we're going to be able to build together.
That's awesome, Jim. We've experienced the power of the product firsthand as a customer. And one of the things that you didn't mention that but we really love about the product is how you take all the verbatims that people enter about their feedback and you apply AI and machine learning to help distill a more robust picture of what's actually going on, which is just super cool. And just to share a couple ideas of where we're thinking about things in the future, we definitely want to get to a world where any talent question that you ask, we can present the external picture of what's going on in the labor market for that question alongside the internal view. Perhaps you're wondering how to increase your skills in Java development. Well, it'd be great to understand what the market looks like and how your own Java engineers feel about working at your company. It just feels like a much more complete picture.
Really exciting.
And then for those of you in the learning space, I love this. I mean, when I get my Glint scores, it tells me things that I'm doing well and things that I could work on. And I always wonder, well, what can I do next? I'm really excited about the world where we'll generate for every person who's getting feedback a custom curriculum that maps to what they heard. So maybe if they need to get better at running meetings with their teams, that will give them prep on how to run a great meeting. Or if they have to work on career conversations, then we can map them to content there. So it's just really exciting what we can do at this intersection of employee engagement and success, insights and learning. It just feels like such a wonderful fit. So anyway, great to have you on stage.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Great. So we're more than halfway done. We have 2 more sections. And to come up next, I'd like to invite up Hari Srinivasan to talk about our roadmap and learning.
I want to personally welcome all the learning and development professionals here today. Those who were here before and those joining us for the very first time. Now, you all know, as well as anyone, that it's nearly impossible to pick up a magazine today and not see the words skills gaps or automation. You also know, as well as anyone, that learning is a key part of solving these challenges. It's not an exaggeration to say that learning in our organizations is as important as ever. It is precisely because learning is so important in creating economic opportunity that we at LinkedIn decided to enter the learning space 3 years ago, initially through the acquisition of lynda.com, the leader in online learning content. And since then, we've been on a mission to reinvent the learning industry. Now, despite all the headlines, we hear all the time across the industry that people aren't using our learning solutions. We hear that some employees simply aren't engaging with them. We dug in a little bit more with our members, and we kept hearing things like this. It's hard to make time for learning. And honestly, I think that's a polite way of saying it's not worth our time to take your learning. You see, people spend their time on things that solve real acute problems they're dealing today, or things that help their long-term careers. And unfortunately, online learning doesn't often qualify for those. Now, of course, we've all seen and taken learning that really is worth our time. Take a second and think about a learning course you've taken, maybe something at work or a musical instrument. I bet what you're thinking about is in-person training. I bet there was a teacher and a group of people around you that really made that training come to life. I know I've certainly had that experience. You see, growing up, I was born with a speech impediment, where I couldn't say the letters S or the letter R. And by the way, when your last name is Srinivasan, not being able to say the letter S and the letter R is a particularly ironic way to live life. Now, my school didn't have a full-time speech therapist, so a couple days a week after school, I would go into a computer and I'd talk into this microphone and kind of get feedback back from this computer. But that's not the only way I got better. There was a part-time speech therapist named Mrs. Robb, and she'd come in every now and then, and she'd give me tips. And I had a whole community, a bunch of friends around me also who attended, who'd do flashcards with me and so forth. And together with Mrs. Robb, the speech therapist, and this computer, that whole experience, I got better. Now, what made my experience work so well? Well, I had great content from the computer. I had Mrs. Robb giving me insights on how to improve them, and I had a really supportive community around me. Now, of course, this equation is not new to any of the L&D people in the room. You guys use this equation all the time. I've seen incredible in-person learning content and experiences that you guys craft, and I've taken a ton of them at LinkedIn, and they're amazing. But the reality is those don't scale, and they're not going to scale to meet the challenges we have today. But what if we could do things a little bit differently? What if we could take the great content, the great insights, the social learning, all the great experiences that we do, and move it into an online world that scales? What if we could bring together the best of both worlds? That's the vision of LinkedIn Learning, and that's what I want to talk about today. Now, every great learning product starts with great content. We're lucky to have 20 years of content experience through lynda.com. We have over 13,000 courses in our library, and we're adding 2,500 courses each year to make sure we always have up-to-date content. Our content is used by over 18 million learners in over 12,000 different organizations, including some of the most notable organizations in the world, from the Navy to NBC, Estee Lauders to Kellogg. But what makes our content truly unique, truly special, is that we use real-life experts in our content, not actors and not YouTube celebrities. It's pretty amazing you can log into the product today and get content and learning from the very best in their field. These are the people I know I want to learn from, and these are the people who I think make teaching really work. It does matter who's teaching the course, and we're lucky to have the very best teachers on LinkedIn. But of course, it doesn't matter how much content we have. In order to get people to take a course, we got to get them the right content at the right time. And that's where insights really fit in. Now, we talked about how insights can be used in Recruiter to help you find who to hire. Well, we use insights in learning to help you understand what courses to take and when to take them. Now, we use insights all day long in our product today. If you log in, you get a bunch of content, which we recommend exactly to the person based on their industry or their profile. What I'm excited to announce today is a different level of insights. For admins, we're letting you get insights across the organizational level, so you can see skills gaps across the entire team on what people actually need to learn. Let's take a look at how that works today. You can log in and you can see your skills gaps across your entire company. And as an admin, you can, of course, filter by location, or you can filter by geo. Looks like this company is doing particularly well in analytics and not so well in Java. With a single click, you can start recommending Java courses to your group. How's that for a direct way to close the skills gap? Now, for our existing members, this will start rolling out in the next few months, and I'm really, really looking forward to your feedback. There's one more thing that works super well in learning in the instructor-led world. It's the ability to have people around you. I got better because of Mrs. Rob, and I got better because of community that was super helpful, but that's often missing from online learning today. This is why I'm so excited that we're starting to bring the LinkedIn community to LinkedIn Learning. Now, if you have a question, you can go online and get help from the LinkedIn community. If you want to know how you can better apply a course, you can go online and see notes and highlights left around from other people in your organization. And if you want to keep up to date with great content, you can go on and follow instructors who you really bond with. Across all these examples, the goal is the same. By making learning more social, more connected, we are making learning more applicable, which ideally will be worth more people's time. It is possible to make a learning solution that people love, and it is possible to bring the best of instructor-led training and online training together. But don't just take it from me. Take it from our customers and our members. Every time I see this quote, I always think of one that always jumps out for me. It's from someone named Haneen. And he says, "It's been my safety net. For anything I don't understand, I go to LinkedIn Learning." I hope one day you guys get as much value from LinkedIn Learning as Haneen does today. Thank you, and back to Dan.
Thanks, man. Thank you, Hari. It's really exciting to envision a world where we can create cultures of learning in our organizations, where we take the best of digital technology and wonderful content production, amazing instructors, and ultimately the social aspect of learning, which is really how we all learn with and through others. But I like to, when I think about the promise of talent intelligence, it goes well beyond the idea of using insights to transform how we plan, hire, and develop our teams. It's actually about how these things come together to allow us to solve new problems in new ways. We can start to look at hiring externally and developing our talent internally as two halves of the same strategy to help our organizations build the capabilities they need to enable the business. I can imagine a future where we sit down on Monday morning and we sit down with a business partner of ours. Perhaps the prototype that we built got amazing market research, the executive team greenlit the project, and now we have to build out a supply chain in a couple quarters' time to get the product to hit market to meet our customers' needs. Now we can look at the internal talent pool and say, well, who do we already have that we can work with? Perhaps who's close to the mark and has adjacent skills where we can fill in the gaps through learning content. Maybe we can satisfy half the need that way, but we can supplement it with a couple key external hires in new talent pools. Rather than hearing the business strategy from the business and reacting, we can sit down with our business partners and chart territory that enables the companies that we work for to do things that we didn't think were possible before. This is how we take the best of talent and turn it into a team experience that helps our companies chart the future. But it's not just about how we assemble a set of skills to help our companies win. It's about how those teams come together. And through all of our experiences, winning teams have a number of characteristics. They're passionate, they're trusting, they're collaborative, they're inspired. But I think the research is clear on one thing in particular, which is winning teams are diverse. Diverse in all aspects. Diverse in terms of thought, in terms of culture, in terms of background. And it's our jobs to make sure that the teams that we're building on our companies are diverse in all those aspects. Now, many of my conversations with you, a lot of us are prioritizing diversity as a core initiative within the company, but I know that a lot of our results in our companies have been mixed. And so about 2 years ago, LinkedIn formed a Tiger team of our R&D team, members of our talent leadership, to understand the obstacles and challenges that companies are facing in building and developing diverse teams. We started by talking to our members and customers, and we built a short video to share with you what we learned and what we heard. Cue the video.
When I go in for an interview, I usually see the facial expression. You're not what I expected, or, oh, you don't look how you sound. Based on my last name, they're expecting a Caucasian person, and in comes me.
I didn't even have a chance because I had an email address with an AOL on it. The employer just saw that and thought, oh my God, the woman's old.
She started asking a little bit more personal questions and then just flat out asked how I was doing with the ladies.
As a teacher, I always teach my kids to include everyone, but for some reason, as adults, we've lost that.
The data on more diverse teams is absolutely irrefutable.
In terms of your revenue, your earnings, and in terms of how successful you are as a business.
Data is only great if we can turn that into insights and do something meaningful with it.
I think one of the most damaging phrases in history is that we've always done it this way.
If you hire an employee and they don't see people that look like them in leadership in the organization, they're not going to stay in the organization.
If you can't see it, you can't be it.
I don't necessarily want to fit in. I want to be the best. I want an opportunity to shine. And I want to do something that hasn't existed before.
Don't hire me because I'm a box to check off.
Hire me because I'm the best person for the job.
I can't change my race, I can't change my sexuality, I can't change who I am, but I can change the way that I treat people.
Get comfortable with being uncomfortable and be willing to do the work.
Diversity and inclusion is not an HR problem to solve. It's not a talent acquisition problem to solve. It is something that the organization really needs to mobilize around at every single level.
Be yourself, and you will draw the same people that have the same interests as you, and you don't have to be fake.
Now that I'm actually able to walk into a professional work setting and be myself comfortably, I realize that I'm not monitoring every step I make. I'm actually there and flourishing as an employee.
We're just as ambitious, just as motivated, just as driven, and just as hungry as anybody else.
The challenge is finding the great talent. It's like a needle in the haystack. And so if somebody could help us find that needle, that would be amazing.
When I watch that video, I feel the weight of the responsibility that I have, that we all have, as the community that's in the center of making progress on this topic. And the power of a future where everyone feels like they go to a workplace where they belong and where the opportunities in front of them are guided by their capabilities as a person. It's going to take a lot of focus from all of us to make progress here. And we at LinkedIn believe that we have a role to play. As an employer, we place a premium on diversity, inclusion, and belonging at LinkedIn. And so we've spent time talking to our internal talent leaders and understanding the specific challenges that hiring organizations face, the development organizations face, and understanding the specific ways where the LinkedIn platform can make a difference. And so I'd like to invite up Rosanna Jaruthi, Head of Diversity, Inclusion, and Belonging at LinkedIn, to share how she's lent her voice to our product strategy and the products that we're going to build in this area. Welcome up, Rosanna.
Good morning, everyone. I'm particularly excited to be here at Talent Connect. And I must say, I feel a particular connection to this audience. So I know a few of you are in talent acquisition. Can I hear anything? And some of you are in learning and development. Welcome. And I know that there may even be a few HR generalists. I just want you to know you are my people. Now, in all seriousness, we just saw a video that for me was particularly profound. I think we're all familiar with the challenges depicted in that video. Certainly, it's not only powerful in that it's moving, but it's powerful for a group of people who care about talent and are actually responsible for attracting and building diverse teams. And so when I think about how some of those experiences are familiar to me, and I'm sure for many of you, you've seen this in your own work environments, at a minimum, I think we can agree that when our employees feel like that, it makes our jobs all the more difficult. In my current role as leader for diversity, inclusion, and belonging at LinkedIn, I feel a particular responsibility around this space. And I have particular respect for the work you do, because I recognize that being effective in diversity and inclusion means thinking across the full talent life cycle that we all have an accountability for. And among the reasons that taking this role at LinkedIn was particularly exciting and meaningful to me was the opportunity to work with the product team to help shape our product strategy and to really bring a new lens and set a new course for diversity at LinkedIn. Over the past year, much like you, I haven't been shy. I've lent my voice to Dan and the product team, and I've been particularly excited by sharing my own wish list around what a diversity solution looks like. So let me take you to that and help you see that. So number one, it has to be diversity by design. If we're thinking about this, when I joined LinkedIn, we were already thinking about the product, and we were actually considering a product for diversity hiring. But experience and history tells us that separate talent pipelines doesn't necessarily create equal outcomes. So I'm particularly thrilled that we're doing something that I think is going to be far more powerful. And what we're doing is we've chosen to actually integrate diversity insights across our entire portfolio and make it a part of every stage of your talent process. Now, diversity by design means when we use LinkedIn tools, whether to plan and set hiring goals, whether to recruit and search for candidates, whether to develop managers to be more inclusive leaders, diversity is a core principle that will be integrated throughout. My second wish list item is that it has to be based on trust. We hear from our employees and we hear from our members, don't hire me because I'm a diversity statistic. Don't filter me out or exclude me based on race and gender. Hire me because I am the best candidate for this role. And number three, it has to make it easier for us to make the business case for diversity. We heard Maya say it very well there. Diversity isn't a TA challenge. It's an organization-wide challenge. And we all share in that accountability. And we want to make it easier to help build that kind of accountability. We want to be able to help businesses set goals and be able to measure diversity outcomes just as we would any other business objective. Now, we're still in our early days, and it's been a really good first year in making progress. But I think there's a great opportunity to bring up my partner, Monica Lewis, who's head of product for diversity, for jobs and diversity, to share a little more about these first steps.
Thank you, Rosanna. I am so excited to be here with you all today to share what we've been up to. Because we so frequently hear from customers that diversity, inclusion, and belonging are top of mind. But I just need to do a pulse check with this room to see if that's the case for you here today. So could you just raise your hand if diversity is a priority for you and your teams? Amazing. Okay, I want you to, keep your hand up just for a moment, including all you out there on the stream, dialing in from a Starbucks. I want you to reach up with your other hand and give yourself a high five. Because by committing to build diverse teams, you're also committing to build winning teams. As a product manager, a piece of advice that I've heard is you need to fall in love with a problem. And as someone who spent their career working in industries and roles where women are underrepresented, from aeronautical engineering to manufacturing to construction and now technology, I can say that this problem is one that is near and dear to my heart. That's why I feel so grateful to be in the role that I'm at LinkedIn, a place that I believe is uniquely positioned to work with all of you and drive change at global scale. So, imagine with me for a moment. Well, and it turns out that most of you don't even need to imagine. You're a talent acquisition leader, and you have a priority this year of improving gender representation in your engineering org. Now, I want to mention that we're starting with gender. We're building gender insights throughout our products because we know that it's a globally relevant issue, and we wanted to dig in. But we're also aware that diversity means so much more than gender, with dozens of attributes we can think about. And that's why we'll be looking to scale experiences like the ones I'm about to share across other demographics in the future. So, earlier today, my colleague Eric showcased talent insights. But one thing that he didn't mention, the part that I am most excited about, is that we're integrating gender insights into the experience. Let's check it out. I can quickly and easily understand the gender representation of my own company and compare it to peers in my industry. This is what Rosanna meant when she said we need to think about diversity by design. We're not filtering people out. We're not creating a standalone product. Because we know that for you and your teams to be successful, this needs to be part of the core of what you're doing and how you're working every day. So we can dig in further and see function by function how we're doing across different teams. I'm really excited about the potential for this data to help you have more conversations with your business partners, help them understand what the landscape looks like. Because as we all know, and as Rosanna mentioned, this isn't a problem that TA alone can solve. So we can see here there is indeed room to improve in engineering at the top of that list. And now we're going to dig in and start to build a strategy to move the needle. So let's create a talent pool report. We need to hire programmers skilled in certain languages. Let's check out C and C++ based in the US. We're going to get that report to understand that talent pool, but we can also now easily understand the gender representation of professionals on LinkedIn with those skills. It looks like for this particular pool, it's mostly men. Now here's where the magic happens. Talent Insights is going to enable us to find hidden gems, talent pools that my team might otherwise overlook, but where there's greater gender representation. Check it out, healthcare. As an employer in technology, healthcare may not be top of mind for recruiting, but it looks like there's greater representation of women programmers in this industry. I can take this information and start to be more strategic when I think about creating my searches. We can also do the same and look by region. And it looks like New York, Chicago, and yes, my hometown Philly are places with greater gender representation. That's where I'm going to build my billboards, or maybe a little bit easier, just make sure to include those in my search on Recruiter. I'm excited to share that Gender Insights are available for all customers of Talent Insights starting today. Now, thinking about diversity by design means that we're also thinking about and integrating these insights throughout our core products. In Recruiter, we've been working on a lot of powerful things. One thing that we've heard in talking to customers is that they know the talent's out there, they're just having trouble finding it. As John mentioned earlier, we've invested substantially in improving our Recruiter algorithms, going so far beyond keyword matching to look at things like signals. Who is your team engaging with in hiring? What candidates are likely to have affinity for your company? And as we've done this, we've also invested in making sure that you are getting representative results. It's simple. When you go about sourcing those healthcare programmers that are 42% women, as you're viewing those search results, you'll see that same balance page by page in Recruiter. We're also lighting up insights on gender diversity in your in-mail and your jobs reporting. This is going to enable your team to explore important questions like, who's being attracted to my jobs and applying? Are men and women responding to my messages at different rates? These insights are going to help your teams know where they can prioritize their efforts to have the most impact. And as we've heard from you, we need to engage the broader organization in solving this problem. And that's why I'm really excited to share that we've curated a curriculum of diversity courses. These are amongst the most popular courses on all of LinkedIn Learning on important topics like confronting bias, cultivating inclusive leadership, and managing diversity. We're making these courses available for free for you and your team so you can start and continue those conversations. Check it out in the Talent Connect app for more information. So at LinkedIn, we really want to help every organization build, develop, and retain diverse teams. And that's why I'm so excited for you all to start leveraging these new features. But you know, this is really just the first step. So I also want to thank you in advance for your partnership, for your passion, for your feedback. As for what's next, we'll be scaling these experiences to other demographics, and we'll also be digging in, developing new capabilities to help your teams move the needle on that important priority of diversity. I'm so excited to get to be here with you today, but I'm also well aware that we don't have all the answers. But thank you for letting us be part of the solution with you. And with that, I'll hand it back to Dan.
Great. You see. Wonderful. Okay, so we've covered a lot of ground. Thank you, Rosanna and Monica, for sharing our diversity roadmap. Very exciting. In closing, I'd like to leave everyone with 3 points. The first is that we at LinkedIn firmly believe that the next decade of talent solutions are going to be oriented around this principle of talent intelligence, that insights can change the way we plan, hire, and develop our teams so that our companies can win in our markets. The second is that LinkedIn is taking a much more holistic approach to the space of talent, and the audience here at Talent Connect reflects that ambition. And then finally, I just want to take a moment and say thank you. A lot of the announcements that we made today about our products really started with conversations with all of you. Your push to get us to build an ATS, your questions around how can we turn LinkedIn data into insights that we can use on our own in real time, prompting us to figure out the role that we can play in diversity. And so my ask of everyone is to use the rest of the conference to pull aside someone from LinkedIn and tell them what's on your mind. No filtered feedback. Let us know how we can help all move forward together. Have a wonderful conference, and thanks to you so much for your time this morning.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back, everyone. Thanks for joining us back here in the live studio. I'm Romaine Buck. You just saw an awesome shot from our drones here in the studio, just people milling around, taking care of things. I'm so excited for our next session that we have here. Joining me live in studio is Tim Sackett for our Rock Your Profile session. I've been looking forward to this all day, Tim. Thanks so much for joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Before we kick off, a little bit about Tim. Tim is president of HRU Technical Resources, which is a leading engineering and IT staffing firm in Michigan, my former home state.
Yeah.
So super excited that we're getting some Michigan love today. He's also the author of a best-selling talent acquisition book called The Talent Fix. And I love that you're wearing your brand.
I'm trying to stay on brand.
I dig it. So thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
And also, just in case you're still questioning Tim's street cred, he's also a top 10 HR influencer by Workforce Magazine and writes every day on your blog as well.
I know. I think if that's what it comes down to. If you can be a top influencer, if you just write every single day, that's what, and do it like start 10 years ago and come forward.
I love it. I love it. Top influencer, and you're here in studio with us because we've got some profiles that we're going to take a look at because people are always asking, how can I make my profile look amazing to a recruiter? And so why not have the king recruiter himself here to give us some tips. So what have we got first?
Well, we're going to start with Ellen. She's out of San Diego. And, right away, the thing that you're drawn to is the picture. In fact, there's really three things that are above the fold. And so if you think of a newspaper and how it used to fold, and they would always put those headlines right on that first page, and your profile is very similar. And so there's three things. You have your picture, you have your headline, and then you have your summary. And so right away, you see the picture. Ellen's pretty girl, right?
Sure.
But what do you think about that picture?
It kind of looks like there's some people in the background.
Little pixelated, not super clear.
Yeah.
And so that's one thing, and we'll see this consistently with almost every profile, is people just love to crop a picture and throw it in. They're like, oh, I look good in that one, bam. And you're like, spend some time and some money to do a professional shoot, right? And I guess it doesn't have to be a lot of, I do family photos with my 3 boys and my wife every single year. And when they're doing the family photo, I'll just grab the photographer and go, hey, can we do a quick headshot, right? Just real quick. And she'll click off a couple and then bam, I have them. And if you're a normal family, maybe it's every 3 years, whatever that might be. But and maybe you have a friend that has a new iPhone X, anything, right? Portrait mode. Have somebody take a really good photo of just you because your eye is completely drawn. And so then we go into the headline, and financial services recruiter. She's a West Virginia enthusiast, which gives us a little bit of insight to her personality, which is fun. Love that. And then you go down into the summary, and it's senior staffing professional with an everything now, nothing later attitude. I don't know for sure what that means. Kind of like it, kind of interested. What about you?
I really like that part. What about making that her headline? I like that better.
That's an awesome idea. That, to me, so Ellen, right now, go down and say everything now, nothing later as your headline would be a perfect headline.
Nailing it.
And so it's one of those really quick things from that standpoint. So again, 3 things to focus on: picture, headline, summary, just at the top. Everyone's going to go and look at that. And here's what I find from recruiters is that we spend less time focusing on our own profiles because we're looking at everybody else's. And so, and when that happens constantly, I run into marketers and PR people that do the same thing. Like you'll go to their site and you're like, oh, your site's not that great. And then they'll go, oh, well, I'm doing all my client work. And like, no, focus on yourself. So let's jump to another one.
Yeah.
So David Hoyle, he's an attorney out of Greenwich, Connecticut. Same thing. So one thing I noticed right away is a little better photo for David. Still probably a crop shot. So it's a little fuzzy. But the secondary photo is completely gone. It kind of has the back like LinkedIn. We're going to throw up some graphic there. So again, you can build that out. Now, as an attorney, I don't know how much of that's on brand. Because like when we talk about headlines, like how could he get out of that? Maybe talk about what his practice really is, maybe his passion around the law, something like that. It's a little harder to build that out. But again, and then he has his specialties in his summary. For me, I want the summary to be about who are you and what do you want? And to me, this is like a classic LinkedIn profile of I was trying to make this my online resume.
Yeah.
Versus how do I make this a profile where people want to come and network with me and have a professional network?
Well, what's wrong with that? I hear that a lot because people will you have the ability to upload your resume to your LinkedIn profile. So what's wrong with that?
Well, I mean, because you can do that, that should be your resume. The profile for me is more about who you are and what you stand for and what you're trying to be. It's your brand.
Yeah.
It's a way to personally brand yourself, where in a resume, you can't really do that. And again, why we get confused is if we scroll down, we have the experiences and the education, so it feels to us like it's a resume. But the reality is it's not. It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be used that way, but so often we get stuck on that.
Yeah. Do we have an example of this done really well?
Yeah, and so one of the people that, and I sent her a message and told her, like, this is my best one I think you'd ever find. So Crystal Moore, she's out of Greater Atlanta, she's a recruiter. Her headline is, I recruit people, I shoot sports, I am Groot. And so if you don't know I Am Groot, it's Guardians of the Galaxy 1 and 2. It's a sci-fi movie. It's fun. She's obviously a fan. Her secondary picture has the Groot photo there. But in 9 words, I can't imagine a better headline to tell me her personality, what her passions are, what she does. It's 9 words.
Yeah.
And it's so great. And like, I shoot sports, she's a photographer, and she shoots all these like different athletic sports. And then you go in, and one of the things I like about Crystal too is in her summary, she really puts in some examples of some other things that she has. So there's some video in there, there's some links in there. And so you can really dig in before you go underneath and start looking at some of the traditional kind of experiences from stuff like that. Now, another one that we're rocking the profile for is Gloria. And so when I got Gloria's, I was like, I don't even know what I can tell her. It's so good. One is professional photo. Just with the lighting and everything is so great on her face. The eyes pop because you have that great light coming at you. So again, even if you have your friends do it in front of a big picture mirror where the light's coming at you, have them stand in front of you and do that photo that way, where then the background's kind of blurred out. Again, I'm not a professional photographer, but I like to take selfies.
Those are great tips, though, for anyone, whether you're on Instagram or LinkedIn.
Yeah. And then again, like, it seems like her secondary photo matches brand and color and everything, so it works really well. And then you get into this computer engineer, speaker, polymath. I don't even know what that is, but it sounds important to me. And then a student of life, aiming to be the best version of herself, which is great. She's out of Greece. And again, another really good summary. And what I like about Gloria's summary that most people won't do is she's like, if you want to connect with me on LinkedIn, read this.
Wow.
She gives you kind of the instructions of how she's building her network. And again, she goes into what it really should be. I'm going to build my network, but I'm only going to build it specifically for what I want. And then we'll kind of go through that. So then I'm like, okay, gosh, what can I tell her? Well, Gloria wants to be obviously a professional speaker. She's had her speaking engagements on the very top of her experiences. And then there's a blank logo and it says NA. Well, if you're a professional speaker, other people that are hiring those expect a couple of things. They expect a site, they expect a logo, they expect a brand. And so Gloria, like, spend a little bit of time, and it doesn't have to be a lot of money, but put yourself on brand.
Nice.
And I think that would really make this profile pop, and also probably give her more business in speaking.
And she's got some great experience. She's been at Google and
Microsoft, Mozilla. You go down, everything else is great. Like, I literally was looking through this last night going, I don't know what I'm going to tell her. She does really good. And so love Gloria's, and again, really good. So we'll keep going on because we want to try to get as many as we can.
Yeah, we've got time maybe for one more.
One more, okay. And so Nicole Bridges is one that's here, right? Connecting talent to fantastic opportunities. Again, a good lighting on the picture. She actually has a work picture in here. She probably works for Fidelity, so it's a little bit logoed out. So like that. And again, a little bit. Hers is set more for, I'm a professional recruiter, and I'm trying to attract people into my network. Yeah. Again, if that's what that profile is built for, that works really well. I think she could, like, here personalize herself a little bit more for candidates in terms of connecting talent with fantastic opportunities. Like, Nicole, tell me about you.
Yeah.
Tell me something, right? And again, in a really small headline opportunity, 5 words, 6 words, something like that.
Love that.
Yeah.
Fantastic. And so we've got time, maybe one more really quickly, and then we'll wrap it up.
So now we're going all the way to Saudi Arabia. And Mohammed, here, one of the things that kicks out right away is the big picture is pixelated. So every time when you look at it, if it looks blurry to you, it looks blurry to everybody else. And you don't think it matters, but it's about attention to detail.
Yeah.
And so instantly you go, oh, come on, they had to see that. Or if they did see it and they didn't change it or make it better, you start to question, well, why wouldn't they? And that's attention to detail, right? And so you see how recruiters start judging profiles with tiny little things. And so every little thing matters. So for me, Mohammed's headline's a little long, so he could like actually kind of rework this a little bit, and so we understand. I mean, I love the message that's there, but I don't know if I can fully understand that.
Creating a chance to develop national manpower by mixing their experience with international experience.
Yeah.
And I need to take a breath. So that's a clue that it's probably too long.
Yeah. So again, 5 words, maybe 4 words, 6 words at the most. CIPD 5 student. I'm sure that's really important to him. I don't know how much is important for everybody else trying to connect with him. Maybe it is, so that should be there.
All right. Tim, this is awesome. So excited because you're going to come back a little bit later
this
on
afternoon,
today. And we're going to do round 2 with some more profiles that we're going to go through. Some really great tips here. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And thanks for joining us on the live stream. We're going to send it back to Talent Connect 2018. We'll see you this afternoon.
Kristen! Michelle is excited about the sleepover. I'm looking forward to showing you around. But first, did you get a chance to sign an NDA? As part of the health and wellness program, we have fresh carrots, ants on a log, and of course, 100% juices. That's not 99, it's 100. We also like to treat ourselves. We're all about work hard, play hard. We like to reward our guests with plenty of opportunities to relieve stress, like video games, movies, maybe just a good old nap. Just don't forget to use your PTO.
What's PTO?
Playtime outside. Hashtag duh. So, Kristen, Michelle tells me you like drawing. Where do you see yourself in 5 years?
High school?
Great. How do you feel about relocating?
Fine.
Hey girls, do you mind doing those dishes when you're done?
Will we get allowance?
Ooh, let's put compensation in the parking lot for now and talk about what you will get out of this that will advance you in the long run. Are you open to an exploratory conversation?
Are you interviewing anywhere else? I think you have great experience. May not compete at your company. References.
Take care. Thanks for coming over. If you had a good time, send us some referrals. So, how do you think that went?
Embarrassing.
All right, thanks for the feedback, sweetie. Let's talk about what you want in your next sleepover. What are your 3 to 5 must-haves?
I searched globally to find engineering talent to join Atlassian here in Sydney. Some people who join Atlassian make big leaps across the world to join us, and to be a part of that and to offer it to them is amazing.
We have our mission and our values and our organization pretty well figured out, but then getting that message out to candidates around the world is a new challenge. So it's critical for us to understand where certain segments of developers or designers might be located so that we can run campaigns or reach out to the right markets.
Atlassian wants to find the best talent in the world. We seek individuals who buy into our values and ultimately will live by them. LinkedIn provides us a platform to find that talent.
I really couldn't do my job as a recruiter without LinkedIn. Straight off the bat, we have access to a global talent pool that you can then supplement with your own research to build a really strong talent pool for Atlassian.
Using talent pool data, we're able to see by market where certain segments of people are located, and that's really helpful when we're making the decision about where to run a campaign or where to have our recruiters focus on outreach.
The one common thread we're looking for is our values, and to make sure that they're a values fit for Atlassian.
I received a message, and now I'm on the other side of the world with the job that I love. Moving to another country was kind of scary, but everyone here is from all around the world. The culture allows me to be myself. That was very important to me. People with different backgrounds, they have different perspective about the same problem, and that's so important to get the best solution for the customers. For sure, I made the right decision, I can say that.
Seeing that employee here at Atlassian, socializing with their partner and children and other Atlassians and their families, that is one of the best parts of my job.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the All Access Studio. I'm your host, Marty Finn. Joining me now is Dan Shapiro, LinkedIn's VP of Talent Solutions, Careers and Learning, and also Jim Barnett, the CEO of Glint. So I know you guys have had a busy week.
Yes.
Thank you for making some time to join us in the studio.
Absolutely.
So my first question for both of you would be, I'm sure our audience is curious to know, what brought you two together?
Yeah, well, our first experience with Glint was as a customer. We've had amazing success at LinkedIn, leveraging the platform, understanding how our organizational health is performing, and also just as a manager, my Glint scores have been a great source of knowledge for me about how I'm showing up as a leader at all levels of our organization. So I think that's where it all started. And as we embarked on the Talent Insights project, which launched today, the product, it became a natural complement to bringing the external view of the world that LinkedIn has through our data and marrying it with wonderful information about how people feel about showing up at work every day. It just felt like a wonderful compliment. And that led us to starting conversations.
Yeah, the more time we spent together, we realized that not only did we have perfect strategic alignment, but just the cultures and values and the way we do work together just was perfectly aligned, and we just knew it was a great fit.
Match made.
Yeah.
Awesome. Fantastic. Jim, can you tell us a little bit more about Glint and how some of your customers are using it today?
Sure. So Glint's a people success platform. What we do is we help companies measure and increase employee engagement. We help them develop and grow their people, and we help them connect all that to business outcomes. So for companies that care about things like customer satisfaction, patient satisfaction, safety, and a variety of business outcomes, they can see how employee engagement actually is connected to those things. And even better, we can actually predict which of their teams might have an issue in one of those areas.
Wow.
Yeah.
Awesome. Fantastic.
It's awesome.
It's great stuff. Do you have any customer examples you'd be willing to share with us?
Sure. So, we have a very large mining company that we work with. Safety is a really important issue for them. And what they were able to do is see the connection between engagement and safety in their minds.
Wow.
And that by improving engagement levels in mining, and particularly in certain areas, they were able to improve safety levels.
That's so cool.
That's great.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Dan, what do you think is going to be the biggest impact from this combined offering?
There's so many things. I think the first thing is that we believe that every company in the world should be doing this kind of understanding of the organizational health. And we think that Glint's the best product out there, and just scaling it out to as many customers as possible. We think it is truly a modern HR best practice. And beyond that, it's a wonderful complement to our Talent Insights product, something that we'll invest in, and also in learning, because at least from my personal experience, the things that you learn from the Glint information gives you a roadmap to getting better as a manager. And so why don't we take that information and then build customized learning curriculum for every manager that gets feedback. Yeah. If you need to work on how you have career conversations with your teams, we can pair you with great courses to do that. There's so many wonderful tie-ins, and I think those are the areas where we'll start exploring.
That's fantastic. We're at our time, guys, so thank you so much for joining us in the studio.
Great. So excited. Thanks so much.
Throw it back to the main stage and see more of the speakers. Am I off? Yeah.
A number of years ago, I was hired by a large global corporation to lead their diversity and inclusion efforts after they had just settled a multi-million-dollar class action race discrimination lawsuit. In one of my initial meetings with the president, I was told that one of my first orders of business was to go out and recruit more people of color. I was shocked, especially considering the culture and the climate that existed within the company. Fights among minorities were still occurring, racial slurs were still being written on bathroom stalls, trust was completely broken among staff and leaders, employee morale was abysmal among minorities and women. So it was my job to go out and recruit more minorities into this environment? Have you ever worked in similar workplaces with similar conditions? I found in my work that many leaders today still view leadership as a position, a title, and a status in the organization, versus as a responsibility, a competency, and a privilege. One key aspect of leadership is the ability to think and lead others in an inclusive way. Oftentimes, leaders make the mistake of thinking that once they hire more diverse talent and once they do a little training on diversity, that they can now check the box and all the work is done. But that's just not the case. Diversity is the mix of differences and similarities that make us unique, that can include, but are not limited to, our values and preferences, beliefs and backgrounds, and certainly our physical attributes such as race and color, size and height and weight and age and behaviors. Can you have diversity and not have inclusion? The answer is absolutely yes. And far too many companies have just that. They have diversity and they don't have inclusion. Inclusion isn't diversity. Many of my colleagues use this analogy. Diversity is like being invited to the party or your company. And inclusion is being asked to dance, which is to be involved and engaged. Another analogy that we use is that diversity is the mix of talent. Inclusion is getting the mix to work together. As a practitioner, I define inclusion as the achievement of a work environment in which all individuals are treated fairly and respectfully. They have equal access to opportunities and resources, and they can contribute fully towards an organization's success. Based on the definition I just shared, how would you rate your organization's level of inclusion on a scale of 1 to 5? 5 being very inclusive, 1 being not inclusive at all. Without inclusion, the work environment can be toxic, rigid, untrusting, complacent, risk-averse, and static. Conversely, as a result of inclusion, collaboration increases, trust is high, top talent is attracted to your organization, employee complaints decrease, innovation and creativity is enhanced, turnover is low, and customers are satisfied. While it is important to have a diverse workforce, it is just as important to have an inclusive work environment in which all talent can bring their best selves to work and be treated fairly, respectfully, and have an equal shot at achieving success. Just a minute ago, I asked you to reflect on your organization's level of inclusion. Now I invite you to consider where you can increase your effectiveness as an inclusive leader. Write down 3 things that you can do to be more inclusive. And over the next 60 days, be intentional about doing those 3 things. And it's helpful to share them with a partner and have them hold you accountable.
Mark Labosco.
Hello, everyone. What a morning. We had marching bands, we had pyrotechnics. Apparently, all first-time Talent Hub customers, when you make a hire, we're going to ship pyrotechnics to your office. It's going to be amazing. What a morning of product announcements. I have been with LinkedIn for 10 years, and I can say I've never been more excited or more proud about some of the things we announced this morning. In particular, because a lot of what we shared today is based upon your feedback. So thank you for continuing to be such incredible partners to our business and to our team. And now on to our next speaker. Many of you have read her books and have implemented some of her strategies or her pearls of wisdom. She's been named by Fortune one of the 50 most powerful Black women in business in America. Word on the street, she's apparently an incredible singer, going to be playing at the Apollo later this year. Please join me welcoming to stage Carla Harris from Morgan Stanley.
Well, good morning, Talent Connect 2018. Good morning. It is indeed my honor and privilege to be here, and I thank the LinkedIn family for inviting me to spend a few minutes with you talking about something Rosanna and her colleagues know that I love talking about. Carla's Pearls, as I like to call them, my hard-earned and hard-learned pearls after being a woman on Wall Street for 31 years. I dare say, ladies and gentlemen, that I have learned a few things about not only surviving, but more importantly, thriving in the seat that you sit in or the seat that you aspire to sit in. And frankly, that's what the pearls are all about. And this morning, I want to leave you with 3 of the pearls, 2 from my first book, Expect to Win, and 1 from my most recent book, Strategize to Win. And then I want to close with some thoughts around powerful, impactful, influential leadership. Because all of you, no matter where you are in your career, are in the leadership seat. Because I believe strongly that you can lead from any seat. But I want to leave you with some thoughts around what you must be intentional about if you are, in fact, not only going to lead, but to fulfill that which you are doing as HR professionals, and that is creating the next generation of leaders, informing the leaders that are in your organization. I want to give you a few thoughts that you might, in fact, pass on to them so that they might be the most powerful and impactful, influential leaders that they can be. Now, first, the 3 pearls that I give to you. The first one is the most important thing that I learned after 3 decades on the street. So do not be fooled if you read Expect to Win and you see that it is chapter 4, because it was indeed the most important thing that I learned, and that is perception is the co-pilot to reality. How people perceive you will directly impact how they deal with you. Yes, the reality of how smart you are has something to do with your success equation. The reality of how hard you work has something to do with your success equation. But a very big component of anybody's success equation is the perception that the marketplace has about you. What lens are they looking through when they are looking at you? And if you want to maximize your success in the seat that you're sitting in or the seat that you aspire to sit in, it is imperative that you understand the adjectives that are associated with success for the seat that you're sitting in or the seat that you aspire to sit in. If you don't understand the adjectives that are associated with success, you can work really hard, but you won't maximize your success in that seat because you're working in a way that is inconsistent with the way they are thinking about success. If you would like to manage a large group of people, but you are not perceived as being motivational, inspirational, or organized, it doesn't matter that you can do it. It doesn't even matter that you did do it. You won't get the opportunity to do that if you are not perceived as such. If you would like to manage a large P&L, but you are not perceived as being analytical, quantitative, or strategic, it doesn't matter that you can do it. Doesn't even matter that you did do it. You won't get the opportunity to do that if you are not perceived as such. Now, generally, when I say that, people say to me all the time, but wait a minute, Carla, I am who I am. I can't make anybody think about me in a certain way. If you remember nothing else about our time together today, remember that you can train people to think about you in the way that you want them to think about you. And how do you do that? You pick 3 adjectives that you would like people to use to describe you when you are not in the room. And why do I say when you're not in the room? Is because all of the important decisions about your career will be made when you are not in the room. Compensation decisions will be made when you are not in the room. Promotion decisions will be made when you're not in the room. and new assignments will be given out when you are not in the room. So how do you want people to describe you when you're not in the room? Pick 3 adjectives that are absolutely consistent with who you really are, because I'm a big fan of the authenticity point. Nobody can be you the way that you can be you. It is indeed your distinct competitive advantage, and we'll talk about that this morning. So pick 3 adjectives that are absolutely consistent with who you really are. However, pick 3 adjectives that are also valued in your organization. And if you don't know by now what's valued in your organization, you can go to the website. There isn't a company today that doesn't describe itself or its values on the website. And if they don't, think about what they told you when they hired you. Oh, Joy, we hired you for the following 5 reasons. Or Rosanna, you beat out these 2 candidates for these 3 reasons. They told you then what they valued about you. So the trick is to continue to improve upon that which they value. The 3 adjectives that are absolutely consistent with who you really are, the 3 adjectives that are valued in your organization, where they intersect is how you must behave consistently if you want to train people to think about you in a certain way. It is simply consistent behavior around those 3 adjectives. And my big aha happened 5 to 6 years into my career. And I've told this story hundreds of times, but every time I have the privilege and the honor of speaking in front of a group of people, I tell this story because it was indeed my aha moment. 5 to 6 years into my career, I had a very senior manager director say to me, you know, you're smart, you work hard, but I don't think you're tough enough for this business. Now, my first reaction is, what is he smoking? You can call Carla Harris a lot of things, but ain't tough, ain't one of them. But then I said, wait a minute, suppose this guy is not pulling my leg. Suppose he really doesn't think that I'm tough enough for this business. And heaven forbid, suppose the rest of the organization doesn't think that I'm tough enough for this business. And as you might imagine, ladies and gentlemen, the last thing that you want to be thought of as a woman and a woman on Wall Street is not tough. And oh, by the way, authentically, that is who I am. So the fact that he was questioning whether or not I was tough enough was a wake-up call to me that the real Carla Harris was no longer walking into Morgan Stanley. Somewhere I had lost my voice. Somewhere I had lost my confidence. And it was creating a competitive differential for me. So after I got that feedback, I said, okay, I know what I'll do. For 90 days, I decided I would walk tough, talk tough, eat tough, drink tough, use tough in my language, because it's important that if you want to train people to think about you in a certain way, you must have consistent behavior around those 3 adjectives. And you must use this language in your environment, particularly when you are talking about yourself. So I had a reputation of being very good at critiquing management presentations, so much so that before we would take a company on the road for a multi-billion-dollar IPO or a multi-hundred-million-dollar common stock transaction, my colleagues would often ask me to come into the room, listen to that CEO's presentation, and give that CEO some feedback, even when it was not my deal. So the next time someone asked me to do that, after I'd gotten that feedback, I said, wait a minute, tell me a little bit about this CEO. Is this guy sensitive? Does he have a thin skin? I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings because you know I'm tough. And I kept using this language over and over and over. Sure enough, in about 90 days, it worked. I had a team of people coming to see me. They didn't know I was behind them. The VP was beating up the poor associate. Do you have the backup analysis? Do you have the synergy analysis? We're going to see Carla Harris, so you know she's so tough. So it's important that you understand the adjectives that are associated with success. If you are in a finance role, people better describe you as analytical, quantitative. If you're in a marketing role, they should say you are creative, out-of-the-box thinker. If you are in an HR role or a sales role, they better call you commercial and relationship-oriented. And oh, by the way, Every day that you choose to exercise your power and go into your seat, you should know exactly what you're playing for. It should never be a mystery to you as to what it takes to get to the next promotion or the next pay scale. Yet most of us go into our seats every day and say, I'm going to put my head down, I'm going to work really hard, they'll see that I'm good and I'm loyal and I'll be rewarded accordingly. And it doesn't work that way. Because if you're working in a way that is inconsistent with the way they are thinking about success, you won't maximize your success in that seat. Or let me say it differently. If you offer that which is not valued, you will not be rewarded. So it's important that you understand exactly what you're playing for, because when you know what you're playing for, you are motivated and inspired to deliver excellence every day. And when you don't know what you're playing for, it's very easy to get distracted by what I like to call outside atmospheric disturbances. What's going on in the broader economy, or even what's going on in your internal political economy. So whenever you're going to a new firm, or even internally you're going to a new department, or you're starting with a new boss, never assume that you know what success looks like. And remember, what got you to that seat will not be the thing that will allow you to ascend from that seat. Always take the time to have the conversation about what success looks like. And the conversation goes like this: Jim, what needs to happen in order for you to say I knocked the cover off the ball and the ball out of the park? If Jim says, Mary, you do the following 5 things, and I will consider that an out-of-the-box performance. Now, Mary, you know exactly what you're playing for. You know how to maximize your success in that seat. But more importantly, if Jim says, I don't know, Mary, you always do a good job. Just do what you always do. Mary, note to self, Houston, we have a problem. Because if Jim can't know what success looks like, you will never maximize your success in that seat. Because success is always shifting, and that will make your performance vulnerable to outside influences on Jim. So if Jim can't answer that question, you should say, Jim, you're not sure what success looks like? I've been thinking about it. I got a pretty good idea of what I think success looks like on this project. Give me 10 minutes. Let me walk you through it. You tell me what you like and what you don't like. And after that 10 minutes, Mary, now you know exactly what you're playing for. You know how to maximize your success in that seat. The second pearl that I want to leave you with is from Strategize to Win, and it's around this concept of currency. There are 2 types of currency in any environment: performance currency and relationship currency. But I want you to think to yourself that a dollar is not a dollar is not a dollar. Performance currency is the currency that is generated by your delivering that which was asked of you and a little bit extra. Every time you deliver on an assignment above people's expectations, you generate performance currency. It works just like the stock market. Anytime a company says to the street that they will deliver 25 cents a share, and that company delivers 40 cents a share, that stock goes up every single time, and so will yours. Performance currency is valuable for 3 reasons. Number 1, early on in your career or early on in any new environment, it will get you noticed. It will create a reputation for you. Number 2, early on in your career, early on in any new environment, it will get you paid and promoted. And number 3, it may even attract a sponsor. And as many of you know, the sponsor is the most important relationship you can have in your career. A mentor, frankly, is a nice to have. And you can survive a long time in your career without a mentor, but you will not ascend in any environment without a sponsor. And if you have good performance currency in an environment, it raises your level of visibility in that environment such that a sponsor may naturally be attracted to you. Now, for many of us in this room, it doesn't happen that easily. And sometimes you have to exercise your power and ask for a sponsor. And if you have great performance currency in that environment, it heightens the probability that that person will answer in the affirmative upon your approach. Why? Because everybody likes a star. But at the end of the day, here's the issue with performance currency. Over time, performance currency starts to experience diminishing marginal returns. Early on, it's worth about $1.50. But over time, that $1.50 works its way right back down to $1. Why? Because now you have created a new standard of excellence. Everybody knows that you will do a great job. Everybody expects that you will always deliver. So there's no longer a premium associated with your deliverable. The currency that's now most important is the relationship currency. Relationship currency. And relationship currency is worth about $2.25. And it never experiences any diminishing marginal returns, because relationship currency is the currency that is generated by the investments that you make in the people in your environment. The investments that you make in the people in your environment. None of us work in a silo anymore. We're all working in highly interdependent environments. So at a minimum, you must have a relationship with every seat that touches your seat. If the only person that knows that you're doing a great job is your boss, then your ability to ascend is going to be vulnerable. Why? That person may leave the organization. They may leave their seat, or they may lose their juice. So it's your job to make sure as many people as possible in the organization is aware of your outsized contribution. Here's the reason, ladies and gentlemen, why relationship currency is so very important. Your ability to ascend in anybody's environment will be a function of somebody's judgment. Judgment about whether or not you're ready. Judgment about whether or not the team will follow you. And judgment about whether or not you will ultimately be successful. And ladies and gentlemen, judgments are directly influenced by relationships. And if you aren't with me yet, let me give you my last piece of evidence. Everybody in this room has power. Hard-earned, personal, influential currency. But I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, how many people in this room will use their hard-earned, personal, influential currency on somebody that they do not know? Exactly. So remind yourself that when you are shying away from investing in relationships, that your inability to ascend will rarely, if ever, be a function of whether or not somebody likes you, but it absolutely will be a function of whether or not somebody knows you. While your performance currency may get your name on a short list that's being discussed behind closed doors, when your name is called, if no one in that room can speak on your behalf, they simply go to the next name. And it has absolutely nothing to do with your ability to do the job, but everything to do with whether or not somebody knows you well enough to say, oh yeah, Jim, he's a safe pair of hands. Oh yes, Mary, she'll walk through walls and she'll take the team with her. Yes, Tina's the right person to do this that has never been done before in our environment. She knows how to walk through risks. It's those kinds of comments, by the way, with no data attached. It's those kinds of comments that make all the difference in whether or not you get the nod. So you must invest in the relationships, because it is the most valuable currency that you can have in any environment. And then the last pearl that I will leave with you is the authenticity pearl. As I said earlier, nobody can be you the way that you can be you. It is your distinct competitive advantage. And the day that you receive the opportunity that you all have today, somebody else didn't get the job because you were the best person for the job. So the last thing any of us should ever do is to submerge that which is uniquely you. Anytime that you're trying to speak or behave in a way that is inauthentic to who you really are, you create a competitive disadvantage because you're using valuable intellectual capacity that you could use to really hear what your internal or your external client is saying, yet is not articulating. Valuable intellectual capacity that you could use to show that quick twitch response. Valuable intellectual capacity that you could use to co-create with that person on the other side of the table. As quiet as it's kept, ladies and gentlemen, most people are not comfortable in their own skin. So when they see someone who is comfortable and confident in their skin, they will gravitate towards you. They absolutely want some of that. Your success, like mine, depends upon your ability to successfully penetrate relationships. And the easiest way to penetrate a relationship is to bring your authentic self to the table. When you bring your authentic self to the table, people will trust you. And trust is at the heart of any successful relationship. This was a very interesting lesson for me to learn. As you heard, I am a singer. I have done 5 sold-out concerts at Carnegie Hall and recorded 3 gospel CDs. But when I first, thank you. But when I first started in this business, I didn't want anybody to talk about the fact that I was a singer. I wanted to be known as a no-nonsense, hard-driving, analytical, quantitative investment banker. I'm not here to sing and dance, boys. Let's not get it twisted. I didn't want anybody to talk about it, but against my objections, my colleagues would often walk into a pitch and say, oh, this is Carla Harris, our capital markets banker, but what you really ought to know about Carla, she's an amazing gospel singer. She sang at Carnegie Hall, Radio City, the Apollo Theater, and I'm there rolling my eyes until I saw the client reaction. Oh, you're a singer. Oh, I so admire people who can sing, and I personally love to sing, but my family will only let me sing in the shower. And maybe you can talk to my daughter about how she integrates her love of the arts and her academics. And there we were, having a 15-minute meeting before the meeting. Are you with me, Talent Connect? The meeting before the meeting. So when I sat down to pitch, they heard me with a different ear. They saw me through a different lens, because Carla Harris, the singer, was allowed to be in the room with Carla Harris, the banker. So I naturally differentiated myself from the other 5 bankers that would come in there and pitch that same IPO. So now whenever I go into a new situation, I bring Carla Harris, the investment banker. I bring Carla Harris, the prayer warrior. Carla Harris, investment manager. Carla Harris, the singer. Carla Harris, the writer. Carla Harris, the speaker. Carla Harris, the mother. Carla Harris, the golfer. Carla Harris, the football fan. I bring all those Carlas to the table. Because frankly, I don't know which Carla will be the one that will connect and allow me to own that relationship in a proprietary way. Your authenticity is your distinct competitive advantage, and it is at the heart of powerful, impactful, influential leadership. And as I close, let me give you a few thoughts around intentional leadership. As I'm sure you know already, no doubt, ladies and gentlemen, that leadership does not happen by accident. You must be intentional. If you have made the decision that you want to be in the leadership seat, that you are making the decision that every time you show up, you're showing up intentionally as a leader. Leadership is contact sport. So you must be intentional. And in my mind, you must be intentional around 8 things. You must be intentional, as I just said, around authenticity. And it's really important, if you're in the leadership seat, that you show up authentically, because then you motivate and inspire those who are working with you, those who are working around you. You inspire and motivate them to bring their authentic selves to the table. And anytime any of us is in an environment where we can be who we really are, we will always outperform. And that will now accrue to your status in the leadership seat. You must also be intentional about building trust. I talked about trust as a core tenet to authenticity, but trust is the thing that will allow you to be a transformational leader. It will allow you to lead the team into the unknown, to do the things that you have never done, to take the organization in a place where it has never been. And people will follow you simply because they trust you. So it's not about your having the right answer. It's not about you knowing what the next 5 steps are going to be. It's about having the trust of your team that they will follow you even as you figure it out. That matters more than the right answer in many cases when you are doing something for the first time. You must be intentional about clarity. When you can define what success looks like for your team, again, you stimulate people to outperform. When people don't know what they're playing for, it's easy, as I said before, to become distracted, disillusioned, and then you lose your best talent. So no matter what, even in the face of obscurity, if you've chosen to be in the leadership seat, you must be intentional about providing clarity, even if it's for the day. If you can't do it for the year, you can't do it for the quarter, do it for the month, do it for the week, even do it for the day. I've had the privilege of doing some very innovative things at my firm in the last year and a half, and it had never been done before, so there was no playbook. But at the end of the day, I knew that in order to keep the team engaged, I had to be very clear about what we were trying to do in the short term, in the intermediate term, what the vision looked like on Monday. And by Friday, the vision could have changed, but it didn't matter. I had to define what it looked like. You must be intentional also about creating other leaders. You must remember that once you take that leadership seat, you've taken on a different level of responsibility. It's not about being an individual contributor. Leadership is a journey from execution to empowerment. Now your job is to create other leaders. That's the way you amplify your impact in any environment. That is the way you amplify your career success. Create other leaders. You must be intentional around diversity. Every company represented here today is in some way competing around innovation. And if you are competing around innovation, diversity is an imperative, because you need a lot of different ideas to get to that one idea that will allow you to obtain and retain a leadership position. So if you need a lot of ideas in the room, you need a lot of perspectives in the room, because ideas are born from perspectives. If you need a lot of perspectives in the room, you need a lot of experiences in the room, because perspectives are born from experiences. And if you need a lot of experiences in the room, you got to start with a lot of different people in the room, because experiences are born from people. So you must have a lot of different people in the room in order to get to that one idea that will allow you to truly innovate in your industry and innovate in your company. That's your business case around diversity. And you must be intentional about inclusivity. I have the privilege of speaking at lots of companies, and when I'm doing closed door sessions with the C-suite, they often say, Carla, we talk a lot about inclusive leadership, but what is that? What does it look like? How do I behave as an inclusive leader? I said, the number one thing you must do as an inclusive leader is to solicit other people's voices. Most people come into a meeting and they are thinking about whether or not they should say something. They're trying to gauge whether or not it's the right political thing to say. They're trying to gauge everybody's reaction, and you don't get the best out of your people. Solicit their voices. You must go in and say, hey, how you thinking about that, Joe? That's an excellent idea, but Mary, I want you to push back on Joe's thought. We got to figure out where the gaps are. So if you were going to give me the other side of that argument, what does it look like? That's really good. Okay, so Ivan, I want you to think about what Mary said. How would you push back? If 4 meetings in a row, you solicit everybody on your team and you solicit their voices, by the 5th meeting, you won't have to do it again. They will naturally want to contribute because they're ready. And you have implicitly said, I value your voice. And everybody likes to be valued at the end of the day. So it is underscoring their value. You must also be intentional about teaching innovation. And if you're going to teach innovation, ladies and gentlemen, you must teach people how to fail. They have to know that it's okay for them to fail. Because if they don't fail, they're not pushing hard enough and they will not innovate. You will not get that out of the box idea. So it is important that you teach them how to fail, and you teach them how to fail quickly. And you know what that means? Celebrating the failures. You know, Rich, we tried your idea. It didn't work. It was a colossal failure. But let's talk about why it was a good thing. Let's talk about why it was a good thing that we tried. Because here are the 3 things that we learned. And those 3 things will help inform our next try and maybe even our next success. Good job. Thank you for the contribution. That's the way you keep the ideas coming. Because if they fear there'll be retribution for making a mistake, they will not innovate. And then finally, you must be intentional about using your voice. You have to be willing to call a thing, even when somebody doesn't want to call the thing out. That is your job as human capital professionals. When you know something is not right in the room, and it doesn't matter who's called it or who's creating a win in the other direction, you gotta call a thing. And the one thing that goes through all of those tenets around intentional leadership is courage. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it takes courage to call a thing when nobody wants to call it. and it's a big 800-pound elephant sitting in the room, it takes courage to do that. It takes courage to give up some of your power and create other leaders. It takes courage to build trust. It does take courage to create clarity when you know that there's nothing but obscurity there. Courage is the thread that goes through leadership. And so often I have met people who have acquired the leadership seat, but they don't have the courage to create the transformation. They don't have the courage to call and put the right people in the right seats at the right time. And if you are going to be a powerful, impactful, influential leader, you must be intentional about showing up every day in that way with those commitments and having courage at your side. And every now and then, when I get a little worried about the thing, when I'm a little afraid of taking that risk, I say to myself, Carla, you're very clear on what no looks like. That's exactly where you're standing right now. Why wouldn't you play for yes? Why wouldn't you play for yes? Ladies and gentlemen, always play for yes. And if you want to maximize your success in the seat that you're sitting in or the seat that you aspire to sit in, you must both expect and strategize to win. I thank you, Talent Connect 2018. Go get 'em.
Welcome to the stage, Esther Perel.
Hello, good morning. From Kamala Harris, we continue the conversation on the critical importance of relational intelligence in the workplace at this time, on the fact that both employers and employees at this moment need to become fluent in the language of relationships. Carla comes from banking. I'm a therapist. I've been a couples and relationship therapist for the past 35 years, and I have helped people navigate the challenges of modern relationships, individuals, couples, families. And as a therapist, I'm quite familiar with highly polarized, highly conflictual relationships. To be honest, I have never worked as an employee in any company, but I have worked with many companies and many people who have been either disgruntled or elated in the companies that they work in. What I have learned from my work is that it is the quality of our relationships that ultimately will determine the quality of our lives. As David Brooks says, we all may have a resume, but we all may have a different eulogy. Two different kinds of CVs. The connections and the bonds that we make with other people are what gives us the most meaning, the most well-being, and the highest sense of happiness, more than any other human experience. So let me ask you very briefly, raise your hand if you are currently in a relationship. And raise your hand if you would like to be in a relationship. Why is that so funny? You know, yesterday you were in one, today you're not. Today you're in one and tomorrow you're not. I mean, it actually is quite fluent these days. So let me ask you the honest question. How many of you in a relationship, at least on occasion, would like to be out of the relationship you're in? Let's talk for truth here. And tell me, raise your hands if you wish that you invested more time, more effort, more attention, and more intention in your relationships, be it with family, children, friends, or colleagues. Is there anybody who doesn't? This is a very important taking stock, where we put our priorities. Tell me, have you ever had a really tough situation at work when it comes to relationship, a hard relationship issue? Raise your hand. And how many of you would say you were the problem? A few. How many of you were convinced the other was the problem? That's a blind spot. So I'm very excited to be speaking with you here today, because I don't think that 10 years ago I would have been invited to talk about relationships at a business conference. Professional conferences, industry conference would have focused on productivity, on performance, on processes, on achievements, and relationship skills would have been considered soft skills because they didn't meet the bottom line, or they didn't seem to affect the bottom line. Interestingly, relationship skills are rapidly becoming the new bottom line. And they used to be seen as soft skills, which often has meant feminine skills. And you know what happens with feminine skills? You idealize them, but you don't want to deal with them in reality. Navigating relationship intelligence at this point is literally key, not only to the workplace, but in fact, to the quality of the world that we're going to be living in. And understanding these rapid changes that are taking place around relationships is not going to be solved with quick hacks or tweaks. There is at this moment, here and in the world, a profound restlessness about the sea change taking place around relationships. And when we feel restless, we often become anxious. And when we become anxious, we often want to act. And when we want to act, when we are anxious, we often end up reacting. What I would like for us to do here this morning is take some time to reflect and to understand and probe more deeply into the meaning and the changing motivations that are happening around relationships at home, in our personal lives, at work, in our professional lives, and in the public space altogether. And in order to understand this changing landscape, I want to take you on a quick tour of history. There are two major relationship revolutions that have taken place. One already happened and is still ongoing, which is in the romantic sphere, in the personal and familial sphere, and the other one is literally storming upon us in the professional world, in the business world. For a very long time, we have lived in communities. We lived in villages. And in these communities, here is what life looked like. The community gave us a sense of belonging. The community gave us a sense of identity, and the community gave us a sense of continuity. You knew who you were, you knew what was expected of you, and you knew how you were supposed to behave with others. I spent quite a bit of time in Europe this summer. From small town to small town with 20 villages, you really knew where the authority lies. All the big decisions were made for us. There were some very few decisions that we could make where we could experience a sense of personal freedom. But who you were going to live with and who you were going to, and what you were going to do was often quite pre-established. In the community, there was a lot of certainty. There was a lot of clarity. There was a lot of structure. There was virtually no individuality and very little personal freedom. In that community, marriage was primarily a pragmatic institution. You married for survival needs. You created family in order to be able to meet refuge and shelter and food. And love was not particularly central to that marriage. It was primarily an economic institution. Children were primarily for assets. They were productivity. They were, many of them, in order to help us work the land. That is a very important shift that we're going to trace in a moment. In the pragmatic marriage, happiness was basically for the afterlife. You could suffer well on earth, and if you did a good job at it, you may be rewarded later. That marriage, by the way, was a once for a lifetime with no exit. And if you were miserable, you could always hope for an early death of your partner. There was no exit. That's a very important thing. It was also a marriage in which you often married and you had sex for the first time, whereas today you marry and you stop having sex with others. It was also a marriage in which monogamy was one person for life, whereas today monogamy has become one person at a time. And many of you, I'm sure, have said, I am monogamous in all my relationships, plural. And this makes a lot of sense. And I'm saying this because our vocabulary sometimes doesn't change. We use the same words, but in fact, the meaning of these words and the social reality that these words convey is fundamentally altering in front of us. What also happened in the community is that the roles were very clear. Roles, duty, and obligation governed our relationships. We have moved from the rural to the urban. And as we moved to the cities, we became a lot more free and also a lot more alone. And as we became a lot more alone, we began to look for something else in our relationships. And our romantic relationships were not just about feeding the children together and working the lands and weathering the storms. We gave a new meaning to the word intimacy, which used to be living together and weathering the vicissitudes of everyday life. In our new model, intimacy has become into-me-see. And into-me-see is a version of intimacy that is a communicative experience, in which my dowry is not my herd or my jewelry, but my dowry is my inner life, my internal life, my wishes, my feelings, my worries, my aspirations, my dreams, which I am going to share with you, my beloved. And when I talk to you, I do not want you to be doing this. I need eye contact. I need to know that I matter, because in my choosing you, I want to feel that you are momentarily going to help me transcend my existential aloneness. This is a very new definition of our romantic aspirations and of intimacy in those aspirations. In our cities, and in some countries more than others, the religious structures are vanishing, and hence, the hierarchy is personally defined. Identity has become a process of self-definition in the course of our life. We define ourselves. We define our values, what we believe in, how we want to act, rather than it is ascribed to us. We have very few rules at this moment when it comes to relationships, and we have a lot more choices, a lot more freedom. And where we used to have very clear norms, today everything about relationship is a freaking negotiation. You negotiate everywhere. Conversations live at the heart of relationships. You negotiate with your partner, whose career is more important, who's going to wake up to feed the baby, who has a right to demand for sex. You negotiate with your children for 10 minutes about the importance of doing homework, because God forbid you would just say it is the way it is. No, 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 because then you would be harming their self-development, and it could be lasting effects for the future of their life if you have known better than them what it is that is important for them to know that they should know by the age of 2. And this, you laugh, but you've all participated in this to some degree or another. We are believing in the notion of self-development and self-advocacy because we believe in the centrality of this word called the self, which, by the way, 100 years ago did not exist. It wasn't a word in our vocabulary and still is very rare in many parts of the world. What happens today in our romantic relationships is that we still want what we wanted from family life: companionship, economic support, social status and respectability, family life and children. But now we also want our partner to be our best friend and our trusted confidant and our passionate lover to boot. And this is for the long haul, and the long haul keeps getting longer. We are literally asking one person to give us what once an entire village used to provide. We ask one partner to give us a sense of belonging. And all this I want you to keep in mind when we start to look at what's happening at work. And not only have we changed our set of expectations that are rising to a new Olympus, which are so hard to meet, but on top of it, we have brought consumerism into our romantic lives. We literally practice romantic consumerism. We look for our one and only, for our soulmate on an app. And on this app, we have 1,000 choices. It's not John and James in the village. It's a lot of people. And this massa of people constantly makes us think there is more, there is better, right around the corner that we haven't found yet. And so while we have massive freedom and choices, we have unprecedented uncertainty and unprecedented self-doubt. How do I know this is the right one? And somehow it has become a sign that you know it's the right one when you're ready to delete your apps. The new ritual of commitment. We have also brought into our personal lives what sociologist Eva Illouz calls emotional capitalism. People talk about their relationships in terms of supply and demand. They talk about if their relationship is a good deal, if this is what they bargained for, how they're going to hedge their bets. Is that the word in English? It's a hard one to get, you know. But this notion of bringing market economy into our romantic life is phenomenal. We have that combined with the digital in such a way that you can have 1,000 virtual friends, but often nobody to call when you want to feed your cat. In the village, you knew what was going on with every neighbor. You could hear it through the porous walls, way more than you cared for. So you could hear every fight and you could hear every fuck, and that was like, you knew what was going on, and social control could manifest itself quite well. But how many of you know the experience of having some friends of yours, not distant friends, come and tell you that they're separating or breaking up and you didn't even see it coming? Because today, the degree of growing atomization and isolation leaves some of us, both at home and we will soon see at work, often so alone that the two words that are basically on the titles of many of the relationship books of the last 3 years have either the word loneliness in them or the word belonging. And the epidemic of loneliness usually is assigned even more so on the masculine side. So, in our consumer society, it is not that we have more desires for our personal happiness than we used to have before. People maybe have been just as willing for something else in the past, but we certainly feel much more entitled to pursue our desires. And we feel entitled to experience happiness, not in the afterlife, but on earth. This is the first time in the West where you are asking parents, what do you want for your children? And people tell you, I want them to be happy. In the past, and not too long ago in the past, and in many other parts of the world, people will still first and foremost say, I want them to be alive. Then I want them to be healthy. Then I want them to be good people. And then I want them to feel good about themselves, which becomes the definition of happiness. This happiness mandate is crucial for our understanding of the new millennial workforce. In the beginning of the 80s, we began to see a fundamental change in the way that we raise our kids. It became very clear that we no longer, in some of the classes of society, let's be very clear, expect work from our children, but we expect meaning from our children. And in order to sentimentalize and idealize the little Smurfs, we need to begin to give them a voice from very early on. So we definitely ask a 2-year-old, what do you want to wear? And what do you want to eat? And what are we going to do today? And we believe that this kind of self-knowledge will later develop into a sense of self and confidence and advocacy and ambition, etc., etc. Having just come back from Romania last week, I can tell you, this is a cultural model. I mean, there are, when you go and visit places where corporal punishment is still quite normative and where it is basically said, this is to prepare you for the harsh realities of life, you really get to see the shift that took place because paddling wasn't absent from the schools here not that long ago either. These children are becoming the new generation that's going to be filling our workforce. And that group is coming with a very new sense of identity, with a very new sense of multiple identification, with a different sense of gender identity and gender fluidity, and with a different sense of responsibility. I asked one of my sons, who I have 2 of them in the house, millennials like that, and I said, what is the most important thing you expect from your manager? And he said, at our company, the best manager is the one who lets you out of the position that he hired you for, or she hired you for. Meaning, the manager is a coach that will help you with self-development and self-actualization in a new cultural system. So what did we do with the second revolution, the one that is now entering the workplace? If the market economy entered the bedroom, I would say the emotions have entered the workplace. We are talking about psychological safety in the same sentence that we're talking about performance measurements. We are talking about trust, authenticity, belonging, self-actualization, a whole vocabulary of emotion that is entering the workplace in a swoop. And then the meanings of the word, longevity, incentives, career, are being redefined as we speak. If you look at the Maslow ladder of needs, you can see an absolute parallel. If in our personal lives we first mated and stayed together for survival needs, and then we brought in companionship and romantic needs, and then we brought in the level of self-actualization, that you, my beloved, are going to help me become the best version of myself. Similarly, the same thing is happening at work. We no longer just work for the paycheck when we can afford to. We work for identity formation, we work for a sense of belonging, we work for self-actualization. We don't enter a company and expect to spend 20 years there, going up and up and up, and waiting for somebody else to actually recognize us and reward us. It used to be that we divorced once divorce came into the picture because we were really unhappy. Today, people divorce because they feel that they could be happier. The same is happening at work. We used to leave a company because they closed the factory. Today, we will leave because we feel that we are not being promoted and recognized fast enough. And so the Wall Street Journal can have an article with a headline that says, "Quitters are winners." Meaning, if you roam and you switch from one job to another, you are more likely to get higher incomes and better positions. What does that say about the meaning of the word loyalty in the workplace? If our personal relationships have shifted from a model of production economy to a model of service economy, meaning we don't just want work and children and survival. We want communication, we want intimacy, we want sexual bliss, we want passion, we want to feel that we matter, we want an intellectual counterpart. Those are services. And those determine the quality of the experience in a couple, in a relationship. And by the way, this is the first time that the survival of the family will depend, first and foremost, on the quality of the relationship of the couple. That's why I became a couples therapist, because for the first time, it's the couple that will determine if the family will survive. When was that ever the case? And all you need to do for some of you is think about your own parents or your own grandparents. The same shift from the production economy is entering the workplace to the service economy. We need an entire emotional vocabulary of relational intelligence. Listening skills, communication skills are essential at this moment, not muscles. And all the skills that become central are what used to be called the feminine skills. We're back in the full circle. Is that good news? You know, customer care is about relationship building. And I would add even more so, since we are talking also about HR, is that it is absolutely critical at this moment to put back the human element, especially when you have technology that leads to remote teams, or to machine learning, or to virtual self-onboarding, or to chat boxes. I mean, a very robust system that is alienating us one by one from ourselves and from each other. As human beings, we are wired to connect. And those connections demand the 5 senses. It makes a big difference. Texting or emailing will never replace the voice. And any of you who remember being read to as a child, being sung to as a child, reading to someone, how long you keep the voice of someone on your voicemail after they passed away. The voice is the most intimate recognition of another that we experience in utero. And that voice at this moment is diminishing too fast. So let me ask you, I want to help this stuff land on you. And let's move a little bit. Stand up if you were born outside the United States. Wow. And so for those of you who are standing, raise your hand if you recognized any of what I just described in terms of the major social and cultural changes that I highlighted. Okay, great. Thank you. Stand up if you have been in the same company for 10 years. Wow, nice. That's an age factor. I promise you. This diminishes as you go younger. Stand up if you have been in at least 3 or 4 companies in the time that you have been working. Right. Look around, just so you get a sense of surveys. You see, now those of you who are standing, stay all standing, and tell me, raise your hand if you feel that trust and belonging are important experiences to have in your work life. And then tell me how you expect trust and belonging to develop if you hop around the whole time. I mean, certain things demand time. Thank you. Stand up. I'm going to keep you moving for a while here. For any of you who missed the gym this morning. Stand up if you feel that you are part of a team that is maximizing its potential. Beautiful. Wow. That deserves a clap. Stand up if you've ever struggled to tell someone the truth about their work. And look around. Now, stay standing if you've ever minimized your contribution at work and let someone else take the credit, and the others may sit. Wow. Ladies, can you all sit one moment? Gentlemen, keep standing. So this is the question for the men. Do you have a sense, and I love the way that Carla talked about how perception is so powerful. Do you have a sense that you have done this more often with members of the other sex? Stay standing, otherwise sit down. Right. And women, stand up if you feel that you've let others take the contribution and it was more often men. This is what I want you to look at. Because these are all relational challenges that need to be addressed at this moment. Stand up if you work in a company that encourages creativity and innovation. Now, stay standing if it's not just buzzwords and it actually is part of your experience. Meaning it's not the party line, it's really what you do. Great, wonderful. Stand up or stay standing if you've ever censored yourself in a conversation where you felt that you had something important to say but you didn't because you thought that if you would either be judged or criticized, and you just felt it wasn't worth the risk. Wow. See, one thing is to talk about the courage to stand up, and the other is to see the context in which that courage needs to take place, and how often we end up not acting from our principles, from our morality, from our sense of ethics, and we end up in a situation of moral injury. Stand up if your company offers paternity leave. And if the paternity leave is more than 2 weeks, 2 months, welcome to America. Sit down and stand up if you feel that your company is vulnerable to inequality. Wow. Just look around, people. Thank you. And stand up if you feel that your company is vulnerable to a culture of harassment. Wow. This is the work. A lot of this is the work. And, let me ask you that one. Stand up if the last thing you touch before going to bed is your phone. And I'm not done. Stand up if the first thing you stroke in the morning when you wake up is your phone. And lastly, stand up if you're doing all of this while there's someone lying next to you in bed. So, what I would love for you to do, very briefly, actually, you know what, let's not do it first, but because I'm running a little late, but I would love for you to think for a moment if you were surprised at the answer to one of these questions. And very briefly, like one sentence, turn to the person on your right and tell them one thing that stood out for you in this exercise. Go. One sentence each. So, I hope you continue this conversation later. And in fact, that you even continue this conversation with the person that is sitting next to you. Just make a quick moment to say, let's check in. What stood out for you? What's one thing that surprised you about yourself or about the collective response? Knowing each other is actually not as simple. We sometimes work for years with people, and we actually don't really know who they are. So I want to take you to a little trajectory here. If we agree that relationship culture is fast becoming central in our professional lives, we must take a closer look at how relations are created, sustained, and developed. The central organizing feature for most relationships will come down to the word trust, because it will yield a relationship a foundational truth. Trust that goes together with the ability to take risks, that goes together with the ability to safely fail, that goes together with the notion of dependability and accountability, that you can rely on the other people, that they're going to do that which they said they would do, and that they have your back, which goes together with the notion of structure and clarity about what is expected in this relationship, on this team, that goes together with a generative communication. Generative communication is a communication that really fosters well-being and connection. It's not a communication that shies away from conflict, from negative emotion, from disagreement, from discord, but it creates something rather, that is the generativeness of it, rather than it depletes people of their sense of, which is the last one, purpose, their sense of being valued, that they matter. We are, first and foremost, creatures of meaning. And when I think about these dimensions, I conceptualize every relationship system, every living organism, every aspen grove, every family, and every team, every company around two major axes. The vertical axis of every relationship is structure. And the structure can be highly hierarchical, it can be very stable, and it can be very rigid on a continuum. Or it can be very fluid, very flexible and adaptive, all the way to very chaotic. The horizontal axis is the relatedness. The relatedness which on one end of the continuum can be about overly connected, overly close, fused, merged, and meshed, or on the other side, overly distant, overly disengaged, overly individualized, so that you don't even know what is happening and what the person next to you is doing. There are 4 quadrants to this map between structure and relatedness, between highly rigid or chaotic on the extremes, and between highly fused and highly disengaged on the extremes. You can use these quadrants to map every one of your teams and see where are the strengths and where are the weaknesses. And I'm going to do the disservice of skipping some of this, because I actually want to make sure that I take you on something else that is, to me, probably more central, and that is this. Relational intelligence starts with relational self-awareness. Every one of you comes with a relationship history to your jobs and to this conference today. Every one of you has expectations about relationships, and every one of you has narratives about these relationships, that with beliefs about how they should be, about what you can expect, about what your place is in the system, and all of that. And we don't magically become different when we enter our office buildings. We actually take this emotional dowry with us. So when you think about your own relationship upbringing, would you say that relationships were central in your family life growing up? Central as in, you were told that you belonged to a collective. If you have a problem, who can you reach out to? You are never really alone. There's always other people that will come through for you. You can rely on them. You can count on them. They mean well. People paid attention to you. People held you, rocked you, soothed you. People were empathic to your needs. People put limits. People saw when you broke the limits. Because every child rearing lives on a continuum of attention, sometimes too much attention and sometimes too little attention, sometimes neglect and sometimes smothering. Or were you told you just should rely on yourself? You only have yourself to count on. People are not really there to help you. You can't really trust them. In effect, what it says is, were you raised for autonomy or were you raised for loyalty? And from that place, you can begin to look. Do you lean towards collaboration or competition? When people give you advice, do you feel supported or do you feel instantly criticized? Do you let other people know when you struggle with something, or do you stay alone with the difficulties of a project and let nobody else know? How do you take your relational history into the workplace? We all straddle two sets of fundamental human needs, as individuals, as teams, as companies. We all want safety and security and stability, and we all want adventure and exploration and discovery and creativity and mystery and risk and a beautiful encounter with the unknown. We want tradition and we want novelty. And we want to experience them inside of us, and we want to experience them inside our teams. These two fundamental sets of human needs and how they become reconciled at this point is the challenge of modern love and the challenge of every surviving and thriving company. Bringing together the anchor and the waves. When I go to conferences, I often realize that there are moonshots about everything these days. From the environment to health to education, cybersecurity, you name it. And often there's not a single moonshot for relationships. I think that if the best companies can bring the subject of relationship to the center and to understand one thing, our relationships are our story. I urge you to write well and to edit often. Thank you.
Thank you. Please welcome Marta Riggins.
Okay. All right, am I on? I think I am. All right, hi. Okay. We're almost done. In fact, we're done in 2 minutes. And if you're leaving, you may miss some important information about California Adventure. Just letting you know. Great inspirational talks this morning from Carla Harris and Esther Perel. One more round of applause for them, please. And can I just say, what amazing women. Wow. So we're going to head to lunch and then to breakout. So live stream peeps, we will see you later, but stay tuned. There's much more content for you behind the scenes and great interviews. So we'll see you later. For those IRL, do people still say that?
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the live stream. Thanks for joining us. I'm Romaine Buck here in the All Access studio, and joining me live here, fresh from the main stage, is Carla Harris, who is Managing Director and Vice Chairman at Morgan Stanley. Carla, thank you so much for taking the time to be with us.
Thank you for having me, Romaine.
Absolutely a pleasure. So fresh from the main stage, a lot of great nuggets out there. I'd love to talk first about Why was it so important for you to really double down on the concept of leadership when you were speaking to the audience?
Yes,
today?
it was important for me to talk about leadership because I really wanted to give people some hardcore, tangible tools around how they needed to deploy their leadership and to be most impactful and to be most powerful. And especially to this audience, because this audience has responsibility for shaping and creating the next generation of leaders at their companies and then, frankly, in the world at large. So I wanted to leave them with some thoughts because so often, if we're in a producer culture, people get to the leadership seat because they have produced. They are a great trader or they're a great banker, but nobody's really taught them along the way how to lead or even how to manage. But all of a sudden, because you've been a great producer, now you have this responsibility and you have this title with really no thoughts about how you need to deploy or how you need to show up every day and be most impactful for those who are looking up to you.
That's such a really powerful point. I think a lot of us on the live stream have probably seen or had an experience where we had a leader who was put into a leadership role because they were successful and maybe didn't have the necessary tools to be an effective leader. So in 30 years on Wall Street, you've probably seen the concept of leadership transition and change a little bit. Can you talk about that for us?
Sure, absolutely. And again, going back to your original question, Romaine, that's one of the reasons that I'm now talking about this leadership, because I realize that I've seen over and over and over people get to be head of this department or head of that department because of their production. And in fact, the first thing they say in the first speech is, I don't want to manage. I'm not going to meddle in what you're doing. I just really want to talk to clients. But when you get to that point, it really is around leading. And the transition has changed over time because if you think about the 30 years that I've been on Wall Street, we've gone from a transactional environment to a relationship environment to a transactional environment back to a relationship environment. And we're also in an environment now coming out of the financial services crisis where the relationships that you had with regulators, the relationship that you had with rating agencies, those were some of the most important relationships you could have if you were a bank of any kind. And knowing how to manage those relationships, which is very different than just sort of managing risk and, being sort of, a leader that was charismatic and just with the people that were within your organization. So it absolutely has shifted over time.
Absolutely. You talk about managing relationships, and also part of being a leader is managing your brand. And some of the advice that you gave on the stage was the idea that the most important decisions about your career are made when you're not in the room, which I love that. What are some of the things that people need to think about when they're managing their professional brand so that those conversations are positive for them?
Yes. The first thing that they need to think about is what's valued in their organization. In some organizations, it's around your logical thinking. Let's say, for example, if you are in a consultant firm. In other organizations, like an investment bank, it might be around your quantitative skills, your analytical skills. If you are in a creative organization, an advertising organization, it's going to be, can you think out of the box? Can you think about new ideas? So the first thing, figure out what is valued in your organization. And then figure out how you can authentically show up that way every day so that when people are thinking about what a superstar looks like in their environment, then they can think about you, they can see you in that role because you are exhibiting that kind of behavior. Two of the most important questions that I think people should ask when they're in an interview and they're making the decision about whether or not they're going to go to place X or place Y is at the end of the interview when they say, do you have any questions for me? First question, give me the profile of a superstar in your environment. How would you describe a superstar? They're going to give you adjectives. Now you know what they value. And then the next question is, give me the profile of the last person you fired. When people don't make it in this environment, why don't they make it? Give me an example of what that looks like and how would you describe that person? Now you're going to figure out what they don't value. And if who you really are is aligned with what they don't value, that's probably an organization you should not go to. You're not going to be long-term successful. But if it aligns with how they define a superstar, it's probably the right environment for you.
Ooh, such great advice. And that goes right in line with the idea of authenticity in the workplace, which is something I know that you speak about quite a bit. Can you share with us how someone can make sure they're being their authentic self while still being successful within their organization?
Yes. The first thing, Romaine, is you need to know who you really are. How can you be your authentic self if you don't know what that is? So spend some time just with yourself. What kind of person am I when there's a crisis? What kind of person am I when things go really well? Do I cheerlead for other people? Is it all about me? Just be brutally honest with yourself. That's the first sheet of paper. Second sheet of paper, what kind of person would I like to be? Because just because you're this way doesn't mean you can't migrate and evolve into this. And then once you really realize who you are, then the way that you can be your authentic self in any environment is not to think you have to let all of that be on display at the same time. You can bring all of that in the room and just relax and meet people where they are. Now you can say, oh, is she playful? Does she like to take things lighthearted? Okay, well, the lighthearted Carla is going to talk to Romaine today. If she has a job to do and she's serious about that and she wants to be very focused, that Carla can show up. We're all multifaceted. And so if you go into any situations with no expectations, bringing all of who you are, in the moment, you figure out where somebody is and you meet them there authentically.
I love that. I know that you just recently spoke at the Harvard MBA graduation.
Yes, yes.
So people ready to take on the world from your own alma mater as well. So what were some of the things that crew of people wanted to know from you? What were the pearls of wisdom they were dying to hear from Carla?
Yes. Well, I'm not sure they knew what pearls they were going to hear, but I'll tell you some of the things that I said to them. I talked about having courage, as I talked on this stage, because I realized how important that is. The more I travel, the more I meet people, I realize it's the lack of courage that is the impediment towards execution, especially when it's around change. I talked to them about being willing to change and not being afraid of change. I talked to them about fear. And almost every time that I'm on a stage, I talk about fear. I didn't really talk about it here, but generally I say fear has no place in your success equation, because it is the fear of success, the fear of failure, the fear of what other people are going to say. Again, that's the major impediment. So those are some of the things that I said to them.
Well, let's dive in on fear a little bit. If you don't mind being vulnerable with us for a little while. Can you talk about how fear has impacted you at different places in your career?
Yes. Yeah. Early in my career, I was absolutely afraid to, as I said on that stage, to call a thing a thing. When I didn't think that something was going right, I would convince myself, oh, nobody really cares, or maybe that's the wrong person for me to speak to, or maybe I'll get fired if I say something about it. So it was fear, fear, fear. When then at the end of the day, all I had to do was to voice it. And the minute I did voice it to the right person, the situation was changed. But for months, I remember one situation in particular, for months I suffered. And my father told me to go and talk to the head guy. And I said, oh, my daddy doesn't understand. He hasn't been in a Wall Street environment. He hasn't gone through this. I can't do that. 3 months later, after suffering more, I ended up doing it. And it was absolutely the right call. And I realized it was just fear. It wasn't that I didn't have the words. It wasn't that I couldn't say it impactfully, but I was scared. I was scared.
Scared sometimes.
So I just tell people, fear has no place in your success equation. And then you tell yourself, frankly, Romaine, what's the worst that can happen? Okay, so I may get fired, but you know what? I got this job. If I got this one, I'll get another. What's the worst that could happen? They're angry and, right? So if you get yourself comfortable with the worst that can happen and realize that you will live to fight another day, then you execute.
Would you say that is the single biggest lesson you've learned in your 30 years on Wall Street, is to overcome your fear?
Yeah, I wouldn't say it's the single biggest lesson. The single biggest lesson is the one I talked about on the stage, was that perception is the co-pilot to reality. How people perceive you will impact how they deal with you. And more importantly, that you can teach people to think about you in the way you want them to think about you. That was the single biggest lesson.
Fantastic. Carla Harris, thank you so much for joining us. Such a pleasure.
Well, thank you,
to
Romaine.
speak to you today. And I also understand that you have a book coming out soon.
Well, I actually have 2 books that are out, and I'm in the process of writing the 3rd. So Expect to Win was released in 2009. Strategize to Win was released in 2015. And Beep, I won't say what it is yet, but it's along the same lines. That should be out in 2019.
Fantastic. Looking forward to that next year, Carla. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
We are going to send it back to Talent Connect 2018. Thanks for joining us on the live stream.
Hello. I'm going to start this like I do every time I talk. I'm a Boston guy, so I do a traditional Boston greeting. Sup, dudes? All right. Let's bring the energy here. I know it's the last session of the day. You want to get drinking, you want to get eating, too bad. You got 45 minutes with me. All right. So, as we see here in this picture, there are the Goliaths and there are the Davids of the world. There are the 300 Spartans versus the mighty Persians. There is Rocky Balboa versus Apollo Creed, Clubber Lang, Ivan Drago, Tommy Gunn. There is Johnny versus Daniel LaRusso. I said Johnny because he's the real underdog in my mind. And of course, there is Bill S. Preston and Ted Theodore Logan against their history report. But what ends up happening is that the little guys and the underdog can win. Now, I'll tell you, I've been coming to this conference for years. I've been coming to a lot of different conferences. I read everything that's online about brand, and I see all the big guys out there. And we hear about them, and you hear all the amazing stuff they're doing, and believe me, they're doing some killer stuff. But here's me. I remember years ago, and I remember, I'm sorry, you're gonna get those references all the time. I can't help myself. And I remember sitting in the audience and watching a huge, well-known brand up on stage talking about employer brand, and I started laughing. And I was like, this guy, Indy. I was like, really? Really, dude? And then you have teams, you have budget, and I can tell you, I work with SMBs all around the world. A lot of us, if you're in this audience, you're probably one of them, know that's not the case. In some cases, these companies have teams of people who this is their job. So how do you do this? How do you be Bill and Ted? How do you be Rocky? How do you be Johnny, not Daniel's son? How do you do that? First, I'm gonna walk you through a little bit of my playbook that I do with companies. A little bits and pieces of how you frame this that I'm hoping, as you heard today, you got some actionable takeaways that you can use in your efforts back home. So first is you gotta start with goals. Why do we do this? What is this all about, right? And it's not just followers. It's not, you really have to think about, why am I doing this? What do I want to get out of it? So here's some common goals. And when I do this exercise with companies as we set out to begin this, this journey, I ask them what they care about. And I give them suggestions of some general best practices, but you have to think about what you care about. What do you want to get out of it? And no one's going to tell you what you need. You know what you need. So here's just some common suggestions. First is hires, right? That's why we play the game. I always say, what are your goals for the year? Can we meet it? Can we exceed it? Can you get ahead of planning for next year? Pretty easy one there. Then there's inbound. Inbound's the buzzword du jour. Everyone loves it, along with authentic. Oh, I hate that word. But anyways, inbound is all about how I define it as people applying to you. It's a very different term than how your recruiter's effectiveness is. That's a whole nother metric you can measure. Inbound is literally how many people are applying to you. I then go a little bit deeper, and if they're interested in that, I say, well, how do we measure quality? So yeah, you're getting a lot of people following you, but if they're crap, who cares, right? So quality is a way that you can measure, and how I like to measure is very simple, especially with SMBs who don't have all these analytical tools that a lot of the big companies has. I have a very simple formula. It's people who applied versus people who got screened by a recruiter. Very, very simple, because if the recruiter is any good at their job, they're talking to people who, at least on paper, are a fit for what you're looking for. Then I have referrals. Now, what does referrals have to do with brand? Very simply, if you have awareness, if you have excitement, if you have buzz around your brand, people, and you have more importantly, your employees acting as brand advocates, you will get people who will want to join them, and they'll reach out to the people in their network. Referrals will naturally go up. But again, referrals is a tricky one to measure. Do you just want to measure how many you get, or do you measure how many you actually hired? They're two different things. So things to think about there. There's outbound recruiter response rate. Sir, you're here, you all have LinkedIn recruiter accounts. You see your response rate. A good employer brand, if you're doing it, your response rate will go up, okay? Time to fill, obviously very easy. I really don't like this metric, even back when I was leading recruiting teams, because it's kind of different size, different shapes for different roles. It's hard to kind of use that as a lump term, but if that's important to you, go for it. Agency reliance. Are you spending a ton of money on agencies? If you're doing this right, that should go down, or maybe even go away. Woo! All right? Engagement rate. So if social is what you care about, and social is your plan, I don't care about views. I don't care about impressions. I care about, do you like, do you click, do you share, and do you comment? People, so impressions is a really tricky thing. It means that it went through their feed and they saw it. It's not they stopped and looked at it and had an action on it. You care about, was there an action on it? And that's what engagement rate's all about. Even review sites, whether it's Indeed or Glassdoor, if this is what you care about, measure it there. Your scores, maybe you want to set a monthly views goal. Whatever these things are, you need to think about these things. Career site traffic, hugely important metric in my mind. And you all have this ability with Google Analytics to see this data. So how do you measure it? How many people came per month year over year? Or maybe you just want to do an aggregate. How many people visited last year versus this year? It's a great way because ultimately that's where we're driving everybody. Conversion rate. Conversion rate is offer accepted versus offer extended. The better brand, the better working the brand, that you're attracting the right people who are buying what you're selling, they're going to have a higher conversion rate, just like any marketing funnel. Make sense? We good so far? Kosher? All right. So now, the next step is to be the T1000. Target your audience, just like he did when he walked into the store in the movie. He's like, Uzi 9mm. He knew exactly what he wanted, okay? And that's how you need to be about your audience. So, when I go to companies, depending on size, I say, give me 15, 20, 30, 100 people that you would clone if you could. I want diverse backgrounds, I want diverse tenures, and I want diverse ages, and I really want to kick all the HR people out of the room. They're not allowed in there, okay? And I ask them lots and lots of questions. And I have someone there literally taking notes like a court stenographer. I take all their information, and I pump it into word cloud software, and you start to see themes popping out and words popping out. These are what, if your best people like it, and I know you don't have the budget to go out and hire an agency to do surveys of sample groups all around the world, what better way than to ask the own people that you love? What do they care about? What do they like? You can go off of that and build a very compelling brand that will give you the points you need to keep hitting. So here's some questions I typically ask. There's a lot more, but it's things like, why did you join? Very simple question, right? It's not always what you think. I remember I worked with a company in Massachusetts, yeah, Boston, I'm gonna keep saying that, that does cancer care. And they're doing individual cancer therapies. So this was doctors and scientists and lab techs I was talking to. And I asked them this question, why'd you join? The word cancer never came up. Not once. It's shocking, right? It shocked me. I was a little shook after I walked out of there. What they said was the same things I hear all the time. It was the size of the company, it was the culture, it was the people, it was the opportunity. You don't know unless you ask. And the worst thing you can do is ask your executives what the culture is, because they don't know. They think it's all raindrops and gumballs and chocolate streams. No, ask your people. I say, when you're at a bar, or your grandparents ask you, or you're with friends, and they say, describe your company, how do you describe it? Very different. It's not the product answer. It's how do you describe the company? You get some really good insight from a question like that. This next one's really important. What social channels are you on? And then I ask two questions. First I say, what are you on? Do you have a profile on? And the second one I ask is, and what do you go to at least once or twice a week? Okay, why do I ask that? Because the typical knee-jerk reaction is to say, well, you know what? I'm going to go on Twitter. I'm on all social, and we're just going to do everything everywhere. That way, the most people will see it. Well, if your audience isn't there, why? Why would you do that? Ask them where they are, and if that's where they are, people like them, and their friends and their colleagues, their former network, they're there too. Focus on where you can get the most bang for your buck. And if you don't ask, you won't know. That same company I was talking about, that cancer company, these doctors love Snapchat more than anything else. I was like, Snapchat? What are you, my 10-year-old daughter? But hey, it is what it is. What's most important to you in a potential employer? So asking them, when you're looking for a job, what are the things that matter to you? These are the points, if you've got, you need to stress. Why did you want to leave your last job? A very interesting question. And you get some really interesting answers. Now, why do I ask this? Because this is the stuff you want to avoid, okay? So if they're talking about bad culture or no growth or no learning, you got to make sure you do the opposite of that, okay? It's good to know the negative as much as it's good to know the positive. Another one I ask is, when you get your offer from the company I'm talking to, what were your apprehensions about joining? Here's where you learn the weak spots from your audience. Maybe it's your benefits. Maybe it's your location. whatever it is, you need to know this stuff. And then, what's different about the company you work for compared to everywhere else you've ever been? This is some gold in their heels, folks. And I really think, there's a lot more questions I ask, but if you don't ask, you won't know. All right, so the next thing I always talk about is content. Everyone's like, oh, but Ed, content, man. I'm not creative, I don't know how to do this. What do we do? Well, you don't need to be like, young Will Hunting over here from Boston, but you do need to have a plan. So one of the things I do in those times that I'm with the company and I start to is I build a plan based on what we've learned from the persona session for a year. And it's just ideas. Some of them we say we're going to do different cadences. This is a monthly deal we're doing. This is a bi-weekly. This is just once we're going to do this one. But we brainstorm and spend the time coming up with these ideas that are going to be the baseline for everything we have to do afterwards. It just takes the time up front, okay? So here's some examples. These are companies that they're not spending anything. And by the way, everything I'm telling you can do for free. Okay, so here's some examples. This is a company that does postpartum they do a postpartum drug in Cambridge, Massachusetts, and they are doing about their values. And simply, they had a big value celebration of their awards that they give to their employees and shared it. Look at that, 256 people like that. They don't have that many employees, okay? So again, very simple. It's stuff that's happening, but we talked about it. We planned. We said, all right, you do your quarterly value awards. We're going to do that. We're going to do those every quarter. We planned it. We had a plan. Here you see another company in Massachusetts that is a little kid came in the office, and they're about family, right? So when we talked to them, they were all about, I love the fact that I can work here and have the work-life balance to go coach my kid's soccer team or whatever it is. That was over and over and over again. So we show family. Okay? Family. We keep hitting it, but we're not saying, hey, we're family friendly, right? We talk about it. We do it in a way that's approachable, but that's actually happening. In the top right corner, they do a program about coffee meeting with new employees. They have coffee dates with mentors in the company. Simply share it. This stuff is easy. It doesn't take effort. It takes thought. And it just takes the instinct to want to do it, the time to want to do it. All right. Now, with social and with anything, you always have to start with what I call your skeleton, all right? Everyone wants you to just dive right in. They're like, oh, can we go now? And I'm like, no. We have to build it. And building it means you've got to have a unifying presence across these platforms. Now, they're different audiences, so understanding that what you do on LinkedIn is different than what you're doing on Instagram, for example, different expectations, different audiences. But the unification of it is the brand presence. What you do, whether it's a unifying hashtag here you see from this Israeli software company, but that's across all the platforms, but you need to have that skeleton, that plan with the muscle over on top of it of your content, but the baseline is that skeleton, that unifying thing that puts that, I know if I'm on Twitter and I see this, it's the same company here and it's the same messaging, different content, okay? So I'm gonna now show you video, and I'm gonna talk about video. Video is a hugely important metric and a hugely important medium for you to think about. And I know, oh my God, Ed, video, we can't hire a production company that costs thousands and thousands of dollars to do this. You're right, you don't need to. By the way, those mostly suck, all right? I'm gonna be honest with you. Nobody cares about the video of the person in front of the wall saying, I love my job because they do this and this. Nobody, and I can tell you, look at the views on them, there's none. It's ghost town, crickets chirping, okay? The stuff that really works is the stuff that's raw, that's, I'm gonna say the cliche, authentic, okay? The stuff that is not filtered, the stuff that feels more real, that's different. Now, if you've heard me talk before, I also believe in looking at metrics of social data for years, that what really connects with audiences is either funny or it's got emotion to it. I like to call it humor or heart. If it's not funny or it doesn't have emotion tied to it, nobody cares. Even think about what you click on every day. I guarantee you it's in that formula. So here's an example. This is an old one, but it's still very popular, and it's one of my favorites I've ever done. This is at a company I used to work at called Rapid7 in Boston, and they're very different today. They're public and a lot more buttoned up, but at the time, this fit their culture perfectly. So here we go.
Do you feel depressed, lonely, worried, and paranoid? Are you one of the millions of people suffering from a job that sucks? This is a serious condition affecting over 30 million Americans. Are you one of them? If so, do yourself a favor and get some Rapid7 in your life today. Rapid7 is strong enough to make you want to jump out of the bed every morning and start taking control of your life again. It's also clinically proven to make sure your job does not suck. With Rapid7, you will feel happy and invigorated. You don't have to suffer. Be one of the many who have already discovered Rapid7. So turn your life around and get some Rapid7 today.
Ask your doctor about Rapid7 today!
Rapid7 is not for everyone, but if you feel like $1 million and feel like you can do anything, try some Rapid7 today. Side effects include excessive fun, unlimited vacation, happy hours, extreme happiness, Nerf gun fights, unlimited time off, and so much more.
Now, if you know that company back then, that fit them perfectly. And I guarantee you, as I've said in the past, there are people who probably looked and said, what is this shit? And we wanted them to tap out, and they did. But the people who loved it, they were psyched. And they were like, I found my people. And that's effective. Now, you don't have to go crazy like that, but clearly we did that ourselves. We did it on iMovie, right? It took like 30 minutes. We had an idea, and we filmed it, and we went with it. And it was fun, and it was effective. So again, yeah, you can go out and hire a production company to do these glossy films for you, but who are you really trying to talk to? Go back to your personas, understand them, and you will get a better sense of the people you need to reach. Okay. Another medium with video, though, is live. Facebook Live, Instagram Live. Using these things that I know seem pretty scary from a brand perspective, but I gotta tell you, if you want that authentic, unfiltered view of your company, what better way than to stand up there with your phone showing them? There's nothing on this, and you can answer questions and do this. So one of the things I tell clients I work with is, you know what? If you're gonna do this and you wanna embrace it, you can't just go live. You have to promote it. You have to show them that this is coming and set an audience expectation. So here's a company that was doing an amazing chase with their employees to celebrate a milestone of going public, and they had their, like the Amazing Race, but different teams of their company, and they literally promoted it for weeks in advance and got about 1,000 people to tune in. Now this company's 100 people. They had 1,000 plus people tune in, seeing this, and all they saw was their employees acting like idiots running around Boston. But it's the actual culture. It's the real thing, right? And it's easy. And the best part about live content is it stays on your platform, on your page, as content. And you didn't have to produce anything. If you don't like it, you can delete it. But if you did, it stays there. It sticks. And you have content forever. The people can go back and view it over and over and over again. Another easy, low-hanging fruit that doesn't cost anything is blogging. Now, blogging, people always worry about blogging because, well, what am I going to write? What do I say? And I always just ask, you know, again, from the personas, well, we heard this is the stuff they care about, the questions you answer, let's write about those. So this is a company, a property management software company called Buildium. And the CEO wrote a blog, and he was talking about something that he had been doing, which is on the anniversary, a one-year anniversary, he gives their employees Allbirds sneakers, right? Simple thing, nothing crazy. But he wrote about it, and people responded. And that's forever. That stays on his profile when people are looking at the company. That's something that they use and repurpose as content. And it's something that's really meaningful from a CEO, talking about how he appreciates his employees. This next one here is really special to me. This is someone I know personally who worked at a company that she's just so awesome. She wanted to donate her kidney to somebody who needed it. And she didn't even know this person, which makes her like totally awesome. But anyways, she wrote a blog after about how her employer was so behind it and supportive of her doing that and the time she missed. If you think that that didn't have an effect on their employer brand, you'd be out of your mind. People responded. She says today, people still reference this when they come interview at their company. Okay, these things matter. And it just takes the time to sit down and write. You don't have to write War and Peace. As a matter of fact, I will tell you, the shorter it is, the better it's going to perform. We are an ADD society. You know, the longer thing people tap out, I'm done, right? But if it's a few paragraphs, a nice picture in there or two, a compelling emotional tie to it, it will perform. All right, another easy thing to do, doesn't cost any money, is what I like to call headline hopping. All right, headline hopping in social is basically what's trending, what's coming up, what holidays are going on, what social, pop culture phenomenon's happening, and using that to your advantage. So for example, National Donut Day, one of the most glorious days of the year, right? People bring donuts and they do that. Well, if it's National Donut Day, all you have to do is go out, buy a box of donuts, hopefully at Dunkin', right? And you go out and you buy donuts, you bring them in, you take a picture of the donuts, say hashtag National Donut Day at this company, blah, 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 and everyone looking at National Donut Day is finding you. Same thing here, you have opening day, Fenway Park. This is a Boston-based company, again, Massachusetts. And they just simply did a post about opening day on Instagram that performed well for them. Here you have National Professional Engineers Day, whatever that is, right? But they went in and they used it, okay? So again, this stuff is out there. I know they're not small, but I have to give Cisco some props, and I know they're here, so I'm not just saying it because you're here. Is that they, I think it was last year or 2 years ago, were planning for Mother's Day like nobody's business. They knew Mother's Day was coming, and they asked their employees to ask their mothers to give them the career advice they wish they had had. Pretty cool, right? They wrote a blog about it, and it killed. They were ready for it. So if you plan these, if you pick your things that you know you're going to target, and then other things that are happening out there, like May the 4th, Star Wars Day, like should be a national holiday. But anyways, do something like that. Same thing, have your employees do, and it's a cultural tie-in too. These things turn into fun events for your company, but you have to plan for them. Okay, job postings. So this is another cancer care company, believe it or not. You cannot get more deadly serious than their business. But this is a job post. I want to make sure I delineate here what I'm talking about. There's a difference between a job post, which is an update, a social posting, and there's a difference between a job description. Okay? Both of them equally suck in the day that we live in today. Nobody does it well, but when you do it well, it stands out. So I remember talking to this woman who's to the right of the question mark there. And she said, we want to do something unique and creative. We're looking for an HRIS analyst for our team. What do we do? And I said, well, tell me about your team. Well, we always joke about cats and lasers. I said, done. Okay? So they're like, really? I said, yes. Cats and lasers it is. And we did this in Canva. If you don't know Canva, totally cool tool, free, right? Again, you can look and really do some really cool design work in there. And she posted this. This is a job post. This job post had 95 likes. A job post. Look at that. 30 comments. Their applications tripled over the average for this role, for an HRIS analyst. Now, if there are any HRIS analysts in the room, I apologize for what I'm about to say, but is there a more boring-ass job than an HRIS analyst? No. The answer is no. Okay? So, if you can make that fun, you can make anything fun. All right. I don't know what just happened here. Oh, all right. Let me stop there. Can I go back? Yes. Yay. All right. So, job postings don't have to be just a post on LinkedIn. It can be video too. All right, now we all hear about video job descriptions, and I know it's the new thing, the new hotness, so to speak. But again, I'm gonna be honest, with what I see mostly, I think people wanna do it, but they absolutely are terrible at it. And you have that manager who doesn't want to be filmed being like, yeah, I'm looking for this person here, and they got to do this, and that. And it's like painful to watch, okay? But you can do this the right way. Now, what you're about to see here was paid for, okay? But it was $1,000, and it was a local production agency, and we did what we're gonna see here for all the departments of the company. This is for a customer service department at a company in Waltham, Massachusetts that was about 120 employees at the time. And it would sit on the career site that people would hover and they'd see a little action scroll of it, and we would post this when we post the job. Why didn't that not work? Here, let's try this again. No. There we go. That's it. Different. It's not the petrified hiring manager. And it doesn't have to be this. What I'm telling you is it can be fun, it can be entertaining. Because make no mistake about it, everything we click on that you want to put out there for your brand has to be at least a little bit entertaining. It has to be, or else people won't engage with it. Okay, now, I promised someone in the audience that would have a Star Wars reference in here because I'm the biggest Star Wars dork in the world. And here's your reference, my friend. Okay, as Lord Vader himself said, you can't do this alone. You need to engage your employees. Now, the worst thing you can do is have an executive go up there and say, everybody's doing this, this is important. That's forced and it's BS. All you have to do is ask. First of all, you ask. You say, look, we're doing this. We really want to attract great people to us. If you're so inclined, if you feel comfortable, share the world through your lens. Use our hashtag. Whatever it is you're doing. Okay, here are the channels we're on. If you don't even want to say anything, you just want to like or share our stuff, it reaches a bigger audience. We'd really appreciate it. You could even take it to the next step. Some of the companies I work with do contests. They do quarterly contests where they do maybe the value of the quarter or the top social share of the quarter. And then at the end of the quarter, they announce the winner in front of the whole company from the CEO, and they give them a prize. Some of these places give them literally like an iPad, something big and meaningful that people would care about. Other places simply, just say, hey, we care about this, and they maybe put a monitor in the lobby of their top social shares that people just continue to see, or in the kitchen, in common areas. And these things as well just reinforce that it matters to the company, and if you want to help and you want to be a part of this, help. Okay? But we live in a Yelpified society today, whether we like it or not. And it's one thing for the employer to say, yeah, we're awesome. But if your employees aren't echoing that sentiment, you got problems. Okay? Same thing as if you were going out for a restaurant and you were looking on Yelp and you see the restaurant says, oh, we have awesome beer and awesome steaks, and then you go in the reviews and maybe there's nothing, which was really a warning sign there. Or maybe other people saying it was okay, I guarantee you're not going. Same concept. Same concept. All right, PR is really, really critical. Now, this is an underrated element of PR, of any employer brand campaign, because I think, well, I'm just doing social, I'm branding, woo! No, it's much, much more than that. PR is a huge element that you cannot underestimate. So most of you probably have a PR firm that you're working with, and they're probably out there getting you press opportunities or speaking opportunities or conference opportunities about the product or the service. That's awesome. But guess what? If you ask them to get you opportunities about hiring, about culture, about people, they're getting calls, these PR firms, every day from publications all around the world in your local areas about these topics because they're hot. Why not take them? Ask them to look for them for you, because then you become part of the conversation. A quote from maybe you, your CEO, your VP HR, whomever, about these topics starts to get you out into the ether and gets you awareness and associates you with topics that you want to be a part of. Another easy, low-hanging fruit that usually doesn't cost anything is entering these best places to work contests. We all know they're bullshit, right? But they don't know it, right? Our people don't know it, the candidates. So there's nothing better than having that best places to work on your website or on your employee signatures. You can't win if you don't play, right? You have to get in them. Another thing to do is speak. Now, I'm not just talking about yourselves being out there speaking. I'm talking about you've got really smart people in your offices. Offer them up to speak at conferences and then promote the bejesus out of it. People want to work with smart people. You have people that are looked at as industry leaders or subject matter experts. Put them out there. And it's double benefit. They benefit from their brand and you benefit from that guy works for us. It's an easy thing to do. Conferences, same thing. Be a part of the conversation. Hosting meetups. So I was working with a company recently that was talking about wanting to be associated with diversity more and wanting to do better at diversity, particularly with women in STEM. So I said, I have an idea. Why don't you host a women in STEM meeting at your office? Huh. They did. They had lots of women in STEM come to their office and see what a great place it is to work. Wouldn't you know, some of them applied. It's easy to do. And all I have to do is do an Eventbrite. You're done, okay? Promote it, put it out there. You can associate yourself with these things. Being at local events. There's a lot of different local events in your industry, in different sectors and different skill sets. Go to them. You know, we all want to be shut in at our desk and doing work, work, work. These things are really critical. And the more you're out there, the more people see you, the more you become known, the more you become aware of you. And these are really, really important things. Your career site, I hope this works, because this is an amazing GIF. Come on. Here we go. Your career site is hugely critical. Now, everything we've just talked about is leading to your career site. So think about this. You're looking for a car. You turn on the TV. Here's Matthew McConaughey talking pensively, driving his car. Life, man. You know? Doing his thing, all right? Then you get an ad in the mail. That same car. Pretty cool. You go to the car dealership, and it looks nothing like what you thought, and you're dealing with a jerk salesperson. 100% of the time, you are not going to buy that car. Same concept here. You put out that you're fun, exciting, cool, all of those things, and then they get to your website and it's a bunch of corporate gobbledygook nonsense, lots of words and very corporate buttoned up. You lost. It's over. This is perhaps one of the most important elements of a good employer brand that most companies don't really they underestimate mightily. You really need to show more than tell. The more words you have, the more you suck. Okay? First of all, it has to be incredibly easy to apply. Secondly, you need to show people, don't tell them, show them people. Show them things. Show them what it's like to be there. And it has to match what you've been putting out there. It has to match. That consistency absolutely has to be there. All right, now here's some tools. These are mostly free. Some of them are not. That you can start using today. That awesome GIF of me as Russell Crowe in Gladiator is one of my favorites. It's on here. It's GIF. I say GIF, but some people say GIF. But I'm going to say GIF, okay? GIF is one of them. Social aggregators. Now, one of the things now these cost some money, but they're not expensive. You get a one-seat license for Hootsuite. It's like, what, $40 a month nowadays? It's gone up recently, but it's not expensive. So I always get well, Ed, how do I do this? You use a tool like Hootsuite. You put in 3 weeks ahead, and you don't do anything for 3 weeks. It's all set for you. It's planned. Plus, you get awesome analytics behind it. Same thing with Buffer. They're all very similar. They're all easy to use, moron-proof tools that you can use, okay? Canva, I mentioned earlier. Canva is an amazing tool. It's a free graphic design tool that you can create banners. You can create social updates. I introduced it to my wife, and now I'm living hell because she's doing invitations and all this stuff. But it is what it is. It's an amazing, amazing tool. Of course, iMovie, as you just saw with that video I showed you, iMovie, very easy to use. Again, really can be very effective. And I would argue as an SMB, the more polished you look, if you're small and not that huge, you're doing yourself a disservice by not being a little more real and using tools like that. Memes. Memes are content gold. People love them. Here's one of my favorites, IMG Flip. As I mentioned, my favorite, GIF. I use that all the time. Designer's another one, Gifiti. There's tons of these things, and I'm constantly finding new ones that I'm playing with. Use them. They're out there, and almost all of these, except for Hootsuite and Buffer, are free. Free, okay? Now, the brand also continues well beyond that. It's post-offer, pre-onboarding, that period between I bought and then I'm coming. Okay? Bought your position, and then when I arrive. That is also a really, really critical time in a candidate to build the champion forever, or someone who's just a short-term employee who's going to leave you in 2 months, 3 months, a year, whatever it is. There's lots of things you can do. Video. One of my favorite things I ever did was at a company I used to work at. We used to send the Friday before they started, our employees, we used to send out an email of a video that we never made public. We only sent it to our new hires. And it said, we're so excited for you to start on Monday. We feel like champions. We made this video just for you. And it was us lip dubbing, we are the champions. Okay? People, I still save to this day those emails from candidates being like, oh my God, this is awesome. I made the right choice. Whatever they say. Those things matter, right? And that's a little thing that didn't take much time at all that really made an impact and was consistent with what we were saying. Maybe you send a gift to their home. This is a great move for people, especially family-oriented companies or hiring mid to senior level type folks. This is a great way to say that we understand your family's part of who we're hiring here. Sending something to their home, meaningful. I used to work at a company called Kronos. And Kronos, we used to send a little clay pot, and we used to send bamboo seeds with it. And we said, thanks for planting your career at Kronos, and sent that to their home. Didn't cost much. But that did a lot of goodwill with those employees, and it was something they really appreciated. Jib Jabs, if you don't know what Jib Jabs are, it's the same thing as what I just showed you on my thing, but just a different way to do it. Those are really easy and free too. Or if they're not free, if you get the paid account, it's like $4 a month, and you could put their face with the team members they're joining on a fun little Jib Jab. Very easy, free, right? GIF welcomes, Lever did an awesome job with this, where they send these little GIFs that they're GIFs, or whatever you pronounce it, of people holding, signs saying, welcome Steve, or whatever it is, and they send them to their new employees. They change it all the time, and it's really creative and free and easy. You can do video directions to your office. Imagine sending that to candidates who are coming in. Here's a video directions of a first-person view of them walking in person in the elevator and going up. Easy to produce and different. It makes you stand out. Sending thank you notes to the candidates. I love this idea, and one of my clients does it. They turn the tables on the expectations of companies and candidates in that relationship, because we all know the candidates, you get pissed if they don't send you that thank you notes. You know you do, okay? But what if you flip it and you say, at the end of the day, like they do, as soon as they leave, the manager, it's part of their job, has to write a personal thank you note saying, you could have been anywhere today. You took time out of your day to come and interview with us. We're super thankful that you came in. We'll be back in touch in 48 hours, but we just wanted to say thank you for considering us. Really cool and costs nothing. And you think those candidates aren't taken aback like, wow, that's awesome. And then even when you reject them, it helps ease the pain a little bit too, okay? All of these things are really, really easy and critical. Now, as you've seen with my many dorky references throughout this is perhaps one of my favorite movies, and if you remember this scene, is Tell Them About the Twinkie, Ray, right? About what it is. Now, why do I have this here? Because this is about your plan. You have to have a plan. And yeah, we've got all these ideas, we've got this content plan, we've got our social skeleton, we've got videos ideas, but to roll this out effectively, you can't do it all at once. You need to have a measured plan of where you're gonna focus, how much it's gonna take, what time or resources it's gonna take. You could be super effective, but if you don't give a crap, it's not gonna happen. You have to devote time to it. You have to devote time to it. I don't care how big or small you are. If you don't devote time to it, it won't work, and if you do, it will. So having a plan, understanding how much of my time am I dedicating to this? How am I gonna get this content? How much time am I doing creating this content? Where am I going to do this video? What's my video ideas? All of these things, you have to have a plan, right? So tell your employees about the Twinkie, okay? Lastly, do you guys know this movie? All right, right on, we're friends. If not, I don't know if I like you. But you can do it. You absolutely can. Everything I've talked to you about, outside of a few little nooks and crannies, is free. And it can be I've seen it countless times, be highly, highly effective and unique and can make you stand out. You don't need to be Google, okay? And if I see another Google employer brand thing, I'm gonna puke. It's not about size, it's not about consumer brand. It's about effort, it's about dedication, it's about doing your homework, and about being authentic and understanding the humor and heart component. You do all these things, you can kill Google, you can kill anyone else you want to. They will find you, and you will stand out. And with that, I say adieu. So, thank you. So I left some time for questions. I purposely tried to hustle through a little of this, so we have like 5 minutes if anyone has some questions. Yeah.
Okay, so I work for a company that has a relatively new brand.
Yep.
And I love the humor and heart component, but I feel like my corporate
Is there a microphone? Can you bring that? I can't hear her.
My corporate conference isn't here.
Hi, CorpCom person.
So I work for a company that has a relatively new brand.
Yep.
And I love the humor and heart component, but we're so concerned about being on point with our brand.
Yep.
A lot of the most creative ideas we have, CorporateCom, I'm gonna slink down now because I don't want them to see that I'm over here. But they shoot it down. And so
Yeah.
how do you find some balance in there between real creativity and fun that gets the buzz and being on point with brand and acceptable to
Show them data.
Okay.
I can't tell you how many times I've seen, and I've done this exercise with marketing or CorpCom before, where I say, all right, tell me how you're doing. And I say, let me get into your data. Maybe it's a LinkedIn updates or whatever, their update data. And I look and see they're doing piddling little stuff. And I mean, let's be honest, nobody cares about your press releases except you and your employees, okay? And I see that constantly over and over again. But then, Shay, give me a chance. Let me show you 1 or 2 examples of something I want to do. And when you see that it's performing way better, they start to come around. Always. Okay. Yeah.
Hi. I'll pass the mic over right now.
All right, okay.
What's that? Yeah. I wanted to ask you another hurdle. So with a company that I work with, very heavy with compliance, regulations, things need to be reviewed. If I have that hurdle in the finance industry and I want to get that fun message out there, and I can think of companies like you can, I'm also from Boston. So I know a lot of companies that have that fantastic branding, and I want to bring that for the company I work for. But where I have those hurdles, what's your advice? How do I get over that?
So you just saw me reference companies that are dealing with patients, with HIPAA regulations. You could not get more regulated than that industry. And what it takes is, you don't have to be funny, right? I just say funny because that's what I gravitate to. It's emotion. It's emotion. So again, if you put emotion into what you're doing, it will get responses. So again, with those cancer companies outside of the job post, which was a unique situation of itself that I showed you, what they're doing is sharing why they work. Their campaigns are around, I'm an IT systems analyst because I'm helping develop systems because my mom had cancer and I want to kill cancer. It's true, it's real, and they're sharing it, and that stuff matters. So if they can do it, you can do it. And it just takes a little bit of saying, do you trust your employees, okay? Do you trust the people that you hired? If you don't, you should fire them. You hired the wrong people, right? You have to be able to understand that they are talking to people all the time, every day, around the world, and especially the people are looking out in at you, right? Do you want to drive the narrative, or do you want the narrative driven by others? And that's a great question you need to ask yourself, because it's happening, whether you want it to or not. You can shape it, but it's happening. Oh, sorry, yeah.
So I guess she kind of touched on the whole like HIPAA thing. So with HR, I'm trying to get our brand started, and it's just kind of difficult because it's always like, well, this employee is no longer here. We can't really do that because of HR. How do you just get around it? That's the tough part sometimes, where it's like HR, sorry for any HR people that are in here, but it's just a constant like, well, you know, HR needs to approve that, or HR needs to do this, and they're really good ideas and it'll help with the brand, but then it gets shut down.
Yeah, so, you know, what I would tell you is that you really need to think about, again, just starting from someplace authentic. And I hate the term, but it's like you have these stories that exist right now, okay? And to get HR to come around is to simply show them, again, setting goals. Like I talked about earlier, what are you going to want to get out of this? What's in it for them? Everyone's selfish, whether we want to admit it or not. In our roles, in our lives, we have our own agendas of what we want to get out of it. What's in it for them? What's in it for the HR department? What can they benefit from it? They're going to get more engaged employees. Think about this. If I'm in front of the company and I say, you know, Matt, you're my best employee. Here's our employee, big Tiger Woods check for Matt for Employee of the Month. Woohoo! That's great. You're doing that internally. What if we did it externally to the world? Big difference. Matt is going to be harder to pry away from other companies, so there's your retention issue right away. Matt is getting love in a way that doesn't cost us anything except a social update, so we don't have to give him a big fat bonus. We can just talk about him on social, and we love Matt, right? That matters. Matt shares it with his friends and family. His peers see it. They want to be Matt. There's so many benefits to this. And so particularly in highly regulated industries, it just starts small. Start small and do really little things and start showing them the effectiveness of it, and then take that data back and say, now you see, this is what we're doing. It's not scary. We're not breaking anything. And there's benefits. Then they come around. So you just got to do small little bites.
So we'll do the final 2 questions, one over here and then one over there.
Can you talk at all about responding to people on social channels, whether that's Glassdoor and responding to reviews, or even on LinkedIn or on Facebook? Can you talk a little bit about that?
So there's people who say you should respond to everything, and I don't agree with that. I do think you should be a part of the conversation, but if all you do is respond to negative, don't do it. If you're going to respond to positive and negative and not to every single one. Okay? And the key is do not appear, it's a very fine line, do not appear combative, right? If you appear the slightest bit combative, it's going to do you more harm than good. So what I always say in those situations is acknowledge, thank you for sharing this feedback, say action plan, this is what we're doing and we appreciate that and this is the thing, and then thank them for taking the time. Done, right? Don't go overboard with it. Again, you're gonna get dinged. Nowhere is perfect, and we all know people who go on review sites are usually pissed off people, more than happy people, okay? So understand that, and then pick your poison on what you wanna talk about and what you wanna address, okay? And the other thing to remedy that if you're getting bad reviews is to ask your employees that love it there, say, hey, I know, we all know unhappy people, usually you write reviews and happy people don't ever say, oh my God, I love this, I'm so happy. But if you love it here, it would really help us if you went on and wrote a review. If you don't want to, that's fine, but I'm just saying it would really help us if you did. Those things are big. So again, I just wouldn't go overboard. Yeah, it's good, but don't go crazy. Some people want to respond to everyone, and some people take it personal. Fine line, very fine line there. Okay? Yeah?
Hi.
Hi.
Do you have tips on folks that kind of wear multiple hats in talent acquisition? So to your earlier point, not every company has someone that just is dedicated to employer branding. So how do we, so I'm doing everything, right? I'm doing recruiting, I'm doing employee engagement, retention, employer branding.
Awesome.
What are some tips on, how to get started and how to make the time and the manpower when I'm kind of a one-man show?
Yeah. So what I always tell people in those situations is find someone in your company who's passionate about social media. Real easy place to start. I can't tell you how many people I've worked with at these companies that were recruiting coordinators, executive assistants, whatever it is, that this became their job because they took to it and they wanted to do it and they were excited about doing it. It can be under your control, under your purvey, but find someone who's got a passion for this. That's all. You see them on Facebook all the time, tweeting, sharing their latest lunch. Oh my God, I hate that. But anyways, but their lunch or whatever it is, and they're always on there and they're doing these things. That person clearly knows the platforms, they know what to do, they're active, and they love it. Let them free. Let them do it. They become excited about it, they do the legwork for you, and then at the end of the day, you get to control what's going out there. It's easy, but again, if that can't happen and you can't find someone to do that, literally put on your calendar 20 minutes a day. 20 minutes a day, every day. You'll be fine. That's it? All right, thank you.
Thanks for joining me back here live on this stream in the All Access studio. We are back for round 2 of Rock My Profile. And joining me live back here in studio is Tim Sackett, who is president of HR Technical Resources and the author of this amazing book, The Talent Fix. I see you gussied herself up a little bit.
Well, we got feedback, right? There's so many people watching, and they're coming back and they're like going, wow, you look completely hackish compared to how beautiful you look. And so they made me get dressed up. They're like, you're trying to rock profiles and you're wearing a t-shirt. So,
the bow tie works for you.
The bow tie's good.
Yeah, so thanks for coming back to join us for round 2.
Yeah.
Since our last session, we've gotten quite a bit of feedback on the live stream as well.
Yeah.
So one of our viewers, Tom Lockwood, asked us this question. I'm wondering if you can answer it for us. He wants to know, do you think a black and white photo stands out more than a color photo?
Okay, if it's really well done, it's professional. Yeah. It definitely would. It also, the secondary image becomes important then. Because if you have a black and white photo and then you have something that completely takes away from that, then you're going to lose that. So you have to really think about how do those two things match together. But again, I think a black and white photo does stand out. I mean, we see it so few times. You don't see it very often.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's a really great point. I also want to give a shout out to a couple of our other folks that are out there on the live stream. Kelly McDonald is joining us from Brisbane, Australia. Hi, Kelly. Kelly also submitted a picture of her watching the live stream. So we see you. We love you.
We're going to talk
watching.
about you.
We're going to talk about your profile here in a minute as well. And another shout out to one of our longtime viewers. Emmanuel Michael has been with us on the live stream since yesterday, all the way from Nigeria. I have no idea what
Hasn't
time it
slept
is.
yet?
Probably not, because it's such compelling content. He doesn't want to miss a moment. So, Emmanuel, we see you out there in Nigeria. We're going to talk about your profile as well. So, who are we going to kick it off with now?
Let's get right into it. Jack Craig, he's out of Boston. And so, again, we talked about this this morning. We'll see it again. Crop photo, little blurry. And you can see his buddy's shoulder that's over there. So, you know, again, one of those things that we want to try to do is go out, get a professional photo, take some time. And again, whether if that is your friend with the new iPhone with the portrait mode, or someone that has a really nice, like, you know, LSR camera or something like that, get good lighting, have a window in front of you, or, you know, find lighting that comes in naturally, not necessarily like put a bulb in front of your face because you get washed out. And so that photo, because your eye is just driven to it. And again, secondary photo is great. He's got this great Boston shot that comes across. So the one thing that I think Jack can really improve on is, one is the headline. So remember, this morning we talked about the three things: picture, headline, summary. Those three things are going to draw your eye to that profile. And the thing is he's got great brands that he works for. He works for Kraft Sports, which is like New England Patriots. He worked for the Detroit Lions. He's worked for the San Jose Sharks. And so people, I know he's a sports fanatic. Yeah. I know he loves pro sports. I know he loves all this stuff. And again, so this could be right here, right? When it comes to event management, sponsorship activation, game day operations, no, tell me what you love more. Are you a football guy, soccer guy, whatever it might be? Let's go down and do that. And then again, summary-wise, just a little bit more personality coming out. Otherwise, for the most part, pretty strong profile. Again, I think he's using this more as the resume for a profile versus the profile for a profile, which is, who do you want to network? Who do you want to show people who you are? All of those great things.
Yeah, I think the takeaway here is we want to hear what you're passionate about, and let's see that in your headline, right? Yep. So that's awesome. Jack, some great tips that you just got straight from the master here. Yeah. Tim, who else do we have? Can we take a look at Kelly, who is out there with her own viewing party?
So I got to see all of these last night and kind of went through them. Kelly has the best picture we've seen by far. Professional photo. Nice. It's an upshot. It's great lighting, just beautiful. Now, the secondary image, again, she's going through, okay, I work for Hudson, and so I want to put my brand out there in terms of where I work. It's a little pixelated, so again, maybe try to tighten that up just so it's super clear. So here's on the headline, and we talked about headlines this morning, and they're so important. She has recruiting recruiters, recruiting recruitment leaders, recruiting talent management, recruiting across APAC. That's 4 recruitings.
Yeah, she's passionate about recruiting.
And so what we showed this morning, I'll show it again. Crystal Miller is one of the best headlines I've seen. I recruit people. I shoot sports. I am Groot. In just the overall 9 words and telling us what she does, I think Kelly has a really great opportunity to take her headline and turn it into that passion of recruiting without saying recruiting 4 times.
Fair.
And so that, but then if you go down to her summary, she is one of those people too that added in really good stuff. There's actual video. There's some link in here to go to some other stuff about her company. And then the dirty secret that no one talks about.
Ooh, tell us.
No. For recruiting is she actually put her phone number right in there. And everyone thinks, oh my gosh, I would never put my phone number on my LinkedIn profile. I have my phone number. I have my cell phone number on my LinkedIn profile. Don't call me right now.
Call him.
No, but that's we don't get as many calls as you think.
Yeah.
Once in a while, but if
you will now.
Yeah, I know. If you're really trying to find great talent and you're using your profile to be a recruiter, throw your phone on there and see what happens. You can always take it off, but try it, and you'll be shocked that you don't get as many calls as you think. So I love that she put all that out there. Super easy. So if you want to get a hold of Kelly and you happen to be in Australia, bam, there you go. You can get a hold of her.
Kelly, your phone is going to start ringing, just in case you were wondering. We got almost 1 million hits last year on the live stream, so
I know. Well, Kelly, you and I are both in trouble right now with our phone numbers out there. Okay, let's go on to Catherine Pope. So I saw actually Catherine in the LinkedIn app. She was out. She's here, right? Cool. So she's actually here at LinkedIn. And again, a lot of opportunity when we get back to, we talked about the crop picture. She's probably with her girlfriends. And she's like, oh, I'm just going to get my own headshot in there because I look really good that day. Yeah. And she does. But we want a professional photo. And then the secondary image, we saw this morning as well, is just stock image from LinkedIn. Fill something in there, again, and what you're passionate about, what you're trying to do. Now, Kelly's a founder and a PR person, and we talked about this as well, as we tend to be PR person, recruiters, marketing people, we don't focus on ourselves. And we focus on everybody else, helping everybody else. And she has some work to do in terms of, she can really put on a great headline. And then also as a founder, publicist, writer, get your logo on there, get your website on there, and really interact with what your brand is and be on brand. Yeah. And again, she can do that, and she has the ability to do that. What I love about her summary is that she actually gets into all those great things that she's doing in terms of having her degree out there and some of that good stuff.
And I want to double down on something that you mentioned before, because I hear you saying get a professional photo. But to be clear, we're not saying that people have to go out and spend money to get a professional photo. We just think that they should take a little extra time, get a friend to take your picture. Don't take a selfie.
Everyone has a friend that's a photographer, right? Or an amateur photographer. For
sure.
And that's all it needs. And like I said, my example was I get my family pictures taken every year. And I'll just ask the photographer, like, quick, couple of headshots. It takes 5 seconds. Yeah. And then they just throw them in with the other pictures. So find a way to do that. And it really makes a big difference from that. So who do we have?
So let's jump to Emmanuel Michael, who's been watching us on the live stream. So longtime viewer, first time caller.
Yep. So Emmanuel, great professional photo right off the bat. You can see that it's great lighting, great backdrop. Has the ability to increase the second image and do something there. Like me, he's 100 most influential global HR leaders. I'm a top 10, but we won't talk. There's no competition.
Throwing shade on the live stream, Tim. Wow.
So no, but I love, again, like you obviously know in his headline, like he's trying to come out and saying, hey, here's what this is. He actually threw a hashtag in there, which again, like that, probably could tighten that up and figure out what can I go through and eliminate author, public speaker, mentor, judge, whatever that might be. There's a way to do 5 or 6 words that people would have that same impact. And then if you get down into, again, a little wordy on the summary, but really tight in terms of specialties and what he's doing. Now, there's something unique about Emmanuel's, and he has the Harvard Business School executive education thing. Now, this is something that recruiters talk about all the time. So now and we'll talk about another one about this as well, is when you get down, he actually has Harvard Business Executive Education, the course that he went through, which is I'm sure is really difficult, but he also has actual legitimate real degrees. And so the question is always, do I put my degree up higher or do I put the big brand name up higher? And so for me, I'm always like, hey, it took you 4 or 5 years to get that real education. Yeah. That Harvard thing might have been a semester, might have been a weekend class, might have been whatever. I understand the name is really big, but think about all the effort, energy, and cost and effort you put into getting that full education. And again, it's above the fold, so you want to make sure that people's eyes are drawn there, because recruiters will look at that and go, oh, he doesn't really have the education, he just took this class. Whereas if you have the bachelor's or the master's, that becomes really popular.
Really, really great point.
Yeah.
Any last tips before we wrap up and send it back to Talent Connect Live?
One of the things that, again, that we talked about, I think, is when it gets back to use your profile for a profile to network with the people you want, not a resume. And it's so hard to get us to pull us away from that resume. So don't do that. Use the profile to connect with who you want and define who it is, that audience you want to connect with, and then use that headline to go after those people.
Love it.
All right.
Great stuff. Tim Sackett, thank you so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me on.
Such a pleasure. Really great tips for rocking your profile from the professional here. And also check out the book, The Talent Fix. Some great tips in there to really help you take your recruitment to the next level. So we appreciate that. Tim, thanks so much. And now we are going to send it out live to Janesh Rollin, who is our roving reporter out there in the middle of all of the action. Janesh, take it away.
From the In Lounge, and I am joined by
Ann Manhart.
And
hey, I'm Will Pong.
So, Ann, I want to speak to you about what's happened today at Talent Connect. What has really been exciting for you and what we've got going on around here? Like, what's spoken to you today?
Great, thank you. Well, there's so much buzz here, and first of all, if you see so many of our customers and our clients, old friends meeting each other from all parts of HR. We've got learning and development professionals here, we've got recruiters, we've got senior leaders. It's just been a great day watching new connections happen. In particular, I'd say also a lot of product launches. We've got our new Talent Hub that we talked about. We talked a lot about our plans with Glint to acquire them, and it's just been a great day overall.
And earlier you were mentioning something about Carla Harris's speech.
Yeah, a lot of people talking about Carla Harris this morning. She was one of our guest speakers and spoke so much about bringing your authentic self to work and everything about making work for you in a real positive way. And everyone around here today is talking about how magical she was.
That's awesome. And one of the things you mentioned was Talent Hub. And I'm really, really happy that we've got Will Pong here. He's one of the product managers spearheading this initiative. Will, can you tell us more about Talent Hub and what you guys announced today, what's launched, kind of how it fits into the future of the workplace?
For sure. So the heart of Talent Hub is a couple things. One thing that LinkedIn's already really good at is discovering people, right? Out of our giant network and beyond, we're able to slice and dice and help people understand what talent is going to fit their needs. But what happens beyond that, right? The moment after you identify somebody, how do you take them to the moment all the way through to evaluating them, to hiring them? That was a missing part of our story. So that's why Talent Hub was created, for us not only to source, but also manage that process all the way to hire. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. And what are some of the early things you're hearing from clients, from people who are at Talent Connect? Because what I've seen is a lot of excitement from people as they were pouring out of the keynote. But like, as someone who's, pouring their heart into building this thing, what have you heard early on?
Well, I'm listening, right? I'm just wandering everywhere around here, listening really deeply. And I think one of the things that works in our favor is the fact that LinkedIn has built a lot of trust in the community, right? To understand where people are wanting to go and to develop their careers. So we have that going for us. The other part that we need to be really careful about and make sure we do well is what I think I'm hearing, being able to deliver a world-class candidate management experience. There's just things that we have to hit and do right if we're going to be the center of what everyone is doing when it comes to their hiring. So we're learning as fast as we can, we're making constant changes, and we're making sure that we're adapting what we're doing to the people who need it.
Got it. Awesome. And Anne, kind of on that note, as someone who's spent as much time as you have in HR in this recruitment space, what do you think this means in really tying the loose ends with Talent Hub and Talent Insights and all the other announcements we've seen at Talent Connect?
Well, I think it's really exciting from a collaboration standpoint. I mean, I think we are always talking about soft skills, how teams work together, how we can create excellent candidate experience and excellent employee experiences as well. And I think the benefits of LinkedIn Talent Hub working with our LinkedIn Talent Insights product is that it brings everything together from a standpoint of the manager, the candidate, the recruiter, HR, allowing everybody to really look at your life cycle of that future candidate, bringing them all the way through in a way that's very, very collaborative and hopefully creates the best possible candidate experience.
That's awesome. I mean, creating that amazing candidate experience and recruitment experience is kind of what we're all about, right? It was the foundation it was built on. So seeing that expand here is really cool. And more of a fun question for you guys. So as I mentioned earlier, I was seeing people pour out of the keynote. They were super excited. Certain people have said that celebrating Talent Connect is more fun than celebrating their own birthday. Would you agree, and why?
Well, my product was born today, so I kind of get the best of both, right? Would I agree with that? I'm just going to go ahead and say I'm really happy to be here. How about that?
That's awesome.
Well, we've had a couple employees here who've actually celebrated their birthdays here at Talent Connect this year. So I would say they're getting best of both worlds, and without question, it's a great place to be with so many professionals around the country. To spend your birthday with them is a pretty cool thing to do here.
That's super true. And so with that, thank you, Anne and Will. We'll give it back to the studio, over to Romaine. Thank you.
Welcome back to the live stream. Thanks for joining us from the All Access studio here at Talent Connect 2018. I'm Romaine Buck, and joining me here live in the studio is a special guest, Esther Perel. Thank you so much for joining us. Esther is a relationship philosopher and psychotherapist. I have to know. Yes. I'd never really considered the idea of a relationship philosopher before.
Right.
Can you talk to us a little bit about what that means?
Yes.
What kind of work?
Now, interestingly, it's never a name I would have given myself, right? So other people have decided that it is a person who studies the belief systems, the values, the attitudes that undergird the relationships, the way that we think of them today, the way that they have changed, how they mirror the social and the cultural changes that are happening across the world. It's a kind of a thinking about relationships and a developing of models for how to think about relationships.
I love that. And the idea that relationships are so key to everything that we do. Relationships matter is one of the key values we have here at LinkedIn. I would love to hear from you, Esther, about how people's relationships impact the way they show up at work and their relationships beyond just their intimate space.
Right, great question. So I start from the premise that it is the quality of our relationships that basically will determine the quality of our lives. And that the bonds and the connections that we make with other people will give us a greater sense of meaning and happiness and well-being than any other human experience. From there, I look, people's personal life goes with them to work, and what happens to people at work, which is always intersecting with the relationships, goes back home. You can't separate these two things. We grow up in a history of relationships. We grow up with a relational CV, if you want, and we bring that CV to work. It will dictate the way that we experience what people tell us, if we will experience it as support or criticism, if we lean more toward collaboration or competition, if we let other people help us, or if we feel that we should be able to do everything on our own. The way that we were either raised, I think the two fundamental dimensions, either for interdependence and loyalty, or for autonomy and self-sustainability, those two dimensions are probably central in understanding how people show up at work and what people expect in their personal relationships as well.
So fascinating. So from your research, would you say that most people have those critical relationships in a healthy way, that they have strong relationships, or not?
I would say like this. I would say everybody grows up with a set of two fundamental human needs. Every human being, but also every living organism, every team, every company, straddles the need for security and the need for adventure, the need for stability and the need for freedom, the need for connection and the need for individuality. We all straddle both. And some of us will come out of our childhood wanting more security, more protection, more structure, more clarity. And some of us will come out of our childhood wanting more autonomy, more space, more individuality, more self-expression. And those two people are often together in an intimate relationship, but they're also together on a team.
That is so fascinating. So when you think about the ways that people can take the way that they're straddling the world, whether they come out of their childhood wanting more security or more freedom, how can you make an adjustment? If you come across someone at work who's essentially the opposite of you, right, how can you make that relationship a positive, healthy, productive relationship moving forward?
The first thing is, I don't think there is anything problematic in those stances. Okay. Those are natural outgrowth of relationship histories. We bring them to work, and interestingly, every team or every collaboration at work needs some of each. You need the one who takes the risk, and you need the one who assesses the risks the other one takes. You need the one who takes initiatives, and you need the one who says, hey, let's see how this fits in the overall purpose of what we are doing. You need the one who says, yeah, I need to feel safe in order to trust, and then when I trust, I can take risks. And you need the one who says, no, 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 it is the fact that I take risks which will give me the trust. And these two live in a complementary relationship of interdependence. Once we understand that, rather than you need to change the other in order to make them match, but you actually see that these people's role can only live the way it does because there is somebody else who does the other part. And these need each other rather than these fight each other. You develop a completely different definition of what is relational health and what is a good relationship culture.
I love that. So how do you determine what your relationship health is? How do you figure that out?
I would give you 5 essential dimensions of looking at a culture that has a positive relationship culture. One is trust, or what other people like to call psychological safety. It is the real foundational truth to a relationship, is that you know what you can count on, you know what are the expectations, and you know that there is somebody has your back. You can go out. Now, interestingly, in the past, trust used to mean I know you for a long time and I know who you are and therefore I can trust you. In the share economy, where we share our car and our homes and our most prized assets with total strangers, trust is no longer about I know you so well. Trust has become I can give you something, I can fail, I can safely fail and come and tell you and I won't be shamed for it. And therefore I can innovate in the context of tradition. So trust, number 1. Number 2, dependability or accountability. I count on you to do what you said that you would do, that we all need to be done for the well-being of the team and the company. Number 3, clarity and structure, meaning we are clear on what is expected, what each one of us is supposed to do, how we are interrelated, and how what you do helps me do what I do, and vice versa. And the structure of expectations is clear. Number 4, communication. We talk about this well, and a healthy communication doesn't shy away from conflict or from discord or from disagreement, but it knows how to promote connection rather than destruction. And it is really, it speaks directly as is, but with care, fierce and caring at the same time. And number 5, meaning, purpose. I know why we are here. I know that I matter to you, and I know that I matter to what I do matters to me, and I know that it matters for the world, that it doesn't make me feel like it's just empty, hot air. That sense of purpose, that we are in something that has greater meaning beyond myself, is the next element that we as human beings absolutely need.
5 fantastic tips to measure your relationship health. I'm curious, how did you get into this work as a relationship philosopher?
So I've been a therapist for 35 years. I still am. I still work in my practice. And I would say that working with couples and with families is working with relationships that are often experiencing high distress. I know to work with highly conflictual, highly polarized relationships where people have fundamentally different points of views with somebody who they once thought that they got along. Sorry, this is
no problem. Live TV, sometimes we lose our microphones.
We'll make sure that you don't stop hearing me. So I think that what is really important is there is a confluence today between how the relationships have changed and are going through rapid norm changes in the personal world and what it is happening in the what I call the second relationship revolution in the workspace. That there is a real confluence. Some major things are happening. In a nutshell, I would say we've brought market economics into the bedroom, and we talk about and we do all kinds of consumeristic behaviors in our romantic aspirations. But at the same time, we have brought the world of emotions into the workplace. And for the first time, we talk about trust, authenticity, belonging, communication, emotional intelligence, words that never were part of the speak in the business world. And relationship skills have become the new bottom line. They used to be considered soft skills. That used to mean feminine skills, and that was just kind of an aside. This important understanding that relationship skills are more important at this point. The currency around relationship matters just as much as the currency around productivity and processes is something that I can bring as a therapist, as a relationship expert, that I've worked with. You know, it is the language I have worked and lived in for decades that I now can transfer into the workplace in a much more integrated fashion than when people used to come and say, I came to talk about my marriage, I came to talk about my manager.
And Esther, we will have to leave it there. Thank you so much for joining us. Esther Perel, such a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you for joining us on the live stream. We'll send it back to Talent Connect 2018.
2 years ago, I lost my husband, Dave, unexpectedly, which is an unimaginable thing to live through. I thought I would never get through it. I was worried my kids would never be happy again. So I asked my friend Adam Grant, a psychologist, what could I do?
I knew from watching other people that it was possible to find strength in the face of real hardship.
When I lost Dave, it felt like I was sucked into a void, like I couldn't quite breathe or think. And trying to get out of that void, to feel like you could breathe again, like you would one day, find joy, find happiness, find any sunshine, was an incredibly hard thing to do.
I think of resilience as the strength and speed of our response to adversity. So when something bad happens, big or small, how much are we able to overcome it? Or how well do we persevere in the face of it?
And I remember asking Adam, how much resilience do I have? How do I figure it out? How much do my kids have? And he said it was the wrong question. The question is not how much resilience you have, because there's not a fixed amount. You build resilience. So what I should be asking him is, how do I build resilience?
It's a skill set that we work on throughout our lives. It's something that we can build long before we face any kind of tragedy or difficulty. It's really about learning, what does it take for me to find strength in a tough situation, and then being able to apply those skills when they're most needed. Severe adversity brings real perspective, which is about finding appreciation and recognizing, my life could be worse, and realizing how fortunate you are to have the good things that you do in your life.
One of the things that really helped me recover the most, but was completely counterintuitive to me, is one day Adam said to me, things could be a lot worse. And I said to him, what do you mean things could be worse? I just lost my husband suddenly. Are you kidding? How could things be worse?
And the only thing I could think of was to say, Dave died of a cardiac arrhythmia, and he could have had that same arrhythmia while driving your children in the car.
And it had never occurred to me I could have lost all three of them in an instant, not just one. And actually, the minute you say that, you're like, okay, I'm all right. Thank God my children are alive. And so even through this loss, I know I have so much to be grateful for. My own health, my children's health, every birthday, every dinner, every minute. And I wish I had learned that before, because if I could go back and tell Dave that, I would.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the All Access Studio. I'm your host, Marty Finn, and joining me now is Gelung Tubten, who's a mindfulness and meditation teacher. So, Tubten, thank you so much for making the time to be with us in the studio.
Thank you.
It's great to have you here.
Thank you.
So, we're going to start this off the way we've been starting off with all our guests. We want to ask you a question. What were your career aspirations as a kid? So, what did you want to be when you grew up?
Not a monk.
Not a monk. Okay.
That was not.
I'm a bit confused now, but keep going.
The whole monk thing was not on my radar at all. In fact, growing up, I wanted money, I wanted success, and in fact, I became an actor before I was a monk. And I was really interested in that kind of work, but it was stress, huge amounts of stress, that drove me to a monastery, and I completely changed direction.
Wow.
Through some kind of meltdown through stress. That's what turned me into a monk.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. And you grew up wanting to be an actor?
Yeah. My mother's an actress.
Really?
So I kind of wanted to follow in her footsteps. And I think there was something in me that wanted to communicate. And now, of course, as a monk teaching meditation, I get to communicate a lot and hopefully help people. So my motivation changed from wanting some kind of financial success into wanting to help others.
Wow,
Yeah.
that's fantastic. Thank you for sharing that. So, in thinking of mindfulness, we are constantly bombarded with, interruptions and things throughout the day. Like, what are some tips you would recommend to help people be more mindful in their daily lives or while they're at work?
Yeah, I think sometimes people think meditation and mindfulness is something you do very separately from your ordinary life. Like you might sit at home and meditate, but it's really interesting when you can bring it into daily situations. So as you say, in the workplace, we're bombarded with emails and phone calls and the pressures of work. If you can have mindful moments throughout your day, that changes everything. So I try to help people to practice those moments of stillness, even in the busyness of working life. So just taking a moment to feel the ground under your feet, be aware of the chair under your body, just those moments throughout the day help you to be less affected by all of the stress around you.
Yeah, I I think that's a wonderful tip. I actually have a question for you personally. So how can someone even get started doing that, finding those mindful moments? I personally would love to know, and I think a lot of our viewers would too.
It's all about building up the habit. So I think first of all, we've got to realize it's good for us. So maybe reading or studying a little bit about the brain science of meditation and how it reduces cortisol in the body, reduces stress. Once you know that, you want to do it.
A little bit about the why.
The why, and then you just have to do it, and you're kind of building the habit. And one of the most important things is to do small moments. If you try and do it for too long, you kind of crash and burn.
Sure.
Because you took on a huge task and then you feel like you failed because you don't do it. But if you just build it up slowly throughout the day, it starts to become a habit.
All right, very good. Well, thank you for the tip.
Thank you.
In thinking about what companies can do, what can employers be doing, what are some thoughts you have on how employers can start to take a lead in bringing that mindfulness to work and helping their employees from that standpoint?
I think it's very much about making it part of the company's culture so that mindfulness is placed as an important skill, and maybe not only for well-being, although that's important, but wider than that. So in terms of professional development, for example, if you practice mindfulness, you're more focused. You're more concentrated, so you can work with greater efficiency.
Sure.
So if mindfulness can be seen as a work skill and encouraged on that level, then people will feel more supported. And then, of course, if the company can have meditation rooms, I know some companies do meditation in their lunch break, or it's kind of accepted as part of company culture, maybe starting meetings with 1 minute of stillness. So it's kind of woven into the company's culture. Then it becomes very normalized and people feel supported in doing it.
Yeah, one of our other guests we had on the other day was actually talking about having complete silent dinners with your coworkers as a way to get to know one another interpersonally. It was kind of mind-blowing for me because I couldn't think of the concept, but you mentioned even the first minute of a meeting just being quiet.
Yeah, and silent eating, I mean, it's not practical to do that all the time, but it's an amazing way to actually have a real break.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, the lunch break is not a break. You're just talking madly and then getting yourself more stressed, and then you go back to the desk. But what about having some space at lunch? If you eat silently or just mindfully, you're actually chewing the food properly, digesting it properly, having that mental calm down.
Yeah. Awesome. Thank you so much. So on the topic of being stressed, you mentioned, I know you're going to be doing several sessions at Talent Connect. That involves public speaking. I think a lot of our viewers, public speaking can be a very nerve-wracking thing for people to do. What are some of your thoughts? How do you prepare yourself to give a presentation, public speak, calm those nerves?
Actually, the first time I had to speak in public, I was so frightened I started crying. I used to be really nervous, and now I find it very easy because of mindfulness. And my way of preparing for a talk is not around the information. I don't sit there with notes planning what I'm going to say. I prepare my body and mind to be in a mindful state. So maybe backstage, I will spend a moment focusing on my breathing, feeling the ground under my feet, dropping my shoulders, going into that mindful zone so that when you walk on stage, you're completely in the moment. And you have your knowledge already, it will come out. You don't need to be, revising your notes. You need to be preparing yourself to be calm, open, and in the moment.
In the moment. I was just going to say, that makes a lot of sense. So you've talked a lot about advocating a change in meditation from self-motivation to compassion. Can you share a little bit more about what that means?
Yeah, I'm very much into compassion-based mindfulness, which means that when you're practicing the mindfulness, you have a sense that you're not just doing this for your own personal well-being. That's included, but you're also doing this so you can be of greater benefit to others. So you're bringing peace to your own mind so that you can bring peace to those around you, because we are social creatures. We're all connected. So we need to honor that connection and maybe bring the mindfulness into our connectivity so that our relationships improve, our personal relationships, our work relationships. I think peace in the mind leads to peace outside. And compassion means to have empathy for others, to see their side of the situation, to be less judgmental. And this is definitely part of the mindfulness process.
Wonderful. All right, so final question. We're asking, it's a LinkedIn tradition. What is something we would not know about you based on your LinkedIn profile?
Something you would not know about me? Wow, I don't know. is that I haven't always worn these clothes. I mean, this whole monk thing was, I've been a monk for 25 years, but before that, I was very different. If you'd have seen me then, you would never have recognized me. I had kind of punky hair, spiky hair, and I was quite wild.
All right, going out on acting jobs, huh?
Yeah.
All right, great. Well, thank you so much for being with us today. We really appreciate the time and the tips. Thank you, very helpful. So folks, stay tuned. We're gonna cut over to Josh Berson's breakout session right now. So we will see you in a little bit.
Welcome to Learning in the Flow of Work, The Time Is Now. And a special welcome to those on the live stream who I know you're in your comfy chairs ready for this to start. And it's my absolute pleasure to welcome Josh Berson to the stage.
All right, thank you all for coming in after lunch and hanging around to listen to Learning in the Flow of Work. So what I'm going to talk about for the next 45 minutes or so is essentially a paradigm shift that's happening in the learning and development industry. And, you know, I sort of tested this idea over maybe 6 or 7 months ago, and it seems to be resonating. And so, I'm going to take you through a bit of a story for the next 45 minutes. And at the end of this, I think you're going to come away with some very different ideas on how to think about the L&D space, your solutions, your strategy, your technologies, and of course, all the great things you can do with LinkedIn. So a little bit to get started about where we are in the economy and why this is such a relevant topic. First of all, you've seen these kinds of charts before. We're in a very, very low unemployment environment. The job market's getting hotter. It hasn't slowed down at all. I was at a conference in Eastern Europe a week or so ago, and basically what people said is, we can't hire anybody. It's impossible. The only way we're going to hire somebody is to take them away from somebody else, and as soon as we raise our wages, they raise their wages. So, and I heard that in Japan. I've heard this all over the world. So we have this issue of talent. We have this issue of skills, and CEOs now have come to the realization that it is the #1 issue on their minds. This is the CEO research from Conference Board. They put this out every year. Last year, it was cyber terrorism, global warming, immigration. This year, it's skills, talent, capabilities, diversity, and measuring the performance of our people. So this has now reached, you know, sort of the senior levels of business leadership. And one of the reasons for this, of course, is you heard the data this morning from Jeff about all of the changes in the workforce, jobs being automated and changing so rapidly, skills changing, but it's more than that. It isn't just need for more AI and the need for more technical skills. I mean, the technical part of the market is an important part of the market, but it's really this. It's that the digital business models that companies have found themselves trying to transform them into require a different type of business, different people to do different things. If you look at the US stock market capitalization over the last few years, we're becoming more and more of a service economy. And one of the indications of this is the valuation of almost 80 to 90% of the US stock market is what is called intangible assets. An intangible asset, if you go to business school, it means we don't really know what it is. It's IP, software, brand, services. It's not oil in the ground. It's not raw materials. It's not cash. It's the things that we do as people. So skills and capabilities are the business that you're in, regardless of the company that you're part of, regardless of the industry. And so skilling and continuous education is really a life or death issue. Now, at the same time all that's going on, and we have the acceleration in demand for skills and the changing skills, we're also changing the way we work. This is research we did at Deloitte 2 or 3 years ago, and it continues to evolve, that more and more companies are realizing is that the hierarchical job models, the hierarchical way we pay people, the job descriptions, the levels, the way managers move up, doesn't really apply to the way businesses operate today. We work in teams. Cross-functional teams are really the secret to success in digital businesses. And when you operate like the picture on the right, which most of your companies do that, even though you may not be formal about it, skills become the currency of a team. So when you're spinning up a team to solve a customer problem or design a new product or come up with a new marketing campaign or fix some internal issue, who do you want on the team? You want the best people on the team. So if you don't either have access to the right skills or know the skills of those people, you don't know how to staff that team. So skills have become an internal form of currency on getting ahead in the business today. It isn't just how long you've worked here, how many people you know, how connected you are to the leadership. The currency of success is now skills too. So that's driven this. And to make it even more important, we have this elongation of the talent cycle. Interesting data on this is that of all of the things that have happened in the world of work, we actually are getting healthier. Now, yeah, we're under more stress, we're getting less sleep, we have all these other issues, but the average baby born in 2018 in a given date lives 6 to 9 months longer than a baby born a year earlier. So all of this medical research and pharmaceutical work that's been going on in the last decade or two really has made the world healthier. And what that means for you and for us is that we've basically got employees now from the ages of 23, 24 to the ages of 60, 70, and soon in their 80s, all working in our companies, 5 generations, maybe 60-year careers. And so part of the learning challenge is how do we not only reskill and continually skill people in the early stages of your career, but what about the people at the higher levels of the older stages of their career, bringing them back into the workforce? We had an interesting conversation with the head of learning at General Motors, who's kicking around here yesterday, and he talked about this program called the Take Two program, where GM is basically going out to alumni, people who have retired or left GM, and maybe haven't been working for maybe 5 or 10 years, and saying, we want you back. We'll train you, we'll skill you, we'll pay you. We may not pay you as much as we did when you were working here full time, but we want you back. And they're getting tremendous demand for that. And so that's another part of this whole issue of skilling. Now, you've seen the data from LinkedIn this morning. You saw it from Jeff. I mean, the thing that I'll highlight here, and it was interesting that he brought up the same thing I've been saying, which is soft skills are in demand just as much as hard skills. Yes, we need software engineers. Yes, we need machine learning people. Yes, we need data scientists. But that's a relatively small percentage of the total workforce. It's about 5 or 6% of the overall workforce. The other 94% of us are using tools, and we're working in teams, and we're trying to figure out how to work better in organizations. And a study was done recently by Bloomberg and Workday where they interviewed about 300 senior HR execs and asked them, amongst the college grads that you're hiring, how well are they ready for work? And basically the answer was, they're pretty good at the technical stuff. They understand math and they understand science. A lot of them have built software somewhere earlier in their educational lives, but they don't know how to do complex problem solving. They don't know how to work in an organization. They don't understand being part of a team. They're not necessarily good at persuading or convincing. That interesting chart that Jeff showed this morning that had oral communication. Did you notice that the most in-demand skill in the United States is called oral communication? That's kind of a funny one. I mean, that's a strange way of saying all these soft skills are really in demand. So there's just as much appetite for communications and persuasion and team skills as there is for technical skills. Added to all that is the fact that the career model that was built in the days when I got out of college, I mean, the whole world was built in the really around the 1930s and 1940s. We created this model of retirement at the age of 65. And that's what the Social Security system was all built around. And so there was this idea that you were going to go to school for 25 years, you were going to work for about 30, 35 years, and then you were going to retire. And now we're living longer, careers are changing, and everything is going in a different direction. And if you look at this data, it's really astounding how quickly companies have realized that vertical up or out career model that we developed, certainly in the 1970s when I started working, really just doesn't work anymore. And so that creates more demand for continuous development and continuous learning in the workforce. Okay, now the other part of this I want to touch on before I get into the idea of learning the flow of work is what's going on for your employees. Most of you know this, and you're all very enlightened L&D professionals, but I see it in my own children. Right now, most business professionals, certainly early in their career, will basically say that other than salary, which is still very important, especially now, my ability to stay current and develop myself is the biggest reason I'm taking this job. And it's the biggest reason I will leave this job. So if you're not developing and implementing some form of continuous learning experience in your company, you can bet your employees are concerned about it, and the good ones are going to leave. And so this is now not just an economics sort of formula. This has really reached the stage of employment brand. And yet, despite that, people don't seem to have enough time. And the interesting thing that I've found, in my, journey through this, market over the last 20 years is right now we're in this very strange period where the economy's growing, we're all becoming digital businesses, but we're actually getting less work done. And if you look at productivity, this is US productivity, and you can see it's flattened off since the 2008 recession. Productivity in Germany is practically flat. Productivity in Japan is negative productivity growth. This is all the developing economies are suffering from this. And the reason for it, there's a lot of economists trying to figure out why, but I think the main reason is that we haven't rewired our work experience and our businesses around the world of digital yet, and we're still operating in old work styles with new tools. And the symptom of that is people are just overwhelmed. Now, you've seen these kinds of charts before. We first wrote the chapter on this in Deloitte, I think it was 2016, but we just did a survey with LinkedIn just a couple of weeks ago, and we surveyed about 2,500 people, and we asked them, what are the things that are keeping you from being productive at work? And 27% of the respondents, and these were professionals of, sort of various different ages in several different countries, 27% of them said, almost 20% of my time is wasted on email traffic that is not relevant to my job. Now, that doesn't surprise me. I don't know what your guys' emails are like, but I feel like that's all I do all day, is run back to my computer and delete half the stuff in there and try to figure out what's relevant. And it's affecting us in many, many ways. And it's nobody's fault. I mean, this is just a problem of where we are with the world of work and where we are with technology. And what it means is when you tell somebody it's time to do learning, they're trying to time slice it into all this other stuff going on. Now, we did a study at Deloitte about a year or so ago, and we found out that the average employee at that point in time told us they had about 24 minutes a week to learn, which is sort of a strange, low number. We just did another survey with you guys with LinkedIn, and we found that that there's actually different categories. There's people that spend no time learning, there's people that spend a little bit of time learning, and there's people that really spend a lot of time learning. And the interesting thing about this research that just came out is the people that spend a lot of time learning are getting a huge benefit out of it. Somehow they have reduced the clutter, or they're ignoring the noise in their workspace, and they're spending time going to LinkedIn Learning or somewhere else, taking courses, learning what they need to learn. And look at the data. They're less stressed, they're happier, they believe they're performing better, they're improving their potential career growth. All those are good things. So we've got to figure out a way to give people more time and reduce the clutter in the work experience so that they can learn in the world of all of these other stresses for continuous development. So how do we do that? That's really what brought me to this point. Now, I've been doing this, you guys know me. I mean, I actually don't come from L&D. I've been an analyst for almost 18 years. But I realized the only way we're really going to fix this is we're going to have to figure out a way to take all these wonderful learning assets we have, whatever the form of content is that you're most enamored with, and allow people to access it in the flow of work. And so that's what this is all about. And it has been hard. I would say that the L&D function went through a dark period the last few years. Now, it's come out of that. But we did some research in 2015, 2016 that showed that the average L&D department at that point in time had a very significant negative net promoter score. And the reason for that was that the learning management systems industry had fallen behind. We didn't have all these learning experience platforms yet. We didn't have some of the new tools that LinkedIn's launched yet. And frankly, people were just pulling their hair out, not knowing what to do. Employees were going out and buying lynda.com on their own nickel, and they're just bypassing the corporate training department to find what they needed to learn. And so we put more money into the learning and development profession, In fact, this is an interesting chart. I don't know if you guys know this, that of all the different areas of HR that have been invested in the last year, and by the way, the HR profession, and it went up by almost 10% this year. That's a lot. That's a huge amount. Average spending on HR went about 10%. The two areas that are growing the fastest are learning and recruiting, and learning actually grew faster than recruiting. So this is a big investment area. And where we are is we're in this transition period. Now, if you go back, just let me spend 1 minute on this chart. I've always found that the L&D profession is one of the most avid consumers of new technology. When I worked at IBM in the 1980s, I was actually at IBM when the PC was launched. And I remember when the first PC showed up in the office, first they were black and white, and then a color one showed up. And the color one had a big CD-ROM player on it. You guys remember what those things were like. And somebody had built some training on it. And it was absolutely fascinating. Everybody wanted to buy it for training. And this has happened to every technology evolution since. When YouTube came out, it became a training platform. When Twitter came out, it became another form of a learning platform. Every piece of technology eventually, very quickly, gets absorbed into learning. And that's what's been going on here. And as we do that, we have to rethink all of the paradigms of learning. The paradigm of e-learning in the early 2000s was instructor-led training in a window. Basically, for those of you that have been around as long as I have, that's what it was. It was instructor-led training with some little bit of interactivity put onto a browser. And we then realized, well, maybe we could use video. So we started doing some video. We had Flash, so we couldn't do video very well, so then we had to get rid of Flash and wait till HTML grew up to video. Then we started to do search. Meanwhile, by the way, the LMS architectures were all developed sort of 10 or 15 years ago in this sort of course catalog paradigm. And so all of these technologies are coming fast. Now we've got AI, we've got cognitive, we've got voice recognition, we've got real-time location-specific information in the workforce. L&D is trying to catch up with all this stuff to build tools and solutions to take advantage of it. So we're in this sort of weird state where we know that all these tools are available, but the L&D marketplace and the L&D solutions, the L&D platforms haven't really caught up. And that's the reason that this is really so much of a paradigm shift as much as it is just brand new tools. So what do we do here? So what does this idea mean, learning in the flow of work? So I've been thinking about this and talking to all the vendors and looking at all these wonderful solutions that companies are doing. And let me give you sort of a way to think about it. The first is this idea of micro-learning. Now, when I worked at Digital Think long ago, and we had all these, very, very sophisticated instructional designers, I remember and I was in charge of product management, and we had a bunch of customers that said to us, will you just give us PowerPoint online with audio? And the instructional designers said, absolutely not. We're not doing that. It's not valid instructional design. Nobody will learn from that. Well, we're past that now, right? Everybody accepts that, yes, a short video is fine. The stuff on YouTube is learning. So we now have this world of accepting the fact that everything that we write down, every article, every podcast, every little video, whatever it came from, can be used in the form of learning. But you're not going to develop a whole new skill set with that. You're not going to change your career with that. You're not going to get promoted because of a little piece of micro-learning. It's going to be more of a performance support type of experience. On the other side of that, we still have the need for formally developed, high-fidelity, structured learning too. Because sometimes you really need to change your entire way of thinking about a problem, and that will then change your career and your role. And both of those have to coexist. So you might ask yourself sort of how much of one versus the other. Should we do all micro-learning? Should we do all long-form learning? How does it fit? Well, it turns out there's a way to think about this. And one way to think about it is to think about this chart. And this is a sort of hypothetical picture of what it's like to go to any job. When you start a new job, you're new, and you go up a steep learning curve. And maybe that's a year that you're on that learning curve. Maybe it's 9 months. And you reach a point where you get it. and you're sort of, good at the job, and you kind of come down the learning curve. You say, I'm not really learning very much anymore. And at some point you say, oh, great, I got a new assignment. My boss gave me a new project. I got a new client. I got a raise and a promotion. Now I have a bigger sphere of responsibility. You go back up the learning curve, and that's a good thing. Or if you work for a company that isn't managing you well and doesn't have that kind of a learning environment, you go down, you have this, where you're kind of bored and fed up and you're tired of doing the same thing, and maybe you leave. And I remember doing a really interesting case study with a very successful company, financial services company, where all the employees started in the call centers. And they determined that little point, that little vertex, was 18 months after you started in the call center. And they learned that if they waited 19 months before they gave you an assignment, the retention rate plummeted. People would leave. And so they designed their entire learning experience around this curve so that somewhere around 12 months into the job, you started to get new materials and access to new training and new career development tools to move you to the next level of that growth. And the way this really works is that at some point in your role, you will need macro learning, onboarding, job transition, promotion, move to a new role. And then while you're in the job, you're going to need micro learning. And that's why people use things like LinkedIn Learning, because they can get access to whatever they need while they're in the job. And both of these go together. And at some point, you're going to get credentialized for your skills, and then you're going to want to teach other people your skills. So this sort of picture is one way that I would recommend you think about the learning experience in your company, because we just had a meeting this morning with a bunch of L&D leaders, and the one thing on everybody's mind was, how do we build a learning experience that people can use? They can find what they need and consume the learning that's appropriate to them. And I'm not a fan, by the way, of just giving people a giant portal and letting them do whatever they want. I mean, that's nice. And that might be a great tool that really engages people, but it may not move the needle. It may not improve the sales productivity. It may not improve safety. It may not improve leadership unless you have some structure around it. Now, once I started thinking about this, I went out and I looked for some data. Oh, here's another way to think about it. I thought, I guess these slides are a little bit I lost a few of my builds here, but basically in the flow of work, you go between not knowing enough to knowing too much, to not knowing enough, to knowing too much. And this is what happens to your employees every day. There's periods of time where somebody says something in a meeting. This happens to me all the time. And I don't know what they said. I just don't know what that thing is. And I run back as soon as I get out of that meeting and I look it up, because I don't want to be stupid next time I go to that meeting. Or you're in a meeting and it's just utterly boring because you've been through this before. And this is what we're trying to do, is keep people in that sense of flow where they're constantly challenged, yet also capable of moving up the learning curve in whatever role it may be. Now, as I was sort of testing this idea, I ran across the folks at Safari. Now, Safari is a book company, basically, that does technical education. And they are very, very successful and very well known in the tech industry. And they've started to add micro and learning assets to their library. And they did some research for me, and we talked a lot about this. And they looked at about 200 and some odd thousand users of their platform, and they found that it was almost a perfect model, that when people were new to a topic, first of all, they found that about 60% of the consumption was micro, or was macro learning or structured programs. About 42% was, these small little snippets of information in books and articles. And they found it was almost a perfect model that the people that were new to a domain, new to a technology, new to a tool of some area of technology that they were supporting, were going through the structured learning first, very significantly, and that you could watch them wean themselves off it as they grew and become much more of an unstructured learner as they became better. And so they basically learned that the way to think about this is sometimes you're going to have people in your company that are going to need structured, scaffolded, high-fidelity learning to transition from role to role, job to job, and sometimes the high performers are just going to want to get what they need and move on. And so it's a simple model, but I think it's a good way to think about how to rationalize what to do. One of the things that, that we developed a long, long time ago when I was doing L&D research, maybe a decade ago, was a model for this where we basically said if you built it, and I don't have a slide on this, but I'll just give you a sense of it. If you built a 2x2, and the vertical is this strategic or operational, and the horizontal is this off the shelf or custom to us, and you look in the upper right, where you have highly strategic activities and skills that are custom to you, that you can't buy off the shelf, there's only a couple things in that quadrant. You have lots of stuff in the lower left and lots of stuff in the other areas. But those are the kinds of things where you have to build these highly structured, very high fidelity programs. At Deloitte, there's a giant investment in new consultant training that's very hands-on. It's face-to-face. It's scenario-based. It's done in a group. But there's also lots and lots of ad hoc micro-learning as well. So one of your biggest challenges is to figure out when to do the macro-learning and then fit the micro-learning into the rest of the flow of work. Now, in terms of micro-learning, there's been a lot of education, a lot of learning about this. One of the things that's now fairly well known is this whole research on the forgetting curve, and I'll just touch on this. This is research that was originally done in medical education, where they were trying to teach people anatomy and just tons and tons of rote learning, and they found that more and more and more consumption didn't create retention, but if they revisited the topic repeatedly, it stuck. And it has to do with the way your brain wires new information. And you can see these curves flatten out. So one of the tricks in micro-learning is not just giving people a giant library of stuff, but actually using some form of adaptive learning to refresh and remind people of the material that you believe they need to know. So a good example of this is safety training. One of the applications of micro-learning that I found was really interesting is a company that's using an adaptive learning platform for people in a manufacturing distribution environment. When they go into work in the morning, they clock in, they get a little window, they get a 1-minute video, or maybe it's 2 minutes, it's very, very quick, with some safety tips. And, they get, a couple of things every morning, and they revisit them on a very, repeated strategy with some very interesting algorithms behind it, and they found that in this particular example, rather than sitting people down for 2 hours and teaching them all the safety things they need to know about how to drive a forklift and how to lift things and so forth, they got a 30 or 40% reduction in accident rates as a result of using these approaches with very small amounts of time in the flow of work, as opposed to the traditional way of thinking about learning. So this has a big impact. Now, the other thing that I want to remind you of, and those of you that are L&D professionals probably know this, is that repetition is not enough. As you can see, this is from the same research at Purdue, is that repetition increased retention from 28 to 46%, giving people a concept and sort of a theory, sort of increases retention to 41%, but getting them to use the material or practice it allows them to increase their retention even more. So think about that. How can you get people in whatever learning environment you're working to use the material you've given them in some form of practice? And today there are tools, and I would hope that LinkedIn builds one of these eventually too, where you can actually go online and share the information you've learned with your peers in a collaborative environment and get graded and feedback from your peers. And those kinds of tools can be done virtually as well. So remember that you always did homework in school and you came into class and the teacher asked you to present your homework to your peers. It's all about using the material you have. So those are all things that are really becoming part of this. Now, gamification is part of this also. It's interesting, we had a long conversation about that this morning with the learning leaders that are here. It turns out that people actually like games. Games are very engaging. Accumulating points on your frequent flyer, it always cracks me up. My daughter wants to pay for my airline tickets so she can get the miles on her account. And she wants to, I was at a coffee shop with her the other day, and usually I pay for her coffee. She says, hey, Dad, let me pay for it. I want to get the points. And so she spent the $20 on coffee instead of me. This stuff actually pays off. So this is another trick that is becoming well understood in some of these learning platforms, giving people micro-credentials, points, feedback, leaderboards. I mean, these things sound a little bit silly, but they really, really have a big impact on people's enjoyment of the learning experience. Now, while we're talking about micro and macro learning and technology and adaptive learning tools and all that great stuff, let me remind you that that's not really the whole story. If you really look at, very successful learning organizations, they don't just do that. They also have places where people can learn. In fact, it's interesting, the last couple of years I was at Deloitte, one of the biggest requests that we would get from clients is help us build a corporate university, a physical corporate university. Because we've got all these people working online and collaborating, and we need a place for them to come together and work on a project and meet and talk about things and facilitate conversations. So this continues to be important, and it's probably more important now than ever because we are so virtual and we spend so much time online that getting together continues to be important. And then the fourth is what we would call experiential learning. Learning on the job from your boss, from your peers, from the other people in your organization, having a learning culture, which I'll talk about in a minute. Now let me just give you sort of an interesting comment on that. One of the people I had a chance to meet a year or two ago is Edgar Schein, who's a very, very famous professor who wrote many, many books on corporate culture. And he's very famous for, teaching companies about corporate culture. And I was talking to him and I asked him, of all the things you've learned about culture in all these years, is there any one thing that's the most important of all? And he said, yeah, it's really only one thing. It's people helping each other. Do you have a company where people are willing to help each other? And I thought, you know what, that's actually kind of a profound idea. Because I've worked in companies where they do, and I've worked in companies where they don't. And this number 4 here, this experiential learning, is how well and how willing and how much of a reward system do you have for people taking time to help other people do their jobs. In fact, I was just in a meeting with one of the heads of L&D from Dow Chemical explaining how they do that, how that's part of the culture of Dow, and I'm sure that's one of the reasons Dow Chemical's been around so long. So that's got to be important too. So let me just remind you that learning in the flow of work is not just a bunch of tech stuff, it's also human and culture as well. Now, we've studied this in the Burson business. We've done at least 4 times, maybe 5 times, we've done these massive studies of L&D. And what we find when we look at maturity, and these bars are different levels of maturity, is that the companies that are the most successful in training and developing learning and delivering learning in a meaningful way do a lot of things. They have very heterogeneous learning strategies, so they accommodate all these different types of programs. So I just want to remind you that it isn't all about the technology, it isn't only about the content. In the most recent maturity model we developed, and the way we do these maturity models is we survey 700 or 800 companies, and we assess all sorts of practices that they're doing in different practices of HR, and then we go back and statistically correlate them to see what practices seem to be in place adjacent other practices. And when then we build these maturity models, we found, it was interesting, before I even came up with this concept of learning in the flow of work, that flow and thinking about learning as something that happens all the time in the company, continuously in the flow of work, actually is the most sophisticated way to think about L&D. And it's a relatively small number of companies that are doing that today, but I think it's going to become more and more. Now, how do we get there from here? What's really happening? Well, first of all, we've got a lot of facilitators that are making this possible that were not possible before. The first is technology standards. The XAPI, which some people are a fan of, some people aren't, is actually in some ways kind of a breakthrough. Because when all we had to track learning was SCORM, we couldn't track these small interactions with the learning system. We didn't have any data about it. Now we know, your talent platforms know, when somebody's reading an article, how much time they spent on something, what type of asset they're looking at. And so there's a category of tools now that's allowing you to really diagnose what parts of your learning experience are being used and what parts are not. Second, people are shifting in their usage. The data shows more and more and more today, about 25 or 30% of the learning investments in the United States and around the world is in the formal mode. Now that formal number is not going to go away, but more and more of the online that used to be formal is now online, is virtual online, or it's supported by apprenticeship or team-based learning in the flow in the job. And by the way, one of the things I've learned about L&D, if you're in a corporate L&D function, is if you don't keep up with the learning in the flow of work, the business people will do it anyway. They're going to do it without you. Somebody in the sales department's going to do training. Somebody in the customer service department's going to do training. They're going to figure out some way to do it without your help. So if you don't get with it and be part of this, you just become sort of a sideline to them. So to some degree, this is a little bit of a survival strategy for corporate L&D. If you look at research, this is Don Taylor's research last year on what are the hot topics people are interested in. You can sort of see that adaptive delivery, personalization, collaborative social learning, these are the hot topics right now. You know, listen, I've always been a big fan of MOOCs, but the MOOC model didn't really work super well in the corporate learning industry because we don't have time to go through long courses like we do in a university. Yes, they're useful in some cases, but that didn't turn out to be the paradigm-changing you know, tool for corporate, but some of these other things are. We also know that the L&D capabilities have changed. And most of you probably feel this, but it's something to think seriously about. In the days, you know, 10 years ago, instructional design, the ADDIE model, Kirkpatrick, you know, Jack Phillips, ROI, those were all the things we learned about. I mean, those were all the books were written on that stuff, blended learning, you know, all of those concepts. Now it's about personalization, experience design, design thinking, more data-driven learning experiences, understanding multiple forms of content and multimedia and building better micro-learning experiences, learning experience platforms. I mean, a lot of the stuff that we now have in the L&D industry didn't even exist 2 or 3 years ago. And so now we've got we're sort of like kids in a candy shop with all of these possible ways to make learning in the flow of work. As far as the learning architecture, it's still pretty tough. We really did think for a long time that the LMS was the center of the learning experience, and that's not true anymore. And I was a part of that. I mean, I worked with a lot of LMS companies. Today, I would say the LMS has become more like the mainframe in the basement. It's there, it's doing its job, it's running a lot of business-critical business rules, and maybe it's handling customer education and e-commerce and compliance, and maybe you're doing a little bit of talent-driven learning. But most companies are finding out that the user experience of the LMS is not able to keep up with this learning and flow of work. Now, I'm not saying the jury's out on the LMS market. The LMS vendors are very scrappy software companies. They're going to build better front ends as fast as they can. But most companies now have 22 different learning tools. I mean, this just blew my mind. It's getting more complicated, not simpler. And I think one of the things you really need to do to be successful, we were talking about this morning, is you need to have somebody in your company who is like an architect, who looks at the tools that are out there and comes up with some sort of a rational sort of tool set of what you're going to standardize and what you're not going to. You know, you go to these technology shows now and you look at all the tools for learning. Curation tools like Filtered, which allows you to find learning and recommend learning through chatbots, virtual reality tools like Striver that can virtually put you in a real-world situation, the learning experience platforms, the new assessment tools. I mean, there's a lot of technology out there. And the LMS, unfortunately, is not the center of all that. Now, I built this particular chart maybe 9 months ago. It's probably slowly becoming out of date. But you can see there really are starting to become new categories in the market. The one that's the sexiest right now is the learning experience platforms, LXPs. These are really, in some ways, learning-centric portals that allow you to curate and publish content of any type from any source. To some degree, the learning, the LinkedIn Learning Platform is probably becoming a learning experience platform. We've been discussing that with the LinkedIn folks. There are platforms that are more oriented towards structured program delivery, and then there are platforms that are really oriented toward micro-learning delivery to deliver this time-based, sequence-based, repetitive learning. Then there's obviously AR and VR tools. I actually think virtual reality is going to be a much, much bigger play in the learning industry than you might imagine. If you haven't played around with VR learning, you really ought to look at it. If you're in a manufacturing environment or any high-risk or safety-oriented situation. Even Walmart uses this now to train retail employees on what it's going to be like when the store gets crowded. You can actually simulate a real-world situation in an incredibly high-fidelity way. Obviously, the content business, these adaptive learning workflow tools like WalkMe that actually allow you to develop real-time learning experiences on applications, and then of course the learning platforms. Now the cool thing about this is I think LinkedIn's playing a lot of these spaces. The LinkedIn Learning team are pretty smart people. They know what's going on in this space, and I think their roadmap involves significant amounts of enhancements in almost all of these areas. So if you're doing business with LinkedIn, I think you're going to be in really good shape. But there is a lot of noise and there are a lot of vendors in the market. I think this is going to become another dimension to this. Most of the learning platforms today are cognizant of the metadata in learning, but they don't understand the content yet. LinkedIn went through and indexed all the content in Lynda. That all information is now available. I understand there's plans in LinkedIn to use all that metadata and that data to give you better search into learning. Why not? Why wouldn't you just chat with the learning system and have the learning system answer the questions for you? That's what this product Magpie does from this company in the UK called Filtered, and there's other tools that are starting to do that. There's actually a company by the name of Volley in San Francisco that built a system, an adaptive AI-based learning system that reads documentation, identifies the actual learning needs and the sort of skills and competencies within the documentation, and then creates sort of micro-learning activities that you could query like this automatically from your sort of your product or operational documentation. So this will be an important part of the learning industry. But I think the other thing that comes along with this learning in the flow of work is you're going to have to do some pilots of your own. I remember, I talk to companies about this all the time. This is a time for experimentation. One of the banks that I studied or really did some interviews with last year went through a process of trying to figure out how to improve the onboarding and first-year training of their retail employees. They have a very high turnover rate, as many banks do, something like 60% turnover rate. And they did a project where they basically went in using design thinking, and they studied the experience of these employees in this bank in the flow of work. You know, what's the first week like? What's the first month like? What do we need them to do the second month, the third month? And they built a series of learning interventions. Eventually, they built an app that did this to take care of all the issues that these people have at different stages of this first year of this job. And they had a dramatic reduction in turnover and a huge increase in employee engagement as a result of doing that. That was a pilot that they started with that turned out to be highly successful. So you have to do that. And you also have to get ready for the fact that many of the learning platforms today are going to be part of another system. And this is something where obviously LinkedIn has a huge leg up because of the relationship LinkedIn has with Microsoft and other major providers. But if you go back to the very beginning of the presentation where I talked about why people are so busy at work, dealing with their emails, dealing with whatever it is that's coming your way, why wouldn't the learning experience be embedded in that? If you're doing let's suppose you buy Glint, for example, and you use the survey tool in Glint, and you get a survey back that says that your team is, unhappy about your ability to run meetings on time. Why wouldn't the system just give you a link right there to a course on how to run better meetings? I mean, why wouldn't your Salesforce system automatically surface for you tools on how to better manage opportunities? That's where the world is going. More and more of these learning tools now are being opened up to manifest themselves in the systems of productivity that your employees are using every day. And that's where I think this will be a year from now. We come back to this conference, you're going to see learning truly being in the flow of work. Let me just summarize with one point, because I'm out of time. All this stuff is exciting, it's interesting, there's all sorts of new tools and technology, but I still believe at the bottom of it all, you still have to focus on culture. People have to feel that they're given time, that the time they spend on skill development will be rewarded, that they will get credit for the skills they've developed and they'll have an opportunity to move back up that learning curve, that their managers will respect and understand the time they're spending on learning, that there will be after-action reviews and discussions of mistakes. Those are cultural things. And I think one of the most maybe important and noble things that we do in HR, and particularly in L&D, is foster and develop this learning culture. So that continues to be really the foundation of this. So that's kind of the story. I think learning in the flow of work is a really important paradigm, and I hope this gives you at least a few new ideas on how to take advantage of all these wonderful tools we have to build a great solution for your organization. Thank you for inviting me to come speak this afternoon. I guess we're not doing, do we have?
Back to our All Access studio. I'm your host, Marty Finn. So now we're about to play our favorite game show at Talent Connect. This was a huge hit last year, one of my favorites. It's a game show inspired by the segment on The Tonight Show called Pup Quiz. So we're gonna have two esteemed guests who I will introduce shortly, but here's the premise of the game. So basically, we're gonna be asking our contestants a series of questions. If they get the answer right, they get a puppy. You get to hold a puppy, a cute puppy. Who doesn't want that? If they get the answer wrong, their opponent has the chance to answer correctly and then steal that puppy. So the name of the game is whoever's holding the most puppies at the end is the winner. So before we get to that, I do want to recognize and thank pupsandreps.com, who has been caring for and brought all of these puppies into the studio today. And we should mention that some of the puppies that you're going to see on here are available for adoption. So be sure to check out pupsandreps.com. All right, so before we meet the puppies, we have two very important people that we should introduce, Ed Nathanson and Don Burke.
Hello.
So Ed, why don't you go first and tell the audience a little bit about yourself and Red Pill Talent?
Sure. So I am an employer brand consultancy. I work with big companies, small companies all around the world, helping them with their employer brand, and a massive Kiss fan.
Favorite Kiss song?
Oh, I Was Made for Loving You.
All right.
Not Beth?
No, too soft.
Only the hardcore jam.
That's right.
All right. Very good. Well, great to have you here.
Likewise.
Dawn, thank you for coming in. We're excited to have you on the show. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself and Dawn Burke HR?
That's right. Dawn Burke HR. It took me 2 months to come up with that name. I should have called you. I'm an HR consultancy as well. I help companies understand what their modern workers want and need so we can create some engagement strategies and understand what they truly value, which would be their culture. And then from there, we can do all kinds of other cool stuff. Learning and development, recruitment, training, you got it. That's what we do.
Fantastic. Well, thank you guys both for being here. So before we get into the questions, we wanted all the viewers to know and you guys to know that basically everything we're going to ask today can all be found in LinkedIn's newest solution called Talent Insights. So for those of you that might not be aware, Talent Insights is a solution that delivers on-demand access to real-time data on talent pools and companies. So if you're looking to hire a certain specific function in an area, LinkedIn Talent Insights can tell you where that talent lives, your best option for recruiting, and a lot more insights. So really great stuff. So all of this can be used there. So you guys want to go online, check out LinkedIn Talent Insights, and we'll see how you guys do with the questions, all right?
Can't wait. Puppy me.
Oh, it's on. It's on.
Wow.
By the way, just so we would be like equal here, when I saw he was wearing a Kiss shirt, you realize I was wearing like a flowy green shirt. I had to put on my black outfit, so it's on, brother.
Right. So there's a lot of puppy game face going on here right now. All right, I love it. So the first question is for Dawn. So when trying to find the perfect candidate, it can sometimes feel like you're shooting for the moon. But what happens when you're really aiming for the stars? Tell us which of the following countries has the largest talent pool for astronauts? It's multiple choice. Wait, sorry, I forgot to tell you that. It's multiple choice. So I wasn't just going to see what you said, although now I'm interested. So here are your options. A, the United States. B, the United Kingdom. C, the Russian Federation, and D, France.
Russian Federation. Final answer.
I'm sorry, that is not the correct answer. Ed, you have the opportunity to steal for a puppy. No pressure.
I am going to say the United States of America.
Give this man a puppy.
Puppy me. Oh, yes. No, adorable.
I don't know if his name is Bruno, but that's what I call him now.
Oh, hello.
Bruno. Don, please don't touch the puppies until you've earned it.
Hi, you. Oh,
all right.
You even smell like a puppy.
Oh. I'd be kind of concerned if he didn't, but all right, here we go. All right, Ed, so the next question goes to you, Ed. So drilling down further with all these astronauts, so we're staying space related. With all of these astronauts in the USA, which city has the largest talent pool of these spacemen and women? Your options are Cape Canaveral, San Francisco, Los Angeles, or New York City.
I'm going to say San Francisco.
That is an incorrect answer. I'm sorry, my friend. Don, this is your chance.
Repeat the question.
I can feel the puppy just yearning for you right now. Cape Canaveral, San Francisco, Los Angeles, or New York City?
And what was the question?
Which city has the largest talent pool of astronauts in the United States?
And what were the cities again?
Cape Canaveral, San Francisco, LA, and New York.
Cape Canaveral.
Sorry, the correct answer is New York City with the highest population of astronauts, followed by LA, Texas, and Houston.
Wow.
Or Houston,
Wow.
Texas. All right, Don. Last question on astronauts, promise. Which school has produced the most astronauts? Trinity College in Hartford, MIT, Harvard, or Yale?
MIT. Dang.
Sorry. All right, astronauts are not our thing here, guys, and there's no shame in that.
You got a chance to
Opportunity
steal
to
that,
steal,
right?
yeah.
I'm going to say Yale.
Harvard, guys. Sorry. Makes sense. It's those wicked smart kids.
Oh,
you know?
that's
No,
right.
it's not.
Yeah.
We're going to give a sympathy puppy.
Oh, I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Big
We're calling an
Mom.
audible here. We're doing a
Sympathy
sympathy puppy.
Hello? Breaking news, sympathy puppy?
Breaking news.
Charlie, we just got so many. We want to give
Right.
So,
Hey, Charlie, you know what? My neighbor has a dog just like this named Charlie.
All right. All right, Charlie and Bruno. All right, we're done with astronauts.
wanna
And
feature
Ed, the next question is to you. How many people globally list their profession as a recruiter? The options are 50,000 people, 95,000 people, 300,000 people, or 400,000 people.
I'm going to go with the biggest, 400,000.
You would be correct. We're going to need a puppy.
Yay.
Puppy.
According to LinkedIn Talent Insights, 450,000 professionals identify themselves as a recruiter.
Oh, you are adorable, aren't you?
All right. All right, Don, question to you. So where are all these recruiters? Which location do you think is home to the most recruiters? New York, Hyderabad, India, London, Toronto, Canada.
Oh, that's a good one. I'm going to say India. Dang.
Correct, sorry.
London.
It's the city that they named so nice, they cite it twice. New York, New York.
New York is coming up all the time.
Sorry, guys. Sympathy puppy. Let's bring a sympathy puppy.
Oh.
Sympathy puppy.
Is that your brother?
Bruno's brother. All right, Ed, here's your chance for a third puppy. Bringing things closer to home here in Anaheim, how many recruiters are in the greater LA area?
Oh, Lord.
400,
It's okay.
4,500, 9,300, or 3,900?
I'm going to say 4,500.
The correct? No, I'm sorry. That is incorrect. 400, 4,500, 9,300, or 3,900?
And that is in what city?
Greater Los Angeles area.
I'm going to go with C.
That would be correct, and we're going to need a puppy. There.
just join your brother in.
All right. So if we're keeping score, is that an errand puppy in the middle?
Oh, yes. Yeah, this is. See,
Okay.
I'm a lover, not a fighter. I'll let you
All right,
even have
we're
a
gonna
puppy.
split these puppies out. All right, and what are the names? What are the names of yours?
Larry, Curly, and Mo.
All right.
There we
very
go.
good. That was good. That was very good. All
Okay.
right. Final question. What is something we would not know about you based on your LinkedIn profile?
that I used to do stand-up comedy.
You used to do stand-up comedy. That is correct. We're gonna need a puppy.
Yes. Yes. Oh, look at this guy.
Dawn, final question to you.
Come here.
Same question.
Come here.
Something that people don't know about me. That I believe that wine and a wheel of brie makes a well-balanced meal.
Oh my God, you and me both, sister. Give this lady a puppy. Oh my God.
Can I stay here forever?
No, you actually have to. So yeah, that's the trick now. You have to sit here still for the next hour. Oh, all right.
Rogue puppy.
Okay, we got to wrap this up, guys. Thank you so much for playing. I'm not sure. I think everyone wins today, right?
Oh my God,
I
yes.
think everyone wins with the
And
puppies.
for all of you recruiting astronauts, don't thank us. Thank him. Thank you.
Dawn's coming for you. All right, everyone. Thank you for tuning into this, and stay tuned. We'll have more access on the live stream shortly.
Created by one department or program. It lives in the collective efforts of all members of the community. You can have an amazing offering of learning opportunities with all the latest bells and whistles that technology can provide. However, if people feel that it's not safe to take risks and make mistakes, you cannot have a positive culture of learning. In this chapter, we'll look at the roles different groups play. I have created a handout in the exercise files to help you do this. Let's start with the talent professionals like HR and L&D. Obviously, they're intimately involved in creating a positive culture of learning because the organization's learning strategy and various offerings are developed or sponsored by these groups. I want to focus on 4 absolutely essential components of the work that talent professionals need to do. First, you have to focus on 2 halves of the learning ecosystem, both how we support people in improving and growing, and also creating an environment where it's okay to take risks and make mistakes. If you're not addressing both halves, you won't succeed. All the sunlight in the world cannot fix toxic soil. This means that you need to continually track metrics that matter. Things like employee engagement, psychological safety, improvement in progress, and the attrition of your best people. And when you identify an area or team that's not thriving, you have to proactively intervene until things shift. If you don't, the whole thing is undermined. Second, you have to build the critical components of learning culture into your learning offerings so that people are equipped to play their role in the collective effort. For example, your management and leadership programs need to teach leaders how to cultivate growth mindset, create psychological safety, provide effective coaching, give and receive constructive feedback, and demonstrate emotional intelligence like empathy. Programs for employees need these elements, along with information on how to empower their own development, both through their supervisor or team, and if necessary, around them. Your onboarding needs to help new employees easily integrate into a positive culture of learning by introducing them to the values of continuous improvement and the support and resources that are available to them. Third, you have to be an authentic example and model an ideal culture of learning. HR and L&D are often called the keepers of the culture, and it's very true. The organization always reflects the health of the talent professional teams. Always. I've seen this in every single organization I've ever worked with. When HR and L&D are not thriving, the rest of the organization is held back. And I'm not the only one. Dr. Brené Brown and Dr. Cherie Carter-Scott, both of whom are globally recognized experts, have mentioned similar observations. If these teams don't have a positive culture of learning, you'll see that cascade across the organization because they produce so many aspects that drive the employee experience. This is a version of Conway's Law. Conway's Law originated in computer programming, or coding, and stated that the quality of a product reflects the quality of the team that builds it. Harvard Business Review conducted a study of Conway's Law that proved this mirror effect in all kinds of organizations. For our purposes, the HR and L&D teams need to be places where it's safe to take risks and make mistakes. Managers need to be great at coaching, and people need to frequently engage in learning. If these teams don't model a positive culture of learning, then it's very difficult to create it across the organization. If HR and L&D are not in good shape, this needs to be your first priority. They also need to work together, trusting each other, and leveraging their unique perspectives and strengths to serve the rest of the organization. Finally, your systems and processes also need to align with a positive culture of learning. This is especially true for your performance management process. If you only measure performance by outcomes, you're missing something very vital. To cultivate a growth mindset, you also need to measure and value growth and improvement. I recommend that at least 30% of your evaluation reflects effort spent on learning and improving. This aspect needs to factor into how you give rewards, like raises and bonuses. This is the walk your talk component. If you truly want to create a positive culture of learning, it has to be valued in consistent and visible ways, like reviews and rewards. Once you complete your assessment, use it to develop your action plan to start addressing issues and improving your organization today.
Hi, so the title of my talk sounds very long and very complicated, but actually it's a kind of simple subject, but I think very, very profound and very important, which is how to bring meditation into every aspect of our lives, and of course, particularly our working life. So I go into quite a lot of different companies to teach mindfulness and meditation, and very much there's a focus around how to bring it into moments throughout the day. So in the corporate world and also education, healthcare, many different sectors, of course, meditation is becoming hugely popular. And I think there are a few reasons for this. I think one of the reasons is that the language used to describe mindfulness and meditation is very much non-religious. So even though I'm a Buddhist monk, I'm not talking from a religious perspective. So the language used to explain these techniques is very inclusive, very accessible, and because of that, more and more people are attracted to training in these methods. That's one reason. Another reason is there's been a huge amount of scientific research into the benefits of meditation, how it affects our brain chemistry, how it affects our body. So because the evidence from those research projects is so widely available now, people know that this is as important as nutrition and exercise. That knowledge is now filtering into everybody's life, that we need to look after our body, but also our mind. And so because of that, meditation has become something very, very popular. And then I think the third reason why meditation is now so popular is a sort of sad reason, which is that we are just more stressed than ever. And we're looking for solutions. The speed of life has become really manic, and we have so much pressure. And we're constantly upgrading the software on our phones and computers, but we feel that we need an upgrade as well. You know, we're running behind all of this technology, trying to keep up with it. And we're looking for something to help us upgrade our mental software so that we can keep up with the speed of life. So I'm very interested in how stress manifests in our mind and in our body, and then how meditation can help to change that. Of course, meditation is more than just about stress reduction or even well-being. It goes much further than that. And in today's talk, I'm going to address the issue of stress, but also mental focus, productivity, efficiency, creativity. Those are positive aspects. Otherwise, I think people just see meditation as something you use to fix what's broken. And maybe, in fact, some people aren't stressed, or some people enjoy stress. And then they think, well, I don't need to meditate. But it's not just medicine for stress. It goes much further. It's really about optimizing our brain function and becoming more in charge of who we are as people. Having said that, let's start by talking about the issue of stress. So 20 years ago, people were less open about their stress. When I first started teaching in the workplace, people were a little bit embarrassed to say that they were stressed, especially leaders, managers. Maybe it looked like they were failing, if their people around them knew they were stressed. I think the culture has changed now. Now it seems to be the opposite. Now if you don't say you're stressed, people think you're lazy. So now we have to go around saying, oh, I'm so stressed I can hardly breathe. And that means you're doing really well. Like if you say to somebody, how are you? They have to say busy. You can't say, well, I'm just chilling, doing nothing. You fail. I mean, to be a successful person, you have to say, I'm so busy, I can hardly walk. I'm so stressed. So people are wearing their stress on their sleeve now. So the good side of that is people are open, talking about how they feel. Obviously, the negative side is we are so stressed. And of course, we are feeling exhausted all the time. And that's basically because our brain is producing huge amounts of stress chemicals, the main one being cortisol. It's called the fight or flight reaction, which a human being is programmed to experience as a matter of survival, just like animals as well, when they're being chased by other animals, like zebra or deer being chased by tigers and lions. They go into fight or flight, and that's what they need to survive. And human beings as well. Maybe centuries ago when we were hunter-gatherers, and we were in danger pretty much all the time, we'd always have that awareness of danger. We'd go into fight or flight mode when we're being attacked by a saber-toothed tiger or whatever it was that was coming to have its dinner. And then we'd go into emergency mode. And what happens to the brain is the amygdala, which is the part of the brain that is connected to stress, causes the release of cortisol. And this makes us ready for fight or flight. So we either fight the enemy or we run away. And then when we're safe, the levels return to normal. We don't need to talk about it or worry about why we were in danger. We're just back to normal. That's the optimum picture of survival with fight or flight. But of course, what happens to us now is we're not living in the wilderness and we're not being chased by animals or people with spears. We are in our offices, we're in our homes, and yet the brain is relating to pressure in exactly the same way. So whenever there's an email or a phone call or a notification, the body has this kind of little jolt of cortisol. Basically, we go into a kind of very microscopic kind of fight or flight. We're not sweating and panicking. Sometimes we are, of course, but generally we're not. And the problem is these moments build up during the day. So we spend our day lurching from one cortisol spike to the next. And we don't seem to have any downtime. We're just on that high alert all the time. And this makes us very tired. And it makes us less productive. It makes us less efficient, less happy, more worn out. So the great thing about practicing meditation techniques and being mindful during the day is that it's been proved that this reduces the cortisol. It doesn't take our stress away. I mean, sometimes people think, oh, if I meditate, does that take all my stress away and then I'll be less efficient? In fact, I went to a company once many, many years ago, before this kind of knowledge was so widespread. I went into a company to teach meditation, and the boss took me aside and said, don't make them too relaxed. And I said, what do you mean? He said, well, I'd like them to keep working. I mean, I think his image of meditation was that you'd be so chilled that you'd just kind of lounge around in this, behind your desk, the phones are ringing, you don't really care. Feet up, profits down. Because maybe there is an image of meditation that it's very disconnected from reality. I think some people think meditation means you close your eyes, you drift away, you empty your mind. And what has that got to do with work? Well, let me tell you, if you try to close your eyes and empty your mind, you're going to find that really hard anyway, because meditation is not about clearing the mind. If you try to clear the mind, you end up with a lot of stress, actually, trying to push the thoughts away. And so, of course, I explained to this man that the meditation class wouldn't make his staff less efficient. It would make them more efficient, because don't you want people to be happy, focused, productive. And stress, if you learn to reduce the chemistry of stress, the cortisol, you can be more fresh, more alert, more aware. But you're not less efficient. You're not less functional. And in fact, not all stress is bad. Maybe there's a kind of stress that's more like energy, motivation, drive, efficiency. I'm talking about when it becomes toxic and exhausting. So it's been shown that if you practice mindfulness, this reduces the overactivity of the amygdala in the brain, which is that stress receptor or stress watchtower in the brain. And so those chemicals are going to start to get, it's like cooling down the engines. You're going to be less anxious, less stressed. But of course, ultimately, what is stress? Stress is our thoughts, isn't it? And how the mind relates to our thoughts. You know, people always go around saying, I have stress because of my boss, my colleagues, my clients, my husband, my wife, my children, the list, you know, the list. Who's got a list? The list of things that make us stressed. I'm not denying that those things are difficult in our lives, but wouldn't you say it's more our thoughts about our boss, our job, our colleagues, our clients, our thoughts about those things? That's the problem, and the way the mind goes into negative thinking or exhaustion. We have so many thoughts that we don't actually need, repeated thoughts. We have between 60 and 80,000 thoughts per day. Many of them are repeats. So meditation is not about removing the thoughts. It's not about becoming a zombie or going into a coma. It's not. But it is about learning to become the boss of your own mind. And I think that's a really crucial thing, because I think we are educated, adult, professional, free-thinking people in control of our lives, but not in control of our minds. And that's a very shocking thing to hear and to think about, but it's really true. If you think about how we react to life in a very impulsive way, we're in an area of bad traffic, aren't we? So Los Angeles traffic is always horrendous. And what happens when you're stuck in traffic and you feel irritated, wound up, frustrated, even angry? You know that's not an intelligent reaction. You don't plan the reaction. You don't sit there thinking, okay, now I'm going to get upset. You don't wake up in the morning thinking, right, I'm going to do anxiety at lunchtime, depression for tea. I hope I feel really bad by 6 p.m. We don't plan our moods. We plan everything else. So who's the boss of our mind? Are we choosing our thoughts, or our thoughts choosing us? I mean, it's not literally like that, but it feels like that, where we're not really in control of what our mind does. It goes into negative thinking, it goes into worry, it goes into stress very easily. So meditation is where you actually learn how to choose where to send your focus and what to do with your mind. And a very typical meditation technique is to focus on your own breathing. I'm not going to go too much into the technique today, because tomorrow morning I'm giving a class which I'm sure you'll find interesting if you want to learn more. But just to break down the sort of technology of it, is that you focus, for example, on your own breathing, and maybe you do that for 10 minutes. You know, it's a session focusing on your breathing. What are you doing? You're focusing on your breathing, but then your mind is running away. The mind wanders. So you're breathing with awareness, and then suddenly the mind is thinking about something else. That's when people think they've failed. That's when people who meditate think they got it wrong. Like because they think they're supposed to be doing it perfectly. But there's a reason why it's called practice. It's not perfect, it's practice, which means you're training. So you're focusing on your breathing, and then the mind wanders, and that's the chance to practice returning. The mind wanders, and then you return. Maybe not straight away, maybe it wanders for 5 minutes. And it goes from one thing to the next. I mean, you're planning dinner, then you're skiing in the Alps, and then you're, I don't know, planning revenge or writing a really juicy email. You know, it goes all over the place, and then you catch the attention, and that's when you can return to the breath, or whatever the meditation focus is. There are many ways. Breath is the most common. So every time you bring your attention back to your breath, you are exercising the power of choice. Because your mind lost direction. It's almost like you were driving a car and then you lost control of the wheel and the car is going all over the place. And now you get back behind the wheel of the car and you turn it around and drive it back to the breath. That's a big choice. You've made a choice to detach from those thoughts and come back to the moment, the present moment. If you train in that every day, you're going to get better at it. A little bit like lifting weights. If you go to the gym, you lift weights, you get muscles. This is the muscle of mindfulness. Through training again and again. Every time you bring your attention back to the breath, you are detaching from the wandering mind and choosing to send your focus where you want to send it. So if you train in that every day, you're going to get more proficient at that. And over time, you're going to find that you can step out of a negative mood more easily. You can step into happiness more easily. And I think people's notions of happiness tend to be very much result-orientated, you know? I'll be happy when. I'll be happy because. Who's got the list? It's the list again, isn't it? The list of things I need, and then I will be happy. Happy when, happy if, happy because. So we think happiness will come to us when everything outside works out. But what about choosing? Choosing to put your attention into a positive state. And you could do that anywhere. You could do that in traffic. You could do that standing in line at an airport where you're feeling impatient and tired, but you choose to put your attention into a positive mind state, which means just to be present and detach from those wandering thoughts. And that way you're gaining a kind of mastery over your own mind, which is going to really help to transform our relationship with our thoughts. I think that's what meditation is about, transforming our relationship with our thoughts. It's not about killing the thoughts. It's not about silencing the thoughts. It's not about clearing the mind. But it's about developing a different relationship where you can choose what your mind does and how it feels. So you're learning that sense of kind of becoming the boss internally. So people meditate every day or regularly anyway. It's just like exercise. It doesn't work if you do it once a year. It doesn't work if you keep it up your sleeve for emergencies. You know, you pull it out of the sleeve in an emergency. That won't happen. Because when we're in an emergency, our default state takes over. We don't have the presence of mind to think, oh, I'm stressed, shall I meditate? That's not going to happen. But if you've meditated every day, then when you are in an emergency, a difficult situation, that meditation energy will kick in automatically because you've trained to not get too caught up in negative thinking. And you've trained in how to be present and how to kind of free your mind. You've trained in that, so this becomes your strength whenever you need it. But what's really crucial is to bring that energy into everything we do. I think a lot of people view meditation as something quite separate from their daily life. You know, they meditate at home, which is great, and I would certainly recommend doing 10, 15, 20 minutes, whatever, every morning. But then they kind of leave it at home, and then they go to work and they're like a different person. You've got the person who meditates and then the stressed person at work. It's like having two people inside you, and they never meet. So bring your meditation to work. Bring it to work with you. How you can do that is through practicing moments of mindfulness throughout the day. I don't mean running off into a corner and doing meditation 20 times a day. That you'd probably get fired if you did that, because you're not going to get much done. But I'm talking about something much more microscopic moments, tiny moments throughout the day, even while you're busy. So you're not stopping your activities. You're not even going into slow motion. You know, some people do that, and I don't know if it's so effective. You know, they think to be mindful during the day, they have to sort of drink their tea painfully, slowly, and everything's very kind of slow motion, you know? Or they walk very, very slowly. Everything's slow, everything's calm. That's not very dynamic, and in fact it leads to another kind of separation where you decide everything has to slow down for you to be mindful. So when things are fast, you can't be mindful. I would recommend something quite different, which is just to drop into those moments of awareness throughout the day, and maybe to start doing that with very specific actions. Because this all sounds great, but how do you actually make a habit of it? You've got to give yourself very specific, you know, you could start with brushing your teeth. You could start with combing your hair, or, well, I don't have hair, but if I had hair, I would try and comb it mindfully. Brushing the teeth mindfully, I mean, when we're brushing our teeth physically, but mentally we're often somewhere else. So why not just feel the brush against the tooth? I mean, that's really what mindfulness is. It's that moment where you connect with your senses and you're just totally there while you're doing something like brushing your teeth or washing your hands. You're not thinking about washing your hands, you're just washing your hands. But you are in that mindful moment, and you're washing your hands in the same way, same speed, but the mind is connected to what you're doing, and you're just dropping into that aware state many, many times a day. Maybe you could be in your office, even if it's a very busy, open office with lots of people, lots of noise. You could spend a moment feeling the chair under your body, just literally feeling the sensation of the chair underneath you, underneath you and behind you. You're just feeling it through your body, or the ground under your feet. The first time I discovered this for myself was really interesting. I'd already been meditating, I was already a monk, and I'd been meditating for a few years, but I never really understood this idea of bringing it into daily life. I was doing it in a very structured way. In fact, I was doing 2 hours a day, or sometimes even more, sitting down cross-legged on the floor, but I didn't know how to bring it into ordinary life. And the first time I discovered this was I was in London, and I was on we call it the tube, the underground, you know, the metro, the subway. And I was really tired. I'd flown in the night before. I hadn't had breakfast. I was tired, not feeling so good. It was rush hour. You can't get a seat. There's no air conditioning. I mean, everything's stacked up against you to make you miserable. And I'm standing there on the train and feeling that kind of exhaustion or sort of misery rising. And then I just remembered to be mindful. I decided to be mindful from this station to the next. So not too long, just from this stop to the next. So what I did was, instead of feeling all those negative feelings, I just felt the ground under my feet. And I felt the sway of the train. I also had a bag on my shoulder, and the strap of the bag was pressing down on my shoulder. And I decided to change my perception of that feeling, because first of all, it was tired, kind of pushing down. But then I thought, well, people pay money to be massaged. It's the same thing, isn't it? I mean, heat as well. People pay money to go to a sauna. But if you're on a train and it's hot, you feel angry about it, but it's a free sauna. So I just decided to change my perception by experiencing the sensations without judging the sensations. That's one of the key components of mindfulness. You experience the sensation without judging it, good, bad, nice, not nice. Just feel it. So I felt the ground under my feet. I felt the bag pushing down on my shoulder. I felt the sway of the train. I felt my breathing. I just did this in short bursts during that train journey. And I got out of the train feeling 10 years younger. I just felt energized. I felt like my batteries had been recharged. And so that was the first time I experienced it. And since then, I've done this every day, many times. I travel a lot. So I'm in airports a lot, standing in line in airports, in security, or the check-in. There's 3 queues, isn't there? Check-in, security, gate. 3 chances. 3 free holidays. You know, when you're waiting for something, stuck in traffic, standing in line, internet slows down, computer slows down, somebody sends you a huge attachment on your phone, it takes ages to download. What else? You phone up somewhere, they put you on hold, you're number 20 in the queue. These are moments, aren't they? Moments of waiting. So if you start with cleaning your teeth and washing your hands mindfully and then progress to moments of waiting, it starts to become very rich, very enriching. Because when you're waiting for something, even a small thing such as pressing the button on the elevator and waiting for the elevator to show up, there's that moment where we don't just relax, we go into that kind of stuck state. That's cortisol. The body is producing the stress hormone because we're waiting, stuck in traffic, standing in line. The cortisol is bubbling away because we're waiting and we're stuck. Instead, you could use that as a mindful moment. So you just feel the ground under your feet, you go into that mindful state. It sounds simple, but you're actually rewiring your own brain. I don't mean our brain is full of wires, but you know what I mean. We're reprogramming our stress reactivity. Because what happens in our brain is that we have this automatic association between a stressful situation and tension. We don't plan it. We don't think, hey, I'm stressed, let me get tense. It just happens. It's like two wires are joined together. When I'm stuck somewhere, I need to be tense. It's not intellectualized, it just happens. Here in this exercise, you're putting two different wires together. Stressful situation, relaxed response. Put those two together, create a new connection mentally. Let that become a habit. That doesn't make you passive. It doesn't turn you into like a doormat where you just, you know, people abuse and insult you and you're like, hey, I don't care, I'm so mindful. It's not like that. It just means you don't get so upset, you don't get wound up, you can stay calm, and you're learning to relax against the odds, against the grain. Do you know what I mean? And so this becomes a habit, and then, you know, you're doing it in line, standing in line, traffic, computer slowing down, waiting for the elevator, waiting for the kettle to boil, anything. But because you're creating that habit, it means when you're in the bigger stress of life, you'll have already created the habit of not going into a stress reaction, but staying calm, keeping your head cool, and then you can make the right choices. So you're training in that way. Also, what you're doing in this very simple exercise of being relaxed when you're standing in line or stuck in traffic or waiting for anything, what you're doing is you're learning what I would call unconditional joy. Unconditional joy or happiness. Because normally our happiness and joy are very conditional. You know, happy if, happy when, have to be on the beach, have to have nice experiences, have to have this, have to have that, then I will be happy. Well, actually, this is a different thing, because next time you're stuck in traffic, you might get a little bit interested or even excited and think, great, I can do that thing now. Bring it on. I can use this. So you're sort of open to that situation as a training opportunity. And so as well as developing that calmness in stress, you're developing the ability to be happy against the odds. So you're learning to have independent happiness. And it means you can meet discomfort in a creative way. And all creativity stems from there. Genuine creativity is when you're not frightened of being uncomfortable. Most people are kind of frightened of being uncomfortable. Naturally, obviously, of course. But we never get creative when we're frightened. But if you can meet discomfort in a courageous, open-hearted way, you can be really creative and achieve amazing things. So I've talked a little bit about stress. I've talked about the cortisol reaction in the body. I've talked about thoughts. I've talked about meditation and how to, for example, using the breathing. If any of you come to the class tomorrow, we'll look into that into more detail. How to use your breathing so that you're learning to be less controlled by your thoughts. And I've also talked about these mindful moments throughout the day. They're crucial, because otherwise the meditation is just in the morning or the evening, and the rest of the day there's no connection But I also want to talk about focus and presence. Because as I mentioned at the start of this session, meditation and mindfulness are not just about stress reduction. In fact, even saying stress reduction, to me, sounds very boring. I would talk about transformation. I would talk about using stress in a creative way. But it is more than that. It's more than just about stress or well-being even. It's really also about focusing and being aware and having that mental sharpness. You're honing your ability to concentrate. And of course, this is, I think, necessary now more than ever because we live with such distraction. What is the thing that's happened to us now that wasn't there when we were kids is we all have phones in our pocket. We all have our office in our pocket, which of course can be great for our work. It's changed the landscape totally of how we operate. But the downside of that is we're never really present. We're always somewhere else. So we've become more distracted as a species, really, more absent. We're not in the moment, we're in somebody else's moment. I mean, nowadays people, when they're eating food, they're checking what other people are eating on social media. You know, what's everyone else eating? Or photograph my food and post it to see if other people like it. So there's this absence and comparison all the time, isn't there? And the way our phone constantly sends us notifications can make us very distracted. And you see this when you watch any kind of media, TV or movies. You see how fast everything is compared to how it used to be. Why is that? It's because we have more distractible minds. If you watch old movies, they seem kind of boring, don't they? We call it art house now. But modern, it's very, very fast, which seems more exciting and more creative. It can be, but it also has something to do with how distracted we are. We need constant stimulation to feel alive. And the downside of this is it's made it harder for us to concentrate. So this makes our work suffer. Also, I teach a lot of mindfulness in schools, and kids are really distracted, so they're not learning properly because their mind is so scattered. But also in our personal life, it means we're never really present. We go to beautiful places, but we're not really there. How many meals have we eaten which we haven't even tasted? How many movies have we watched where we can't even remember what was in the movie? You get halfway through a movie and you have to kind of nudge your neighbor to say what happened because we're not there. The mind is so easily distracted. Well, if you practice these techniques such as mindfulness and meditation, you are honing your focus. You're training in how to be present and how to sharpen your focus, like laser-like focus. It makes you very powerful mentally because you can be completely on the button. And it's easy to see how that works. If you're, for example, meditating with your breathing, there's a technique where you start by feeling the breathing generally. I'm not talking here about deep breathing, just ordinary breathing. And you're sort of feeling the breath in your body, but then you progress to feeling the air brushing against the edge of your nostrils. That's something we don't normally feel. The air brushing against the edge of the skin as you breathe in and breathe out, either your nostrils or your lips if you breathe through the mouth. That's a very subtle sensation, and you're focusing on that, and then of course your mind wanders and you keep bringing it back to that. That's going to train you in concentration, but not a sort of tense concentration. It's an amazing mixture of being concentrated and relaxed at the same time. And if you can create that mixture, you can achieve a lot because you're not getting tired. Most people, when they concentrate, they get tired because they're kind of, like forcing themselves into a concentrated state. It's exhausting. But if you meditate, you're building an ability to focus and be very relaxed at the same time. And that amazing combination of laser-like focus and a lot of space creates a very interesting mentality that is very powerful in terms of your work, but also in terms of enjoying life and being in this moment and being able to be able to find simple things enjoyable. Just sitting on a bench eating a sandwich in your lunch break, you can be in that moment feeling happy really seeing the grass, the flowers, the things we normally don't notice. I think we do live in a culture that's very much about not appreciating, not being grateful, not being happy, because we're constantly shown imagery that makes us feel we're not thin enough, not beautiful enough, not rich enough, not driving the right car. I mean, that's the machinery of our society, and I think it's important for us to learn not to buy into that too much. Otherwise, we just end up feeling dissatisfied all the time. And this mindfulness approach to life can help you to find the small things satisfying and interesting. And then people say, well, will that take away my ambition? Because I want to be successful, I want to be rich or whatever. Maybe they say that, and it doesn't. It doesn't take away your ambition at all. It simply means that you aren't stressing all the time about not having enough. Or, you know, the more we think we don't look the right way or feel or have enough, the more we're creating a sense of lack or deprivation in our mind, even if we have everything. So I think mindfulness changes the balance and helps you to enjoy the moment more. So we're talking about stress reduction. We're talking about mental focus. We're talking about being present. I think there's another element as well, which is to feel connected. More than ever in human history, we're so connected and yet so lonely. You know? This connectivity through, of course, the internet, and yet at the same time isolation. Do you know what I mean? It feels like that sometimes, that we can connect anywhere, anyhow, but there's a sense of not really connecting, or sometimes the connection feels like it's superficial, or we're not sure even why we're connecting. Whereas if we can practice mindfulness with a sense of compassion. Compassion to me is about connectivity, interdependence. This whole world is interdependent. I depend on you, you depend on me, we depend on the flowers and plants for the air we breathe. We all depend on everything else. Everything depends on everything. Everything is linked. Everything is connected. And if we can honor that connection in a positive way and develop a real intention or wish to be of benefit to others, that can bring enormous mental wealth to your experience. Sure, some people are doing amazing things. They are doing charitable enterprises and helping many people. Maybe we're not, but it doesn't have to be always something so obvious. It can simply be about feeling that we are part of everybody else and we want to contribute to some kind of peace in the world around us. So our way of behaving can be harmonious, ethical, compassionate, kind. Sometimes people think to do well in the world you have to kind of walk all over each other. I think that's an old paradigm. It's the old paradigm. The new paradigm is that actually compassion, empathy, understanding, positive relationships means everyone does better. So what I'm talking about here is how to connect mindfulness and meditation to a journey of compassion. Compassion's a funny word because people think it means you just feel sorry for people or you feel upset when others are suffering. It's more than that. It's about actually feeling that we can contribute positively to the world around us, and also we can stop judging each other so harshly. We tend to judge each other really harshly. We're constantly criticizing others and constantly feeling negative towards others and feeling like they should be different, or how dare they, or who do they think they are. Actually, compassion is about understanding what makes people tick and why they behave the way they behave, and having a little bit less judgment, which doesn't mean you become a victim or you lose your ability to make changes. It just means you understand others better and you're less spiteful or less negative, and also you want to help others, and that kind of spreads like ripples, doesn't it? If you're If you're positive towards those around you, that gives them the strength to be positive to those they meet. So you've kind of sent out ripples. Inner peace inside the mind leads to a sense of peace around us. And so when I meditate, I always start my session by sitting and making the intention, I'm doing this for myself, but also for others. May this benefit others. Just making that wish at the start of my meditation session means that the practice goes in that direction, because motivation is everything, intention is everything. And then at the end of a meditation session, I repeat that intention. I spend a moment thinking, right, I've done this for me, but also for others. So that moves the meditation journey along a path of building and training in compassion. Now, the really interesting thing about this is in the scanners, the MRI machines and other types of brain scans that they've done on people who meditate, the results are much stronger on those who meditate with compassion. The cortisol is lower, the areas of the brain connected to intention, the prefrontal motor cortex, all the areas of the brain connected to activity, to benefit others are lit up, more strong. So the compassion side of meditation actually leads to more happiness and greater results. I think also it has something to do with how we deal with our own thoughts. Some people find that they're really quite unkind to themselves. They're quite harsh towards themselves, judgmental. And of course, that's going to affect the way we relate to others. If we're constantly punishing ourselves for our thoughts and our emotions and feeling really kind of aggressive towards our own mind, that's going to definitely affect our relationships professionally and personally. So one of the most amazing things about meditation is you learn to make friends with your own mind. You learn to make friends with your own mind. How? Is because when you're meditating and then the mind wanders and then you capture the attention, you don't have to feel like you failed. You don't have to feel tense or upset. You just accept that your mind wandered and you gently bring the attention back to the breathing. They did an experiment in Germany in one of these labs where they test the brains of meditators, and they got one group to meditate with the instruction, when your mind wanders, just bring it back to the breath. They got the second group to meditate, and they were told, when your mind wanders, just accept that and gently come back to the breath. The cortisol levels in group 2 were way lower. The compassion they were developing towards their own mind had an amazing effect on their body chemistry. So when you learn to be less at war with your own thoughts, then you can have a much more productive, creative, happy experience of your life and those around you. Inner peace leads to outer peace. And what inner peace means is to stop attacking our own mind, to stop feeling attacked by our own mind, but to have some kind of resolving of that inside in terms of how you deal with the thoughts. So I think that's a really crucial aspect of meditation, is you are at peace with your mind. So this is, if you remember one thing from this talk, please remember that, which is that when your mind wanders and when you're meditating, you have not failed. Actually, it's given you a chance to come back to the breath. And so you actually feel okay about the wandering mind. It's not your enemy, it's your friend. And this is an amazing transformation in your meditation practice, because you're no longer fighting inside. Otherwise, it's a nightmare. You're sitting there with the breathing, then you're thinking, oh no, come back to the breath. It's kind of exhausting. It's like climbing up a hill, dragging a bag of rocks behind you. It's not fun at all. But if you change your mentality into this kind of self-acceptance, this really creates a strong meditation journey and can benefit our relationships as a whole. So I hope that the talk has gone some way to addressing this interesting issue of upgrading our mental software and optimizing our performance as a person in the workplace, but also in our life in general. And I hope it's given you some understanding around how meditation is not just about changing our stress patterns, but also about becoming happier, more focused, more kind. There's all these positive aspects as well to the meditation journey. So thank you very much for listening, and I hope it was useful.
Hey, welcome back to Talent Connect Livestream 2018. It's great to be with you. I'm Rosanna Duruthi, Head of Diversity, Inclusion, and Belonging for LinkedIn. And I'm here with 3 close colleagues and guests here at Talent Connect discussing diversity, inclusion, and belonging. So I'm going to quickly introduce you to Sarah, Deja, and Will and see if they could tell us a little more about themselves.
All right.
Sarah.
Hi there. I'm Sarah Bowen. I lead inclusion, diversity, equity, and accessibility for Starbucks.
All right.
Hi there, I'm Deja Fraser, and I lead global talent acquisition for Starbucks.
Hi, and I'm Will Neville-Rabin, and I'm the VP for Inclusion, Culture, and Talent at Prudential Financial.
Wonderful. We probably have among the most coveted roles in any corporation, working for great brands and engaging in this work around diversity, inclusion, and belonging. I'd love to hear a little bit from each of you. What led you into this work? And as you think about the skills that you use and what makes you successful, what would you call out as kind of like the number one thing that you consider important in this work around diversity, inclusion, and belonging?
Yeah, I'll start there because it is such challenging work that I think you have to have a real personal commitment to it. And so I know that that's what drives me every day, and it is also what drives the people on my team to get out of bed, to come in, to push up our sleeves, and to do whatever it takes to make it happen. I came into it, I have a background in employment law, which I did because of my interest in anti-discrimination work. I did systemic work, so really looking at trends around hiring and compensation, and that really motivated me to want to address the barriers that we were finding within our society.
Awesome. Yeah. Deja.
You know, thanks to Sarah, there's a lot of, when we talk about data-driven decisions, and the transparency and access to information that has allowed us to make real-time decisions, looking at our workforce and on a more quarterly basis. So, historically we looked annually at how we were doing, and that wasn't enough. We really had to start having quarterly, monthly discussions anytime we talk about our talent. What does the data tell us, and how do we need to act accordingly? It made our questions that much better. It made the conversation that much richer, and so that really helped ground us. So I can't say enough about the frequency at which you look at your information to be able to change your direction quickly and make a difference quickly.
Yeah. I think thinking about that from almost the exact opposite perspective is you're in this for the long game, right? This is not something that we will ever be done with. This is not something where you will often have huge wins. And so being able to figure out how do you architect the course of what that journey looks like. So I started my career actually in public health in Washington, D.C., and was working in the advocacy world and looking at both how do you do grassroots movement building, how do you do behavior change around health issues, and how do you do persuasion work in terms of public health and public health policy and decision makers. And for me, that is kind of the fundamental lens that I bring to it, which I know is very strange oftentimes in the corporate world, which is you have to have a theory of change, right? You have to know what you want to do and just work your way back methodically about what are all of the things that will tick over the right dominoes to get us there. I look back on that work and realize that we were wildly underestimating the impact that large corporations have in America especially, given so many of the issues that are just a fundamental part of the governmental social contract in every other country in the world. That is a corporate-led conversation here, right? And so having then made my way through digital marketing, storytelling, I joined Prudential to build out our employer branding team. And then recently transitioning into this role has been an interesting sort of jumping around point looking at this from a number of different lenses. But for me, I think the fundamental is being able to set the goal, work your way back, and then just make that progress every single day.
Good. So the three of you have really brought out something that I think I grapple with all the time. There is a level of tension around what we're doing that is social and corporate, and we have to be able to re-energize on the fly. So what's inspiring you right now? Because we've got to have high energy to be able to lead this work. So what are you guys up to that keeps you inspired and motivated and psyched?
Yeah, for me, it's really staying close to our partners on the ground. We call our employees partners because we're all partners. And I am every day inspired by the hope and the grit that I see in people who may possess no power, who may often even feel invisible, and yet they stay hopeful and optimistic about the future, and they stay committed to making it better. And that, to me, is it's so compelling. And so that's where I derive a lot of my inspiration and motivation to keep going.
I so get that. I think, I'm looking at what's keeping me alive and inspired, and it's that possibility that people have to create something that doesn't exist. So to what you're saying, when we see so much of what's going on in the environment, it seems that there are people out there who seemingly wouldn't have the power, but their influence is massive.
Yes.
Deidre, what are you thinking about?
When I think about using our scale for good as a large corporation, there's a responsibility, but there's also just a passion of being a socially responsible organization. So we've made commitments to hiring 25,000 veterans by 2025. We've made commitments to hiring 10,000 refugees globally, and it all comes back to our core and our heritage, which is connecting and reflecting the communities we serve. You see, when people can see more people like them, it attracts more people. And so there's a real pride in just what we continue to sign up for as an organization, what we continue to accomplish as an organization. And when people make decisions to come work for a company, they want to know what we're doing. And it's easy to say, here are some things that we are doing that you can align your values to.
That's great.
Yeah.
Will?
I'm inspired by how impossible this is.
Yeah.
Right? We were having this conversation in the hallway a little bit beforehand, which is that nobody's gotten this right? This is not building a product. This is not, as impressed as I have been by everything we've seen here at Talent Connect, I'm jealous of how simple some of those massively, wildly complicated projects are, right? We're in a space where we're looking at the complexity of changing workforce demographics, the changing sort of fundamental pact between an employer and an employee is evolving and changing in some really sort of seismic ways that hasn't happened in decades. Looking at a really turbulent time politically all over the world and trying to create institutional policy and public-facing policy with all of our companies that tries to grapple with all of that and bring it together in a way that feels healing and wholesome, but also has impact, right? We're here doing this for the work. And so, you talked about the purpose that Starbucks brings to this. And I think being at a company that also is very closely tied to our founding purpose, which in 1875 was bringing burial insurance to the working poor that had never had that kind of guarantee.
Right.
And that sense of financial wellness is so core to who we are all throughout the company that it feels like we have a massive head start for ourselves. But we also know that that's not what we're trying to solve this for. We really see this work around inclusion and diversity as both a learning opportunity for everybody else who is doing different pieces of the puzzle well that we can learn from, model, and adapt. And as a pilot program where we do not want to do this right and hoard that information, right? And there's interesting research out there around where the different tipping points are. And it actually doesn't take much for one or two companies to have a very bold policy shift and an entire field will follow, right? And so we're trying to figure out where are the places that we're going to make some big bets because A, we think it's the right thing for our people, for our business, for our customers, and for the future, but also where can we model making those big bets? Because if all of us changed at once, we could have impact sort of beyond our wildest imagination.
Hearing the three of you describe this, there are often so many social and social justice and policy-related implications in our work. And you said something, Will, that I think really was profound, which is, it's almost like there's no there there. It's impossible. And so if we look around, we don't always see success in the sense that the job is done. So how has diversity, inclusion, and belonging impacted your business results? We know that leaders are often looking to business results to determine whether something is worth the investment. But I'm hearing something different there. I know that certainly we're making this investment, and our true north comes from our own vision to create economic opportunity for every member of the global workforce. How are you guys measuring success? What do those business results look like through the lens of diversity, inclusion, and belonging?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've all read the research that, companies that have gender diversity and racial diversity in leadership have higher revenue, higher profits, higher earnings per share. It can be a little bit difficult sometimes to correlate, we've become this much more diverse and therefore our profits are this much higher. But I can say that anecdotally, the experience that we have when we have diverse teams around decision-making, collaboration, the thoughtfulness with which we approach challenges is so much more robust, leading to better outcomes. So there's that piece of it. And then I would say, my team includes our accessibility office, and that is it's been a big eye-opener that the way we design our products, our facilities, everything we do, if we build that with accessibility in mind, we open up so much for so many people. It's universal design, it's accessible design that allows everyone to enjoy our products. So that's a huge segment of the population that now can enjoy something that they might not have been able to.
It makes such a difference. I personally enjoy the product, would wish that everyone can.
Exactly.
Will, would you like to chime in on how those results are seen?
Yeah, so I think it's a couple of different things, right? So you can look at it as where are there examples of past impact, right? And so that starts with, if you look historically, our internal business resource groups partnered very closely with our various marketing and research organizations, years ago to figure out how we could put sort of benchmark research into market for, what does a financial wellness snapshot look like for Black Americans, similarly for LGBT Americans. And so figuring out the ways that we can have that market and product relevance, I think the thinking has shifted over time, where now this is a question not of, why are you going to go try and do this extra thing that makes us all feel good? But it is a risk not to be. That we're seeing the demographics changing so quickly in terms of both domestically and then global markets. We have to reflect the people that we represent. And I know almost every company I've talked to, people have lost deals because you walk in with a sales team that doesn't reflect the people that you're talking to. And so making sure that we're showing up in a way that is authentic, that's smart, and that gets the benefits of ideation, collaboration, creativity, and innovation that come from diversity of thought, but not using diversity of thought as the excuse to ignore the actual diversity of lived experience and identity. That's the harder, more difficult part to grapple with sometimes.
So as we begin to close this conversation, I'd like to get your insights on what the diversity, inclusion, and professional, and for that matter, talent professional, needs in today's environment in order to be successful in creating an inclusive environment where people belong. So why don't we start this time with you, Will?
Yeah, so I would say, I would challenge the notion that there are diversity and inclusion professionals. There are people who happen to have those jobs, right? Doing this well means making it everybody's job. Right. And I think what we've seen is that our business leaders at the very top see this as this is one of the fundamentals they have to get right for the future of our company, and figuring out how do you instill that sense of shared, I don't even think it's belief, but shared imperative at every level, but also realize that this is hard, this is uncomfortable, this is new, this is not stuff people talk about every day. So showing up with a toolkit to help give people a concrete first thing to do so that they don't get scared away and not come back to the conversation.
Cool.
Well, and to build on that, when you talk about leadership and how they look at their team, yesterday Elisa spoke to, I think she said, look at the top 7 people you go to when you have questions or when you're in a tough situation, and really start to look at what do those 7 people possess? Is it some, what are their backgrounds? What's their ethnicity? And when I think about leadership and what they can build, it's starting with looking around the table at your team to say, what do they bring with that is different in background, in ethnicity? It's got to start with the leadership's teams and making the appropriate changes at the appropriate times to ensure that you're not just modeling it, because we talk a lot about role modeling. It's more about sharing the benefits of what a dynamic team can bring. And the examples of thought and innovation, frankly, that comes from a very diverse team.
Yeah, and I think that there has to be an awareness and understanding that our very structures and systems have been built in a way that is racist and that is sexist, right? And so while actions today may not be intentionally racist or intentionally sexist, because we're working within these structures, that is often the outcome. And so I think once we acknowledge that, then we can all be allies together. We can all partner together to change the way those systems and structures operate. That requires humility, it requires curiosity, and a willingness to change the way we've always done things. But there is so much promise in that work. There is so much promise in lifting away those barriers and creating really open pathways so that we get the very best talent and the very best outcomes. So that is work that is very exciting, and it's beyond education and training. It is tactical. It is change. It is new processes, new practices, new orientation. Be very powerful.
Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate the three of you joining us today. Stay tuned for more from Talent Connect Live 2018. Thanks for joining us. See you soon. All right.
Hello, everyone, and good afternoon. How are you doing today? Good? So my name's Dan Francis. I'm the Senior Product Manager for LinkedIn Talent Insights. I'm joined by Craig Vivid and Jenny Diani, who are two talent acquisition leaders at Autodesk. Now, before we dive into the presentation, I wanted to ask all of you a quick question. How many of you were able to attend the product keynote earlier today? Quick show of hands? OK, fantastic. And how are you feeling about the announcements? Excited? Yeah, I am too. And what excites me the most is how I believe using Talent Insights can help transform your careers, can help transform your companies, and ultimately elevate HR into an even more strategic role. For years, people have been talking about talent analytics and how the use of data could transform the way that companies make people decisions. But for most companies, this has been a pretty unattainable dream. And the reason why is because most companies simply don't have access to the right data. In fact, in a study that Deloitte ran last year, they found that only 8% of organizations had usable talent data. And that's a shame. LinkedIn Talent Insights aims to address this challenge by taking all of the incredible data that sits on top of LinkedIn, the more than 20 million jobs, the 575 million companies, 575 million members, as well as 26 million companies that are on LinkedIn, and the billions of updates that are occurring every day on our platform. Talent Insights takes all of this and makes it accessible to you on demand. At launch, we're offering two types of reports. The first is a company report that provides deep visibility into the workforce trends and talent flows for any organization, be it your own company or a competitor. And the second is our company or our talent pool report, which allows you to understand key supply and plan metrics for any talent pool population that you might care about. Now, having access to this data is just half of the battle. You also need to learn how to apply it in order to turn insights into action and ultimately impact. And that's actually why I'm so glad to be joined by Craig and Jenny today, because they've been using Talent Insights over the past few months at Autodesk, and they've been thinking deeply about this challenge and how they can apply it to their own business. Autodesk is a company I greatly admire. Its solutions have transformed the way that products are built, the way that movies are filmed. If anybody's familiar with Avatar, they help produce that. The way that the buildings that we live and work in are constructed. And that's amazing. But Autodesk is also going through a transformation of its own. It's moving away from its legacy licensing model business to a subscription model that's going to carry it into the future. And as is natural with many of these types of business transitions, its people need to transform as well. Craig and Jenny have been leading a lot of the thought and the action around this transition for Autodesk. And so I want to now turn it over to them to share a little bit more about their story.
Thanks, Dan.
Hi, everyone. My name is Jenny Diani, and I lead recruiting for our product engineering groups.
And my name is Craig Vivid, and I lead the recruiting efforts for our digital platform experience group, corporate functions, and executive search.
Craig and I are really excited to be here and talk to you more about how we use LinkedIn Talent Insights. And we thought that we would start by talking a little bit about where Autodesk is at with its strategy right now. Autodesk is focused on 3 main priorities. The first one is to complete the subscription. So you heard Dan talk about our transformation. So we've been moving from perpetual licenses to a subscription model. This is really about creating more ease of use for our customers and really delighting our customers every day and exceeding their expectations, similar to what LinkedIn's been doing lately too. The next one is digitizing the company. So we're actually looking at building our own digital infrastructure so that we can engage customers more easily, and they can also have more self-reliance when they interact with Autodesk. So this is really about making sure that we remove any friction for our customers in the process of purchasing software with us. And then the last one is to really reimagine construction, manufacturing, and production. So we want to seize the near-term opportunity to be the market leader in construction. We have this huge opportunity to move this analog industry to digital technology. And we really also want to be thought leaders in manufacturing and production and really inspire our customers about the convergence between design and make. Great.
So now, what does all that mean for TA? With all those changes, we really need to look at finding new skill sets, new types of candidates, change our talent strategy pretty dramatically, and also go from a reactionary service provider to a strategic talent advisor. So, and what does that mean, strategic talent advisor? Yeah, we hear that a lot, and you hear the data, throw data and get in there with data, and kind of like you guys are all on the main stage today, when they talked about the mythology of data, and we were kind of in that space, but we had some wins. We were doing okay, but when we were using data at our best, this is what it looked like. Basically, I get a call at 4:50 on Friday afternoon, right? From a VP who would say, Craig, I need to know about these skill sets in these markets with these titles. And oh, by the way, you got to get me one of those heat map things from LinkedIn because they love that heat map. Okay, I'll do my best. Let me see what I can do. When are you hoping you're going to get this by? Well, I was hoping for Saturday morning, but if you can't do it till end of day Monday, I think I can work with that. So I'd push back a little here and say, I don't think LinkedIn can turn it around that fast, but I'll do my best. So I'd immediately hang up with him, pick up the phone, and I'd call Rachel Chavez, our sales rep, and I'd get voicemail. That was at 5 o'clock, Friday. 5:01, I'm sending her an email. 5:02, I don't know her that well, but I'm gonna text her anyway. Text, 5:03 now. Oh, she's responding to the text. Boom, I'm calling her. Hey, Rachel, it's Craig Vivid here with Autodesk. How you doing? Hi, Craig. I was just responding to your text. You gearing up for a big weekend? Well, I was gearing up for a big weekend, but how can I help you? Well, I just got a request from this VP. We're looking for this and that, and we really want one of those reports. Can you get me one of those, good, nice heat maps? And she's like, of course, Craig, we can definitely do that for you, no problem. Typically, this sounds like it's going to have to be a custom report, though, so it will probably be, 2 to 3 weeks. Whoa, 2 to 3 weeks. He's hoping for it, let's say Monday. Craig, there's no way I can do that. Rachel, isn't it just, a couple clicks and you push the button? No, it doesn't work like that. Here's what you should do. Call him back. Tell him a week and a half, and I'll do my best. I think I can get it to you in a week. I'll pull some strings. Sounds good. And Rachel would deliver, and we'd go on our way. And that's how we were using data at the time. So at the beginning of this year, Rachel calls me up and she says, Craig, I was just talking to Jess Boyd. We have this opportunity to have Autodesk in the LinkedIn Talent Insights pilot. Would you be interested? And I said, absolutely. Thanks so much for the opportunity. There's one thing though. Oh, is this, because it's a pilot, we're gonna have to have weekly or bi-weekly meetings or something like that? Well, yeah, you're gonna have to do that too. You'll have to do that too. But one other catch is you can't stalk me on Friday late in the afternoon anymore, okay? Deal. And so now, Jenny Diani is gonna tell you about one of our first use cases on the journey to becoming strategic talent advisors.
Great, thanks, Craig. So one of the things that we were looking at Autodesk is really how to engage AI talent. And one of the things that we were exploring is that are there countries and universities that we should really be focused on to explore AI talent? So I know many of you are probably looking for having the same challenge right now. And one of the things that we really did at Autodesk was we sat with our senior director of AI and robotics, and we learned from him that if you want to cultivate talent in AI, the best way to do that is through university partnerships, through professors and students. So at Autodesk, we have an AI HR task force. It's essentially a group of us along with the business, and we look at compensation trends, we look at talent branding, we look at retention, and we also look at new sourcing channels. And we had this idea that EMEA would be a really good place to explore new AI talent for us, but we weren't really sure about how to go about it, because when it came to universities, we didn't have a dedicated university recruiting program in EMEA. So where do we start? What country should we focus on? What are the skills that we should be looking at? And what are the universities that we should think about partnering with? So we looked to LinkedIn Talent Insights, and we looked to the Talent Pool Report to get started with our research process. So one of the things that we did was we started looking at the skills that we knew that we were interested in looking at. So artificial intelligence, machine learning, and artificial neural networks. And we also knew that we wanted to focus probably on like 6 to 8 different countries within Europe, because we knew it was important to focus on countries where we had an office, right? We wanted to have an established Autodesk presence there. So we went ahead and we started, one of the places that we started with was Ireland. And when we went ahead and brought up the report for Ireland, the next thing that we really wanted to do was think about focusing our research. So we went to the job titles tab and we started looking at software engineering. We started looking at data scientist, researcher, and also postdoctoral researcher. After we went ahead and really synthesized our search and focused on that, we went and looked at the companies tab. So there are plenty of companies that we expected to see here, right? You have IBM and Microsoft and Amazon. But what's interesting about the Talent Insights report and the Talent Pool report specifically is looking at the things that you didn't expect to see. What are the anomalies? And that's how we started to really look at building our research and asking questions. So for example, we saw the Insight Center for Data Analytics. Well, what is that? We wanted to explore it more, and after we did some research on it, we found out that it was actually a consortium of researchers across multiple universities that are working on a global data analytics project. Okay, that's important for us to know. Let's put that down in our research when we talk to the business. So the next thing that we did was we went over to the education tab. And we noticed that there were a great amount of universities that we could start researching and looking at. One of them is Trinity College Dublin. You probably noticed that it also came up on the company tab. So one of the things that we started doing is we started looking at Trinity College Dublin. Let's find out more about it. What can we learn from it? And through one of our partners in Ireland, we found out that they are hosting an AI and cognitive science conference. Wouldn't that be a great opportunity for us to go check it out? Who's speaking at this conference? What kind of talent is there? How do we know that that talent is a fit for what Autodesk is looking for and the projects in AI that we're working on? So again, the research started to build. We started to do so much exploration, and a lot of these sessions actually took place with the business live, going through the tool together and iterating on different searches that we could do taking notes. And what's great about this is the work continues. We're actually still in the process of identifying the final universities that we're going to partner with, and also the final countries and location. So through this process, what we've been able to do is work internally with the business and build a research list, have them really look at it and identify, the direction that we wanted to go in. We were also able to have my colleague, Alex Price, take this on as a project, and he's now building out an EMEA University recruiting program under my colleague, Jessica Boyd's team. So we're really excited about the work that we've been doing here, and it all got started by just working through the talent pool report.
Jenny, thanks so much for sharing that story. What I love about it is how quickly you're able to get smart on a market that you were previously unfamiliar with. And it sounds like you were able to really contribute some unique insights to the AI task force. So it certainly feels like you've earned your seat at the table there.
Thank you. We certainly did.
Great. Why don't we turn it over to Craig to share the next example?
Thank you. So Jenny had mentioned that 2 of the key initiatives at Autodesk were to complete the subscription transformation and digitize the company. One of the groups I lead for recruiting, the Digital Platform and Experience Group, that was basically their charter. This group was put together about a year and a half ago at Autodesk, and about 2,000 people, and they're told, you need to go figure this out. So, a lot of pressure on this group, which, relates, moves down to a lot of pressure on TA. And we did what you'd normally do at the beginning of every year with all the leaders that you support. I went and met with all of them, and one of them in particular said, hey, look, I'm needing to hiring 20 engineers. I'm going to split them between San Francisco and Montreal. Sure, okay, go get it done. So we got off to a slow start, and 2 of the recruiters that were supporting this group, Daniel Noto and Michelle Lundeen, came to me and said, hey, we got off to a slow start, but we feel like we're making traction. We feel like, we're starting to get some momentum there, right? But the business is getting a little nervous, and they're starting to throw out other locations, and should we go here? Should we go there? And I said, okay, so, what do you think we should do? And they basically were like, we're not sure. And at this time, we now had LinkedIn Talent Insights. So the 3 of us got in a room, and we ran a search on AWS, microservices, and Java, and a senior software engineer, and Portland versus Montreal. And what we found was the markets were really similar, about the same size. What's going on? About the same size, a little different number of job postings, but LinkedIn was saying both markets were equally competitive. So I asked them, what do you want to do? And they basically said, hey, I think we should stay the course. Let's go take this LinkedIn Insight data to this leader, run it by him, and push to double our investment in going after Montreal. And that's what they did. They were able to persuade him to do that. And I'm happy to say that we've made those hires in Montreal. Now, it doesn't, it may not sound super huge, only, 20 engineers, like, hey, I'd like to see you move the needle a little more there, Craig. But that was the seed for LinkedIn Talent Insights with the Autodesk team. So it started to grow, it started to spread. Then I get a call from Scotty Morrison, our colleague who runs sales recruiting. Craig, I got to get in on that pilot. Like, I got to get my team in on that pilot. Like, the sales leaders have heard about it, and, we're doing talent strategy work too, so I really need to get in on that pilot. Sure, Scotty. Like, we'll call Rachel. Okay. And then, obviously, Jenny is sharing great stories as well. And then, to bring it full circle back to my team, we have an awesome senior manager named Maggie Camus, who is a player coach. She manages and she still recruits. And she supports one of the core teams in this big group, which I know everyone's important, but this team is really, really important to this transformation. And the leader of this team, let's say she has a very high degree of professional skepticism. And so Maggie was a part of this pilot, and she's getting more involved with the tool. She's learning how to use it. She is, she's one of those people, you give her something like LinkedIn Talent Insights, and she is all about it, and she's learning what it can do. And then, a couple weeks go by, and she's now saying to LinkedIn, like, did you guys think of this? And you guys should put that in there. And how did you not think of this? She's that kind. She's just really good. So here we are. I'm thinking, all right, now Maggie's dialed in on LinkedIn Talent Insights. We got this, high degree of professional skepticism with this leader. I really want to hear how it's going. And I, in a one-on-one, I'm going to bring this up to Maggie. So, Maggie, what'd she think? Have you run this by her? Yeah, I've run it by her, Craig. Long pause. And let me pause there too. So when Maggie is delivering information to me that she's not sure how I'm going to receive, there'll be a pause, and then her face will kind of go like this. And I'm getting that face. And she said, I'm like, what'd she think? It's okay. She thinks it's okay. Really? Just okay? Like, we're getting all this energy from all these, really? Just okay. Huh. Okay. Well, you got to stay on that, Maggie. I will, Craig. Okay. Week goes by. I get a calendar invite from this leader. It's also going to Maggie. Invite's title is Research Data. 3 p.m. on Friday afternoon. So, oh boy, know what's coming here. And we're going to be looking at the San Francisco market at this time. So I hop on that call, and they're already going. The leader and Maggie are working with LinkedIn Talent Insights, and she's saying to the leader, hey, what if we throw this in there? And what about this with this skill and this role or this location? And Maggie's like, yeah, no, that's a good point. But maybe you should think about this, and maybe you should think about that. And then Maggie clicks on the location category. And this is when I knew we were starting to make traction, because I will never forget this leader saying, ooh, oh, this is interesting. This is interesting. Okay, Seattle, Bay Area, we're losing talent too. We all know what's going on in Seattle, okay? But look at the rest of the places. The Bay Area is still gaining the talent. This is helpful. And at that moment, I was thinking, oh, this is what a strategic talent advisor looks like. And fast forward to a week ago, Maggie presented to the engineering leadership group for this 2,000-person organization. They're not all engineers, but it's a big group. And on Monday, I presented LinkedIn Talent Insight information to 3 C-suite executives and their direct reports. So we had transformed to strategic talent advisors, or as LinkedIn says, insight into action. But buyer beware. I will say there is one thing that you should know. And I'm going to back up a little and say I've been in recruiting 17 years. So if you do it that long, you got to know how to push back. You got to know how to influence. But this is different. This is at a scale that quite frankly, I'm not used to. And after these presentations, the first question is, great information, so what's your recommendation? And that's a new muscle that we're starting to have to use, but it's exciting.
Great. Craig, thanks so much for sharing that story. Reminds me of that famous quote, with great power comes great responsibility. Right? Does anybody know where that's from? Many right answers help except Spider-Man. Great. So let's turn it over to Jenny to share her third story.
Great. So I wanted to talk a little bit about the company report. So for those of you who were at the keynote, you probably saw the company report example. We have found this incredibly helpful. So yes, absolutely, you can use it to look at your competitor information. But what we have also been using it for is to look at our own information. So I recently used the company report on a trip that I was preparing for to go to Montreal and meet with business leaders, HR, and also our own team. What's fascinating about the company report is it gives you some insights that you can use to help validate some assumptions that you've been hearing from the business, from HR, and even your own recruiting team as well. So we were using the company report to really prepare and frame conversations that we wanted to have for the business. And what was so nice about this is that we weren't just reliant on internal reports, recs filled, what's the activity been for this last year? We really were able to see a whole demographics view of our employees, but with talent insights. So let's go ahead and bring up the company report. And we'll go ahead and bring up the location Montreal. And when you go ahead and plug in the location, you're going to see an overview. And this is a lot of information to start with. But one of the tabs that's really interesting is to look at talent flow. So this is where we started. Now, if you look at talent flow, and you can see how many hires and departures have trended over time. So you probably see that we had quite a few departures at the beginning of the year. Well, we actually went through a restructuring exercise at the end of last year. So these were planned departures. As Craig mentioned, we have been reinvesting in new skills. And really, Montreal is a location that we're growing in. So it might not necessarily look like that from here, but we knew that these were planned departures. And the data is giving us information for insights really for the past year, which is great. But one of the interesting things is to look and see where talent is going. Where is talent going? What other companies is it going to? And these are the types of conversations that you can frame with your business leaders and say, here's what we're seeing in the market. Here's where we're seeing our talent go to. We need to have some more conversations about what we think we should be doing that differentiates Autodesk. Are we telling our story out in the technical communities? Are we planning enough events? Are we going to meetups? What's really our talent brand look like as well? So these were critical conversations that we were having in the business because they're growing Montreal. They're looking from going to over 250 to 500 in the next 2 years. And this is a great way for us to also continue to look at progress. We can continue to look at this report and see changes over time as well. The other place that's interesting for us to look at is the education tab. So we can go ahead and see what universities are most represented by the employees at Autodesk. So this is important because my colleague Jessica Boyd runs the co-op program in Canada. It's one of our critical strategic programs that we have where we have students in year-round contributing to internships. So especially when you're going through a growth in a location and you're also doing talent branding, the co-op program is really important for us to continue to invest in. And when you look at the universities, you know that these are the ones that we should probably deepen our relationship with because we have people that are alumni from these schools that can go out, reach out, do informational meetings, and help us on the ground. So we found this really good, especially for our site leader in Montreal, who he himself is really passionate about university outreach and the co-op program. So this was a great conversation topic for us. So again, one of the things I love about this report is that you can also PDF it. You can share it with your business leaders, with HR. You can walk them through it. You can use it as a conversation starter. You can use it to manage challenging conversations too. We have departures at the company. What do we need to look at? What do we need to think about for our attrition? Again, what do we need to be looking at for talent branding as well? And you can continue to show this report on a quarterly basis or when you're traveling. And it's a great report also for any location that you're growing in and to definitely track trends as they move forward. So what you're getting here for us that was really helpful for this trip, especially because I hadn't been to Montreal yet and visited that site, was I felt prepared. I felt like I had conversation points to share with the business. And it definitely made me feel like I had a seat at the table.
Great. Craig, Jenny, thanks so much for sharing those examples today. I've certainly found it super enlightening, and I'm sure the audience did as well. It's really great to see how you're not only generating insights from this information, but ultimately turning that into action and ultimately impact as well. So if everyone, could you please give me, or join me in giving Craig and Jenny a big round of applause. And with that, we'd like to actually open the floor up for questions.
Hi, I have a question about the Talent Insights and where the data is coming from. Is it primarily coming from LinkedIn member data, or does it tap into government resources?
Yeah, so it taps into a variety of different data sources. The primary data source that we're using is information on LinkedIn. So it's the member profiles, the company pages, et cetera. One area where we're actually collecting quite a bit of information outside of LinkedIn is our jobs. So earlier today we talked about how LinkedIn actually has at this point over 20 million jobs on the platform. So LinkedIn's actually the world's largest job aggregator. We source from over 40,000 job sources, which include job boards, ATSs, companies directly as well. And over time we'll be adding in additional data points from government sources as well.
Hi, Mike's hot. Something I think is really top of mind for a lot of recruiting leaders is D&I. So I noticed the gender component on the tab up there, but I guess two parts of the question. First is, I've sat through some diversity lexicon training in the past that indicates not using purely a picture to identify a gender or thinking about it in those type terms. How does it think about, or how does it approach the gender conversation, part one, and then other diversity and inclusion components along with the platform?
Yeah, no, that's a great point. And the way that we actually include and think about diversity on LinkedIn is a far more expansive definition, as you mentioned. Right now, we're starting with gender diversity because that's some of the information that we have available. And over time, as we get access to additional facets of diversity, we expect to show them in the product as well, so we can help companies, again, build more diverse and winning teams. So with respect to your question around how we actually identify gender, so there's a few different algorithms that we're using to identify that. So we've got information that's on the profile, pronouns that are being used, names, et cetera. But ultimately, the way that we're assessing how good that assessment is through self-ID. So members have the ability to select and specify, are they male, female, or neither, right? And so in this case, we're using that information to basically assess. And in cases where it's different, we'll actually go ahead and replace it. So that way, that's as reflective as possible on the platform.
When using the platform to search, say, for software engineers, say I pick a city and I add maybe 4 skill sets in there, will the platform eliminate profiles that maybe don't have their skill sets listed? Does it make assumptions? How's that work?
Yeah, sure. So what we want to do is make sure that we're surfacing as complete a picture of the talent landscape as possible. And one of the things that I think is important to recognize about LinkedIn is that it's fairly comprehensive in the fact that the vast majority of professionals today are represented on LinkedIn. Earlier you heard Jeff talk about how the fact that there's 780 million professionals globally, and there's 575 million of them represented on LinkedIn. But not everybody will fill out their profile completely. Not everybody adds all of their skills onto their profile. And so we actually use many machine learning algorithms to identify and fill in the gaps. So we look at not just the skills that somebody's explicitly stated, but we'll also look at text on the profile, and we use natural language processing to basically figure out if they've got additional skills, or if somebody has a skill that we know is a subset of another skill. For example, Ember is a subset of JavaScript. We'll go ahead and return that person when you're searching for JavaScript. So there are many ways that we're basically taking the information that's on LinkedIn as an initial starting point, but expanding upon it to give you as accurate a view as we can.
This question's for Dan. I guess what I would like to know is congrats on the 20 hires for the engineers there. But have you been able to see a difference in just the quality of candidates as you partner with the business, as you start to run more targeted campaigns towards certain organizations, other companies, or competitors, or even just from a skill set perspective? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I would say we're closer with the business, right? So the closer you can get to the business, the closer you know what they want, then the better job that we can do to get to qualify candidates. But Talent Insights is a little bit more, I would say, broad, or at least I was using it more from a broad perspective, and it was really more about locations. we found Recruiter to be definitely powerful. Does that make sense?
There's also in the LinkedIn Talent Insights talent pool report, at the end, you have sample profiles that come up, which is really nice. So you're running your talent pool report on your skills, and you've identified and isolated your job titles and even a location. And you will get, I think it's right now up to 20, Dan,
That's right.
samples that you can see of profiles. So that probably is a good bridge to your question of what, they show you sort of the quality profiles that most match your talent pool search, which is great. Which we were always like, we want more than 20, more than 20.
And I think, so this isn't available in the product today, but something that we announced at the product keynote is we're building in deep integrations between Talent Insights as well as Recruiter. So you'll have, within the next few months, you'll actually have a much greater ability to translate, again, those insights that you're generating from Talent Insights and identify profiles and start sourcing.
Okay. I appreciate you really sharing kind of what the drivers were in your business that ultimately drive the kind of talent you need. I think it's one thing to look at how can we use this to fill roles we have today, but can you give any additional guidance on kind of how you worked with your leaders to get them to articulate those transformations as a business and what kind of talent they were going to need over a kind of midterm? So how we start thinking about the kind of talent we're going to need 2-3 years out, how we start building it, how we really generate more of a pipeline that's more proactive versus using it as a tool to kind of fill what we have today.
This is in your DPE world.
I think this starts that conversation about what kind of skills are you going to be needing in the future, right? So this isn't the example I used was for specific recs, but that was kind of related to the beginning of the year, where all these conversations that we're having now are all, where are we going in the future, right? And so what kind of talent do you need? What kind of skills are you gonna need? And we're running it through insights, not at a rec level, at a skill level. So that's how we're using it to try and get on the front end of where they want to be regarding the talent they're going to need, a year, 2, 3 years out. Does that make sense?
It was interesting when we were doing looking at the skills for AI, and we were looking at, machine learning and, artificial intelligence and artificial neural networks. One of the things that came out when we were sitting with the business and using the tool live, which is fun, right? Because we're sitting there with our senior director for AI and robotics, and he's like, this is cool, so you're doing it together and they're really engaged in it. But one of the things that came up, just to Craig's point about sort of it's an iteration, is that he's like, you know what, we need to also think about overlaying our industry skills. So it's one thing to have somebody who's really strong in artificial intelligence, but what if we could find them in construction management? That would be really interesting for us because that's one of our industries. So that overlay of industries is sort of that next layer of research that we're looking at too. And that's why, we need to go out to the conferences. We need to sort of be on the ground and meet with university professors to really understand where is the overlay of our industries with these other skills. So it's going to be a work in progress, but the business was definitely thinking about some of those things. Like, okay, well, we have this core information, but then how do we think about it as it relates to our industries too? So it's been a good conversation. Lots of really good conversations come out of using the tool live. That's the fun part of it.
That's the key.
So I love that you showed, whoa, that is really loud. So I love that you did Montreal, Canada, and in the US because I recruit for both. And you showed the same data was available. I've experienced in the past that sometimes data available in the US is not always the same of what's available in Canada. So with other, let's say, supply and demand portals, because of whether it's privacy laws or the population in Canada is much smaller. Is there any difference between what I can see in the US versus if I'm recruiting or looking at insights in Canada?
So Talent Insights is actually designed to be global. And so you'll have the same information that you can see across all geographies available. The one exception is basically where we're collecting information from members country by country. And like one example of that is actually our salary data. So it's not available in the product today, but it is something that we'll be building in soon. Because that's being done on a country by country basis, when it's available, it will be first released in the countries where we're collecting it, and then we'll scale from that point on.
Perfect, thanks.
Fantastic. Any other questions? All right, well, thank you everyone for joining us today. Really appreciate it and hope you have a great time at the party tonight.
Thank you.
Wow, what an awesome lineup of speakers we had today, you guys, right?
So awesome. It's been a great day.
I mean, we
So
started off with Jeff Weiner, then we had some pretty big product announcements from LinkedIn from Dan Shapiro and some of his colleagues. We also heard from Josh Burson, Gelong Tubton, Esther Perel, and we're just scratching the surface. And this was a jam-packed day.
It really was. It was fantastic from start to finish.
And the stream has been action-packed as usual. We had Scott turn in from Massachusetts. Fabricio came in from Brazil. Margot was in Dubai. Kevin in Malaysia. And Patricia from Indonesia. So many more people, but honestly, my enunciation's not that good, so we're going to stop it right here.
And that's not even everyone. We gave shout outs to folks in Africa as well as in Sydney, Australia. I know what my favorite part of the day was, but what are you guys thinking? What was your favorite part?
I mean, mine was a lot of the conversation that was happening on social media. I mean, during the Rock Your Profile session, Keim was adding his own suggestions in. We'd love to see that. Those were some great tips. We also heard from Kayla and Lynette, who were all over Facebook and Twitter, as well as a lot of people, like you said, joining us from Brazil, Indonesia. Like, we are fully global here, people.
It's amazing. And you thought it was just going to be your mom.
I really did. Joanne Finn is having a strong showing, but we're really seeing everyone else come through too,
I'm
which I
glad
like.
Mama Finn's on the stream, though.
She's on.
Mama Finn will never let you down.
It took her a minute to figure out the internet, but now we are just flying on all cylinders.
Internet Explorer 98 live streaming. Let's do this.
It's perfect.
I personally loved the announcement of the Talent Hub, our beautiful ATS, which is going to allow you to seamlessly source, manage, hire all in one place. I know this is something that customers have been waiting a long time for. And now that we're able to roll it out to them with all the data and the intelligence that we have, I'm really pumped to see what this product does.
It's huge. It's a game changer.
Total.
My favorite part, in addition to Talent Hub, was when we hit 1 million viewers.
Woo!
So
let's roll.
Talk about it. Let's have it. So,
yeah. Most of those came from Roman. Like they tuned in for her, not for
You can
us.
only hit refresh so many times. It
Yeah.
came to you all out there, so thank you very much.
I definitely have to give a special shout out to our live stream team.
Yes.
Because without them, none of this would be possible. And we also want to thank all of you out there for joining us on the live stream. Don't forget, keep your pictures coming. We want to see your watch party photos. So go ahead and post those to the live stream at TC18 Live Contest. You have until tomorrow to get it together, people. We want to see what you got. The winner, the best photo, which we will be announcing tomorrow, gets, are you guys ready for this? 2 tickets to Talent Connect next year, as well as accommodation. So that's a big deal. And that way you don't have to watch on the live stream next year. You can be here with all of us.
You know, those
just
tickets
watch.
are harder
You
to
can
get than Beyonce tickets.
I
Talent
believe it.
Connect, harder to obtain.
It's true.
Yeah.
We have just as many win machines though, so still a win.
Well, those are all yours, though.
Well, obviously, I didn't. Thanks for blowing my cover. We did get some pretty good submissions already, though, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Really
we
cool
got
stuff.
great submissions, man. We got Ligia from Colombia submitted an awesome photo. Anastasia, who is having a tough day, but, powered through the stress, found inspiration in the stream.
awesome.
And Leonardo stayed up late in Milan, probably because my outfit reminded him of Fashion Week. I'm just saying.
No doubt.
Not my words.
Not his words either, but hey,
But who's counting?
who's calling who out, right? So tomorrow, guys, you're definitely gonna want to tune in. We are going to be showing you an exclusive preview of LinkedIn Talent Insights, and we're going to be starting the stream sharp at 9:30 a.m. Pacific time. And with that, guys, day 2 is a wrap. So we're going to say goodbye to all of you. Thank you again for tuning in. Have a great night, and we will see you tomorrow.
Ciao. Welcome to Talent Connect 2018. We are coming to you live from beautiful Anaheim.
We are going to officially kick off day 2 of Talent Connect.
Someone clearly tipped the band off on my favorite karaoke song.
Good morning, Talent Connect 2018!
Sup, dudes?
This is the most excited I've ever been to announce a new product.
I don't know about you, but I'm buying whatever that guy's selling.
I bring all those Carlas to the table. I don't know which Carla will be the one that will connect.
Pretty cool, right?
Are you? Forever. Oh, you are adorable, aren't you?
Woo! Let's roll.
Thank you so much for everything you do to help to make this vision a reality.
Thank you for letting us be part of the solution with you.
I thank you, Talent Connect 2018.